It all started with the dragons. The progenitor dragons, Cyberus, Kyber, and of course, Eberron. Kyber betrayed the others, tried to take control of the material plane for herself, tore Cyberus apart. Eberron bound the traitor, locked her in place, and our world was born. The overlords rose and fell. Giants built mighty kingdoms, then fell to the Arganessan dragons. Dakan's goblin empire ruled the continent of Corvair until it, too, burned into the ashes of history. Galifar rose with its 5 nations of Ondair, Brayland, Karnath, Thrain, and Seer. And then, civil war. The last war. For 100 years the war raged, until one day all of Seer was consumed in a magical cataclysm. They called it the Morning. When the dust settled, all that was left was an uneasy peace, shattered lives, and what was left of Seer. They called that the Mournland. We call it the Gray. So much for history. What we got now is the present, and a group of people trying to survive. Here, in a salvage outpost called Salvation. You can see the Gray from here, swirling, flowing, billowing, never getting any closer or further away. There's treasure there for sure, riches and weapons and power. Salvagers go into the Gray to get what they can and get out while they can. Some of them make it. Most, eventually, don't. But not everyone's a scavenger, because the last war ain't over. Not really. Oh, it's quiet on the surface. But below, the nations are planning and scheming and getting ready for when things get loud again. The nation of Brayland's no different. If we're to survive when the peace ends, we need to be ready. That's what you're here for. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. In the end, all we got is each other. And if things go different this time, it'll be because we didn't forget that we all need each other. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to Salvation.
What a lovely way to start a Saturday evening. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Arvanauts, and welcome all to Day 14 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond. This is Eberron, Oracle of War, the third protocol, as we move into the last part of Season 1 of Oracle of War. I hope everyone is having a good session. You're about to have a good session. I hope everyone is having a good day and is looking forward to, as much as I am, to what promises to be an awesome event ahead. Before we go any further, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you haven't done so already, please make sure to follow us here on the channel. And thank you for the follow, Dinshar. I appreciate that. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. We're asking people to subscribe over at that YouTube channel. It's free for you to do it, but it really makes a difference to us. We're trying to pull that up to 1,000 subscribers because that will give us flexibility on a number of fronts in terms of how we conduct things regarding that channel and this one. So any subscriptions over there would be cheerfully appreciated. We're sitting at about 808 subscribers to the YouTube channel now, I believe. !ArvCord is the Discord channel. Please join us over there. That continues to grow, has been growing over the last few weeks again, and we have now closing in on 240 members on that Discord. So please join us over on the Discord. Discord with !ArvCord. The Twitter is !ArvTweets. If you follow me there, you'll be able to see when I post about going live and about various things relating to gaming and streaming and writing and teaching and music and podcasting and family stuff and even a little bit of politics here and there. So you can check that out over at !ArvTweets. The website for this, arvanelleron.com. On the financial side, we have got, of course, the shop, which is !ArvShop. That's the merchandise area where you can get Infinity and Beyond and Adventures in Middle-earth and soon to be Expeditions from the Mysterious Peaks is my best guess stuff from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and that again also supports the channel. Plus you get cool swag. !Arvtreon is the Patreon. I just finished recording the Patreon video for this month. It's going out a little bit late, but I will be uploading that later this evening, actually after this session. And you can see that if you support the Patreon at the $5 level or up. You can get a lot of other things as well, including character backgrounds and epic poems and inspirations to help the players and stuff like that. Plus move us towards various channel goals. That really is the financial backbone of the channel, so any support that you can give there would be much appreciated. Also, you can, of course, sub to the channel, and that allows you to get these custom sub badges and emotes, and also inspirations to aid our players in their journeys throughout the course of the month, and you can do that. Also, gifting subs is a good thing. All of those are good things. So thank you if you are a sub, and if not, please consider doing so. And on the publishing side, !Icarus will get you to my graphic novel, Icarus and Jelinek, from Athos Arts. !Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook, and that is from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And Athos Arts and Alligator Alley together will be part of my just-announced Gray Shade Kickstarter, which will include the Gray Shade novel, which is separate from the Kickstarter, actually. That's being released, published on May 31st. The second two books in that trilogy, Renegade and Heretic, are part of the Kickstarter, as is a tabletop role-playing game, and you can find out more about that with Gray Shade KS. I'll be talking more about that as we move ever closer to the release. I am extremely excited about that Gray Shade IP launch. Again, Gray Shade KS for that. And last but certainly not least, as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. And Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. Quick note about schedule. We have got Eberron, of course, going on tonight. Then we will be off on Monday, and on Sunday, Monday, we'll be back on Tuesday with Adventures of Middle-earth, with the first of 2 Adventures of Middle-earth sessions for this month, so that will be cool. And we will return to the world of Greyhawk as we move into D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh. That'll be happening over on GOG on Tuesday as well. So very exciting tabletop stuff to come, and you will not want to miss any of it because it's awesome. And why would you miss it? It's great. It's going to be amazing. But for right now, the time has come, so I'm going to unmute myself so that the folks know we are ready to go, particularly anyone who may or may not be sleeping in chat as we speak. And then I'm going to unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to reveal to you the incredible and fully operational battle station crew of Infinity and Beyond. And
this woman was out there in the middle of a storm, and I kid you not, she's reporting on the weather, and lo and behold, out of nowhere, picked up by the storm, this fish just smacks her across the face. I'm linking it in chat right now so that all of you can enjoy. It's really, you know what? It will put us all in the right mood for whatever, I'm sure, will not kill us during this session.
Absolutely.
But only make us stronger.
The original title,
if you can survive a fish in the face, right, you can report on anything.
The original title of the third protocol was in fact Sharknado. So I think Eberron, the third Sharknado, is what it was originally called. It's weird that that's the second time in 3 days that I've heard references to Sharknado randomly because it was brought up by someone doing a presentation.
Well, you made them. I didn't make that reference.
I don't know what to tell you.
Doing it yourself.
It's weird that this reference I keep bringing up keeps coming up in these streams. I wonder why I keep bringing it up.
It's crazy.
It's amazing how this keeps happening.
It is good to see all of these lovely people, and I am going to begin by introducing. I don't know whether I should. I feel like he's so cute when he's asleep. He's like an angel. Should I awaken?
A little drunken angel.
Should I awaken the trend? Should I do that? Should I?
You can always
release the trending. I mean,
it's moving. Oh, maybe
moving.
start the other order.
There's movement. You want me to go in the other direction for a change?
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
Look,
Maybe he should be woken
sweet.
like right now. He's a tiny little angel. Exactly, garlic tofu. Tren, are you good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Morning.
This is Target's fault, by the way.
How long did I sleep? God damn.
Well, they've already beaten Eberron, so
since the last
Eberron wins.
D&D session.
Exactly.
Is Spanner still alive?
Spanner sacrificed himself to save all of Eberron, but you know.
Yes. But somehow we're still in the gray.
We are still in the gray. You never left it. How you doing, Trent? How's life in the universe with you? Who are you playing today, etc.? Are you awake enough to introduce itself?
The attendant, the Tagashel, the Kenneth, the Artificer, the Spanner.
Perfect. Next.
Yeah. Next.
Really? Is that really?
Sure. We're running way freaking behind. So yeah. Sure,
all right.
go.
Well, then next up is going to be one Marie Bilodeau. It is good to see Marie. Hi, Marie. How are you? Marie is definitely not asleep. Marie is definitely here and ready. Marie, how you doing? How's life in the universe with you and who you're playing today?
I will keep it short since Trent set such a good example. So I am in a currently occupied city, but we had brownies last night, which was amazing. And so life is good on that level.
Yeah.
And I am playing Mirimi Hawksmoor. I am a bard. I remember a Kalishtar bard in College of Swords. I like to poke things and I like to sing. And my sister is Nissiana, who is Jen's character as well. So we are having fun.
It is good stuff. It is a pleasure to have Marie with us. And yes, as I tweeted about, I have been thinking a lot about all the folks up in Ottawa, and several of whom I play with on a regular basis, including Amal and you and Brendan Crilly and Derek and Brahms and different people in that area. So stay safe, and let us hope that the occupation/siege is concluded soon. I hope. My goodness. Moving right on down the line, though, it is a great pleasure also to have John with us. John Helfers is here and is lit up, and as you can see, has light bleed coming from Rob's room. So they really are. You can see the light just goes directly from one to the other. Simpatico. Yes. How's life with you, John?
Wait, is that where my bulbs went? I needed to order more of them.
They were sent to Wisconsin.
Biscuit.
John, how you doing? How's life with you?
Stop stealing my stuff, John.
Good. I'm just ignore Rob for a minute. Yeah, it's all good. So
what else is new?
In the wilds of Green Bay.
Wow.
Watching a dam. Anyways, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. There's next year they can choke again. Did I say that out loud? Anyways, it's good to be here. Good to be playing D&D. Good to be chasing down the, I'm going to assume, miscreants who have absconded with our stupid oracle, the big box. It'd be interesting to see what conversations are had when we capture them, and capture them we will. Oh, by the way, I'm playing Ilarion, the Starforged Warforged, with pics. We got pics. We got images. Can't wait to show people. And I think the stream's all going to like it very much.
I am very excited.
Onward and
show
upward.
Those.
Yep.
I am very excited to show those, and yes, we now have them, and I will move right on in quick succession up to Jennifer Brozek, who is here as well. It is good to see you, Jen. How is life in the universe with you, and all that good stuff, and who are you playing today? I think you're muted.
I was muted because my pharaoh is being incredibly talkative today. Life is good. I just finished reading many hundreds of Slush submissions for the Reinvented Detective, and then put out a blog post about editor tips on how to submit stories correctly.
Nice.
Pretty please. And I'll link the blog post later. Otherwise, I have multiple edits coming to me. A Shadowrun edit, and right, John? And
Yep.
and Fivefold Universe edits that I'm supposed to be working on right now. But instead, I am here playing Nissiana de Jarasco from the Healing House of Jarasco. And she's very, very, very disappointed in the Grey Dogs right now.
Yeah, some of you are disappointed. Some of you are just pissed off. We will see who wins the day with those guys. But understandably disappointed. They've only harmed
very
themselves.
Disappointed. Maybe they won't be healed later. They're still alive.
Nissiana will remember this.
Aren't you out of healing spells anyway?
Actually, I might be. Hold on.
I'm pretty sure that's what you've been telling us for 2 sessions.
I'm out of the big one. I think I have literally one healing spell left.
Nice.
1 cure wounds. or healing word. So be careful, people.
Yeah, take it easy, people. Always a pleasure to have Jen with us. And last but certainly not least, also always a pleasure to have Rob with us, to have Darkside Rob with us specifically. And thank you for the resub. Healer, heal thyself, it says. Thank you for the tier 1 resub. I appreciate it, Rob. How's life in the universe with you, sir? How's life going on with you? And who are you playing today?
It's good.
All right.
Dark side. I was trying Trent's way of doing things for a change, and just
it's just not authentic.
let you
it just doesn't.
let's see. Fill in the blanks kind of thing. Bit like Mad Libs, but for D&D. I'm good. I'm very, very busy with lots of Shadowrun related goodness. Working on a lot of projects right now. You can probably guess who they're for. At the end of the day, they're all for you lovely listeners out there. But there's one guy in here who gets them before all of you do. Why? Because he's writing the checks. And so he's not writing the. There's another. Never mind.
Authorizing the checks to be written. How about that?
Va bene. Anyway, so yes, so for those of you who don't know who I am, Robert Austin James, also known as Darkside Rob. I'm a Twitch caster, voice actor, music producer, and video maker. The butcher, the baker, the video maker. I'm also a ex-recovering Twitter addict who has deleted his account. So if you want to follow me, not on Twitch, you can do so by checking me out on Instagram at Darkside Rob and on YouTube at a very long URL that hopefully will be shortened once I have 100 subscribers and release more content there. But today I will be playing Yana and Altus, the Schwabadishu. And that's all that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. No, the shifter, swift stride shaman with a heart of something, pure cat blood. Anyway, wait, what? I didn't even mean to make that reference. Anyway,
yeah.
Pardon?
There's a rock called schist. It works very well for that alliteration.
Oh, schist. So swift stride,
Très bien.
shaman, schist.
Perfecto. Let's play.
Let's do it. So we will. I want to do this because before we go to the map, I want to have a chance for each of these folks to talk about the work of someone that finally we get to share with all of you.
No idea what you're talking about.
Exactly. Who knows? This person is an artist named Hannah Flaherty, who has actually already done work, and this is where I found her, on the characters for Ghosts of Saltmarsh. And
I just put the link to her Twitter in the chat.
Thank you, Trent. Yeah, and I was in fact
What's Twitter?
I was actually going to put also the link to the website here. You should check this out because this person is a very good artist, and I can confirm that because so far we have had no less than 9 separate people who have had art commissioned through or with her work, and everyone loves it apparently. So, and I think you can see why. So I'm going to get a chance to. I want to capture this quickly, and each person can just briefly tell me, very briefly, because I want to get on to play, but just briefly tell me, like, is this exactly how you imagined it? Did you work back with, all of this awesomeness and say, this is great, but can you do this? Like, what was your experience? And I will begin with the character of, here we go, get ready for it, chat, appearing on your stream now, Nissiana. So here we have Nissiana. And so this is Nissiana in full form, and you will see, of course, the token version. Thanks to John, by the way, for doing the tokens while we were preparing for this. So, so talk to us very briefly, Jen, about that experience. How did you feel about Nissiana and this drawing that was done?
Well, the drawing was great. I was able to give her some really good references, and then any details that I asked for, like more jewelry, because that's what this character wears, and the left arm bracer, red arm bracer, because her sister wears the right one.
Mm-hmm.
They have matching arm bracers. She was super excited to work with us, and I was very happy. It was very much what I was looking for. This is Nissiana's first time out in the big wide world. I wanted someone who looked a little bit more innocent. We'll see how that changes going on, because I may ask her to to update Nissiana with,
Like when we get to like season 3 and Nissiana's just scarred and just like, and
and
like Batman outfit,
She's the one who came up with the idea of the bag, with the apothecary bag and such.
Very cool.
So pretty close to, I didn't have any problem. I was so happy with her.
That's very cool. No, I was very happy to see it. So good stuff. All right. So let me transition out of that. Okay, so that's Nissiana. Now the second one, you've seen the version of this so far that is just the token version, but you have not yet seen the full body version of Ilarion. So John, talk to us about Ilarion and what this process was like. I'll try not to block John's face this time. There we go. So there is Ilarion.
So I hate that's right. It's on delay. So yeah, I will confess I was a bit concerned when Arv put Hannah forward for this, because she has a great portfolio, but I didn't see anything that was, well, mechanical or warforged or anything like that. And I was like, all right, we'll give her a shot. And boy, I'm over the moon with this. Working with her, and as I told the group, she's actually already working on Ilarion at 3rd level, where armored up with weapons and everything. This is just the base form, but she's just tremendous to work with. I used a lot of photographs and examples of what I was looking for, and she got it right away. The funny part, the first iteration of Ilarion kind of had, what's the word? Bootlegs for the shins down. I'm like, that's not how I see them. It was an interesting look, and I'm like, let's give them the taper, and it was great to work with. Just super fantastic. This is exactly pretty much. I didn't know this is how I wanted Ilarion to look until she delivered this. And
you're like, this is how I want Ilarion to look. No,
pretty much.
Awesome.
Yeah,
it's not even his final form, Marud. No, that's right. The joke was there to be hit out of the park.
But it's just, everything I wanted she put in there is great. And got the new token up, which I'm very pleased about too. So yeah, really excited.
Good stuff. So that was Ilarion. Good stuff there. And then the next person we will show first, clearly because this is far more important than anything else. And that, of course, is the dog. So here's Spanner. And this, of course, is Spanner from Tantan. I'll start with the dog and then I'll move over to you. So anything about Spanner that you want to talk about, Trent, about like coolness of it or whatever?
When I first started talking to Hannah about Spanner, and I asked her, I said, have you ever seen the movie AXL? And she said, no. And I said, good, don't. It's a terrible film. But I will find, it had a lot of potential, but it's like this big robot dog that's like a military thing, and he's supposed to be paired with a motorcyclist, and it's a kid's film. It's just, anyway, a lot of stupid kid junk in it. But the dog is really damn cool, other than the fact that apparently he runs on gasoline, whatever. But the dog itself is very, very cool. There's a scene where he opens his mouth and it's just like wood chipper gears inside. And I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, that's the force empowered Rend right there. That's what that is. And so I gave her, a bunch of images from the film and whatnot. And I'm like, Spanner probably isn't as bulky as this, because he's a little more Doberman-like, because that's what the parts were drawn from, was the Iron Defenders at the bazaar. I said, just, go with this, and, artistic, license, go, have fun with it. I said, just make sure that his name is written on his shoulder panel. And she was like, okay, how about this? I'm like, no, well, let's adjust this. And she's like, how about this? I'm like, and she's like, all right, I guess that's okay. And I'm like, yeah.
And there's, you can see, chat, there is the name on the shoulder panel as promised. So Spanner came out beautifully. All right. So that's Spanner, but what about...
It's a shame he's gone now.
Yeah. Lasted about a round and a half. Yeah.
What about, though...
But he got fixed.
He got fixed, maybe.
No, don't use that word.
So unnecessary.
Words. And that brings us to the owner of Spanner, and that, of course, is Tantan. So thoughts about Tantan, Trent? Other than that, it is a living incarnation of you. I just want to be clear that, like, really.
I told her, I said, I want Santa Claus in leather armor. Don't read into that too much. And but he's an artificer, and he does this, and he's got like the goggles that have the different lenses and stuff, and he's just got tools all over him, for stuff. But he's just imagine that he's Santa Claus in the off season when he's just making toys all the time. He doesn't wear all the fluffy stuff. He just wears like leather armor because he's working around, like molten metals and crap. He doesn't want to burn himself. And she's like, okay, like this. I'm like,
That's right.
And when she posted them, because she has posted all of them to her Twitter account as she's gotten approval and finished them, which is why I knew what Nissiana, or not Nissiana, which is why I looked like I'm take a nap again. Which is why I knew what Yana looked like before we did the thing, because
I was trying to figure that out because you just said, she does look great. I was like, I haven't showed it to any. What?
No, but Hannah posted it to her Twitter like a week or two ago. That's like 3 or 4 weeks ago.
I don't Twitter, so
exactly.
Yeah, that's why I didn't point it out to you. So, but yeah, I was very, very, very pleased with the thing, and I'm always a huge fan of giving artists a lot of leeway. Give them the details that you want, and just tell them have fun with it. That's what I want. I want you to have fun with this piece, because then you're going to get a lot more out of it. It's going to be a higher quality, and yeah, I was just like, she's like, okay, so it's this much. Well, we'll have more. Then I don't care how much you agreed to pay. Here's how much you're getting paid. She's like, but
it's good
I
stuff.
threw extra money at her too as a tip, because I'm probably going to have her do my other characters.
Artists always undervalue their work.
It's true, and it's good to see, by the way, because as I said, this I'm hoping more people will be like, I too should get Hannah to commission. I'm all about giving good artists good work. So, so good stuff for that.
And not put solar panels and radar dishes.
How dare you do something like that? Right. Okay, I should be back. Can everyone refresh in the chat?
No.
It looks like I can see everybody.
Yeah, so can I.
Well, now it should be back. Yeah,
Yes.
it should be back at this point.
Yes. Now everybody watching, restart your computer, and then we should.
Great. That'll be great. Okay, everyone's back. Okay, good. Please refresh if you haven't done so already. Sorry about that. My OBS just decided to completely collapse.
Take a nap.
All right, yeah, take a nap. Exactly. Okay, so moving right along. The next person that we have up on the list is Marame. And here you can see Marame rocking it out with the loot and also sorting it out, as you can see, with full prepared. And are those? And you got ribbons? Do I see ribbons on the back of the tying up?
She's
the
always
boots?
talking about how she's using her ribbons to do stuff.
I do remember that, but just seeing it in the flesh, so to speak. Well, in the drawing flesh, so to speak, is impressive. So talk about this, Marie. What did you feel about this process and this person that you got?
I love it. I'm very laissez-faire when it comes. I'm not an artist. I'm not that visual. So I'm like, you know what? Have fun. So I gave her some ideas. Like I said, the ribbons, and I like the idea of the ribbons behind the boots and in her hair. I wanted her to look happy. Like she's not miserable. She's a generally happy person. And I described the instrument because that the hook is meaningful to her. It's something that she found somewhere along the way, which we'll figure out at some point. But yeah, so I was just really happy. She kind of ran with it. I gave her like, she's going to be College of Swords, so I want her to, she's not going to be a frou-frou bard. Like I need her to have like pants and just be ready to kick some ass. And anyway, so yeah, I'm very thrilled. She was fun to work with too. Like quick, got the vision, delivered, happy.
Awesome. Yeah, and it looks it definitely looks like someone you would expect from College of Swords, even in terms of the I like they almost look like kind of not epaulets, but what are those the sort of the belts across the top of the chest?
Epithets. No, sorry, that's not right
Epithets,
either.
yeah, right. But anyway, the matching of it is really cool. And you did say you asked for like red, like you worked in the color scheme, or was that just
Yeah, I asked for red because Nissiana, Jen and I, we each have a set of red bracers that we split up so that we're always kind of linked, even if we're not together while we're adventuring. So I have the left, she has the right, I believe. No, I have the right. Look at that. Anyways, it doesn't matter, but so I wanted some red, and then I wanted a splash color, but not all splash. I wanted her to be a little bit different than some of my other very, very, very noticeable bard characters.
Yeah, very cool. It looks really good. So good stuff. And then last but certainly not least, here we have just arriving extremely recently, and everyone agreed that this was definitely pretty badass, and that is Yana and Altus. So now you get to see that. So yeah, just what do you think, Rob, about the process and about the coolness of the character here that you got?
I have a lot of feelings about this one, especially because this is the first time I've seen a character that I've written a backstory for, that I've even written like a short story for, ever come to life, like ever be more than just the idea of it in my head and having this sort of picture in my head and going, well, I know what she looks like, but how will anybody else be able to pull that out of my head and turn that into something that I look at and go, that is terrible. Do it over. No, that is great. And I love it. This was really fun because there were a lot of characters that I drew from to put Yana together. I definitely, mentioned those characters to Hannah. And I kind of put together almost like I hit my space bar. Sorry. Because I come from a theater background, I'm very used to people putting together like pamphlets with pictures and, showing like textures of clothing and for costume designs and sets and all that. So I put together almost like a little dramaturgical piece on her, along with the story that I had showed you, Arv. That's her backstory, and said like, she's a little bit like San from Princess Mononoke, and a little bit like, even her interaction with, the wolf characters in that is very similar. She's got this sort of animal-like quality to her, but it shouldn't show on her the way it would normally with another shifter. She's got this stoicness about her, but a beauty that even she doesn't really know that she has. And she's sort of this between two worlds kind of character too. She's not human enough for humans to accept her, and I did it again. Sorry. She's not, I speak with my hands. I gesticulate a lot. She's not shifter. She's not human enough to be accepted by other humans, but she's not shifter enough to be accepted by other shifters either. And that grates on her. But because of that, she's, she doesn't necessarily know how to feel in her own skin. And this whole thing that's happening through her being a shaman now and having Altus here, it should show on her, that there's a lot of pressure on her, but she's also, she's young, she's trained, she knows things. She doesn't know everything, but like I kept telling her, she should look sharp and she should look, alert, naive, not dumb. And I think she nailed it. I just think she nailed it with the, even just sort of like bringing out the ice daggers, but it sort of being alien to her a little bit, like holding them, but not necessarily confident yet about it. But she has these weapons that she knows how to use, and they're sheathed. And instead, she's drawing on the power that Altus has told her to use, said you to use, and he's there with her, which is something that I've said constantly throughout this thing. And I just, I had her make like little changes to her eyebrows and little changes to like, the one thing that she added that I love, because I told her she should look cat-like but not look animal-like. She put the little things on the ears, like the ear poking through the hair, as a slight detail, like it's just sticking out one side. I was like, yeah, that's a perfect, perfect way to put it in there. And I just love the blue sash. I love that, again, everything is functional and correct. And even, down to her, I said, the olive skin, because she's outside a lot. Outside is where she's happy. So she should have that feeling like she's come in from the outside, not, been stuck indoors all the time. And it just, I love Altus so much. I love, like, the minute she drew Altus, I was like, perfect. It's just so cool to see a character that you've had in your head come to life. And I couldn't be happier. And actually, I'm excited I've been thinking about, how her look might evolve because of what John said. And I think, should our characters survive another version, a couple of levels from now might be a really cool thing to ask Hannah to take a crack at. So,
well, and I think that's a good segue. So first of all, great work from everybody. Also, congratulations to the cast for really doing a good job in communicating what they wanted and sort of presenting it. I actually have to talk to Hannah about seeing if we can put those together for a group shot, which is what we do for Adventures in Middle-earth, where I happen to have one of my players who is a professional cartoonist already. That makes it very easy to be like, Terry, can you just do this? But I do want to mention to chat, because I mentioned this before and I saw someone commented like, oh, is that a thing? So to be clear, this Eberron campaign is designed to go from level 1 to level 20, and it is broken into seasons on purpose. And so each part of it, including this part that we're doing right now, has an arc, and we are concluding that arc with the third protocol, which begins this evening. That will be the end of a 4-part arc, which is season 1. Why does this matter for what the party was just talking about? Because they will be regularly leveling up through this. They may or may not level tonight, we'll see. But also, the images that you just heard a lot of them say, oh, when I get to this level, I'm going to talk to Hannah about updating it and doing blah, 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 blah. That's right in line with what we're going to be doing on the video side, too, because there will be a different Season 2, Season 3, Season 4, and Season 5 video as well that is reflective of what has happened in the adventure to this point. So we are not joking around here. I wanted to do that on purpose because I just think it's cool and I wanted to do it, and I think the cast deserves it with their play. So that is going to be happening, so you will see more of these characters. But again, Hannah Flaherty, check out the work that we just listed there. Please send along your work. Again, I cannot emphasize enough that I've been lucky enough to work with a lot of wonderful artists over the years, and I always want to send all the business in their direction because I do think I'm pretty visual. I am, however, utterly incapable of communicating visual stuff in a visual arts way to paper, so I have enormous admiration for what artists do. So thank you, Hannah. Good stuff. And with that said, let us, with no further ado, move into the recap. Let's talk about what happened in our last session as I move up to, let's make this, let's go up to this one, I think. So in our last session, the party had been pinned down, not quite literally, but they had been locked basically trying to prevent a siege of the restless dead. They had brought the Oracle of War back from the Fireweave Bazaar, which they had won at great, almost personal cost, although they managed to avoid anything super deadly. And they had managed to find themselves at this house where they retreated, where they were dealing with wave after wave of these deadly undead, zombies and shadows and wraiths and then big, massive troll zombie ogre things with blades for arms and stuff like that. And the party, through a lot of careful intuition and logic and planning and obviously some good combat work, managed to defeat them and drive off the undead and reverse, I was literally going to say reverse the curse, but that sounds too much. You know what I mean. Reverse the circumstances that had brought these creatures to this symbol in the middle of the gray. They managed to do that. That was the good news. The not so good news is that, of course, the Oracle of War was still with them. Tanton had left it on a, I believe, Tensor's floating disk, if I'm not mistaken, down below, and had gone upstairs with the rest of the party because they were trying to clean up the rest of the undead and do all these other things. And when they came back down, they discovered that the gray dogs, the ones who they had found in the Fireweave Bazaar, indeed, the ones they had been sent to find in the first place, were gone, and the Oracle with them. And so as we begin today, we're actually not quite back at Salvation. The party has got to figure out what they want to do next about this, theoretically about the Oracle, and all that sort of thing. And so with that said, I'm going to hand things over to the party. Party, you are in, let's move to the map, the cellar. No, I swear. Literally, I did that and it was like, that's a blank page. Yes, I know. I had a problem with OBS. All right, there it is. Okay, so you're in the cellar, and what would you folks like to do? And Hilar is still like, the hell?
And we just got the news that they had taken off with the Oracle, right?
Yeah, well, you don't see them and you don't see the Oracle, so...
Go over here, and the door's open, correct? Because it's the only
Yes,
place
that
they could've
door is
gotten
now...
out.
That's right, that door is now open, yes.
Up and out. I'm heading out.
Okay,
I'm
Yeah,
following.
I'm not
me
waiting.
too.
okay.
Me too.
So Hilar goes up the other way, but
Same.
it doesn't matter. Okay, so let's bring you out to the ground floor.
I cannot control my token. Also, my token is.
Oh,
wrong.
yes. I'm sorry. Oh, shoot. I forgot that. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Just hang on a second.
Wait.
Everyone
Can we
relax.
just-
This is fine. Yeah, if you can drag the characters you have on there, that's fine. And sorry, Rob, I'll pull yours over.
Oh, I
Oakley
pulled the
dokley.
big me over.
I'm sorry.
Giant.
Okay.
I'm not up there yet.
We're all giant together.
Okay. Yeah, I'll reduce sizes in a moment. Let's see. There's. Oh yes, that's exactly what I wanted to do. Was go back to the identical page. No. All right. There we go.
You got this.
Thanks. All right. And let's see. We need to get. So you're not popping up there.
Correct.
Jen?
Tanton is working on Spanner.
All right, because you got to bring him back.
Oh,
eh?
I was actually I was
He's-
about to ask a question, Nissiana, but that's also
Oh.
helpful to know, actually. Okay, so everyone's up there, but Yana I need to bring. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Yana's right there.
She's there, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I brought her up. Okay, so is everybody's up then, right? I believe, except for Spanner and Tanton because they're downstairs. Okay, so let me make this the appropriate sizes. Like that. We're gonna reduce that like that.
We are so
reduce
cute.
that like that. And Hilar to scale. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, wow.
Just
That
joking.
is huge.
Just
Okay,
kidding.
you stop.
You mean you
Except
didn't know? Okay.
But actually, Arv, I'm not here. I'm here. There we go.
Ah, okay. Yes, that's right. And
Yeah.
that everyone should be over there who came up that way. Hilar is actually going to go out this way
Right.
to the front.
I still cannot control my token, Arv.
I thought I gave you control of it, but I may not have. No, I did not. I sure as heck didn't. Okay. So that should now be working for you. Double check. Can you?
Yes, he can.
Okay. You get.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't looking. Yeah, sorry, good. Lovely. Okay, so, yes, so you run up. Now, the undead, of course, you see
Yes,
destroyed
it's working.
bodies around you and everything. But other than that, there is still this sort of gray fog, and it is pretty dark. So, who have we got with dark vision?
Oh,
He
I have
asked.
it.
Yana has it. Merame, Ilarion does not, and Nissiana does not, right?
no, I don't think so.
Okay. So, Merame and Yana, I need you to make perception checks. Both of you need to do this at disadvantage, though. Not because of you, just because of the circumstances.
Disadvantage.
Roll twice, take the least. Oh, well, that wasn't so bad.
Not bad.
No.
We'll come back to that. Okay, we got a 20 out of Merame. And a 14 out. Okay, yeah, Yana, you cannot, you cannot. Oh, that's right. I was just like,
Actually,
disadvantage.
you said it's a
Six. No, you're
disadvantage,
right?
right?
So 6.
Yeah.
So
Six.
Yana, you're just like a house. I'm blind. Okay, not quite that bad, but you do not see
Terrible.
anything.
And with a
Merame,
+3 also, man.
You think you may see some movement to the west, but it is quite possible it's also retreating undead because remember, there were some that were destroyed when the big blue wave came out when you reversed the curse and pulsed out. Some of them were just destroyed, but some of the ones that were sort of stronger were not and just fled. So you might be seeing that, you don't know.
How far away do I think it is?
It's at the top of the little hill. Remember that this is in a little depression. Well,
Right.
it's on top of a hill inside a depression, if you will. So they're on the top of this little depression to the west of here. So
And that's about like how far? Like in feet?
maybe this might work out to like maybe 100 feet to the wall and then up the wall. So maybe 150 feet from you.
I'm going to try to shoot it to see if I can hit something that's going to make a noise more than.
Okay. This will 100% be a disadvantage.
That's
Long
totally
range and in the dark.
fine.
We're Legolasing it in Mordor in Moria. So
You know
While
what?
she's doing that, may I make an attempt to try to track them?
possibly yes.
She would be able to do so.
Yes, she would be able to try to do so. That's definitely true.
Correct.
Okay. Yes. So
Shooting at disadvantage. Oh, not good.
That would be an 8.
So and now Larian with the javelin. Okay.
That would
Oh,
be
I
also
didn't
be a
mean to do that,
5.
actually.
Well, I was going to
Something
say, I
else.
just had this image of both Merime and Alarian, like hitting directly Yana in the head while trying to look for things. Like, I'm sorry.
Oh, she's down. No, she's kneeling.
No,
she's
I know,
like
I know,
nowhere
I
near.
know. It's just that the
Like-
swings were so bad.
Yeah, she's like,
yes.
what am I going to shoot at? I can't see them.
Yeah, not anywhere close.
There we
I'm sorry
go.
to say, Merime. So in fact, they don't notice, which maybe is good. Maybe they don't even know you're shooting it.
For
So
the sake of just some simple bookkeeping, there's probably still a little bit of light coming from inside the house because there are still 4 glowing stones that
true.
Tantin made.
That is true. Yes, right. Yeah, it's not pitch dark for sure. It's just very obscured, and especially the farther out that you go. But yes, that is a good point. Okay, so let's see. What I would like you to do, as far as the tracking is concerned, I'm going to ask you, Yana, as you jump forward. I am going to ask you to. I have a couple different options that I can use for this, and I'm trying to think of which one.
Survival?
No, well,
Damn it.
It may end up being something like survival. Yes, actually, it will be survival.
That's what I thought. Okay.
So I'm going to ask you to make a survival check. This also is a disadvantage, Yana, but that's again not about you. It's just.
But it
about
has nothing to do with visible light. It has to
No.
do with tracks.
That's right. But these are experienced people that you're tracking. They are making an effort to hide their tracks, apparently.
okay. So still a disadvantage?
So still, sadly to say, at disadvantage.
Do I see?
Um,
Wait, Yana,
do
do you
I-
mention that you're going to track?
No, she just starts doing it.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, but you can see her going down and like looking at the footprints. Like,
Okay. I'm going to turn towards you, Yana, and say,
Got
if
it,
you
Rudna.
can find it, if you can find them, that would be absolutely great because you're an amazing tracker. And you are going to kick ass. And I give you 1 point of inspiration, so you get a d6 that you can add after you've rolled. You can decide.
Also,
Thank you.
Rudnell has just inspired you, Yana. Now,
Oh, nice.
Now you will that you have to decide to use before the roll if you're going to use that. That would basically just counteract the disadvantage. So you just
it would just be
doing
a
it flat.
natural then.
Right.
I mean, I guess let's use it now.
Okay. Seems
This would be a good time as any to use it. So
reasonable.
it's just a natural.
That's
It's just a
regular
normal roll then.
Just a
All right.
normal survival roll. That's
Okay.
right. Plus the whatever if you choose to use that. Well, so that's a 6. So it's up to you if you want to
All
use
right,
the
so-
extra.
Yes, I
inspiration.
100% do. Yes.
Okay.
Well, before you roll that, is even if you get a maximum roll on that die, is it going to be enough to make that check? Because you may not want to waste it.
Mm-hmm.
It's good for 10 minutes, the inspiration. The bardic inspiration.
Because what's the highest you could roll?
Yeah, the highest I could roll is a 6.
12.
So it'd
Yeah,
be a
so you
12.
get 12.
I mean, it just feels like it's a waste of time because everything's gonna be a disadvantage no matter what I do. So I guess I'll just leave it as is.
Well,
So-
that won't be a disadvantage. It's just that the DC might be hard. Harder than a 12 potentially. So
No, it's fine. I'll leave it alone. Let's move on.
Okay, so that's the deal, and then you see very quickly, Merime, those shapes kind of disappear in the darkness. So it's up to you, as to what. There's just kind of a general low kind of swamp style buzzing around.
May I
the
make
house.
a different type of track?
Give me 1 sec. There's a slow,
Sure.
like, sort of swamp-sized buzzing around the house, but that just seems normal. That doesn't sound like any moaning or groaning of undead or anything like that. Yes, Yana, sorry, you were going to say?
Scent?
You can try. The scent here, though, is at the moment, Yana, very overwhelming with the stench of corpses. Like, there are a lot of
Yes,
dead
but I've
things,
spent a lot
you
of
know.
time around these people. I know what they smell like. We've been with them for days.
That's true.
It is true, and they were down in the basement together, very close quarters.
We all got really friendly.
Along with blood. All right.
She is a shifter.
I will let you make one more roll at this, but this I am going to say disadvantage unless you want to use.
No.
Unless you want to. Well, I mean, you can't use it because you already used it.
Yeah.
But this one will be a
I
disadvantage.
will. Nissiana's gonna touch Yana and say, Eberron believes in you, and that's a D4.
That's kind.
I'm
You
not
think
sure
a god.
Ilarion
Ilarion
believes in
doesn't
me.
believe
So
in you.
I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
Ilarion
I was
doesn't
actually
believe at all in
looking
me.
at
But
John's face when I was saying that.
No, I just had this image of Ilarion being like, no. Anyway, okay, so now
It might be better if he did believe in him.
trying to think if those stack. I guess they would because they're different
They
kinds
do
of
stack.
inspirations.
Yeah,
All
they
right.
do
talked
stack.
about this discussion.
All right.
Yeah.
So the sisters have given you their blessings, Yana.
all right, and what is they're both +6,
So
1d6.
what's a D4?
So it's okay. So it's a
Yeah,
1d4,
yeah,
1d6. All right. So what is the roll you want me to make on this, Arv?
So it's going to be a survival check again. It will be
Okay.
at disadvantage again.
Sure. So it's a 7. I'm gonna roll both. Screw
Okay.
it. Let's
Do
get
it.
something out of all these rolls. Otherwise, what was the point?
Yeah.
Good start.
Brings it up
Okay.
to
12.
12.
Well,
Oh,
That
that's
brings
good.
it up to 15.
You'll be happy to know that's just enough.
Oh,
so,
yes!
So you
Fucking God.
So you smell. So you do catch a faint scent of one of them. In fact, if you had to guess, it might be the dwarf that had been down here that is making their way. The dwarf who's pretty badly injured, which may be why you're picking up on that scent, which is drifting sort of from the house and moving in that generally westerly direction.
So which sorry, I'm trying to hang on. So this way?
Yes, that's right. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
So I turn to them and I go, if we're gonna catch up, we need to move now. They're moving quickly, even wounded.
Arv, while all
West.
this was happening,
Yes.
while all this was happening, I went in and actually grabbed the 4 light stones from inside.
Okay.
And assuming I did the same time, came out to hear Yana say that, and Ilarion immediately starts heading out in that direction.
Yeah,
Does
she
not wait for
basically shows Ilarion and points exactly where they're going, and
Yep.
yeah, she's gonna run with him.
Is
Okay.
10 done by now? Has it been 10 minutes?
Not since you came down and found all this out. I would say it's maybe been 2 or 3
why do we need 10 minutes?
to repair
Bring
the
up
spanner.
Spanner.
We don't need 10
And we only need one.
Oh,
Oh,
one
it's
minute.
10 rounds of combat,
then
of course.
de-
Okay, so you're back
then
then.
definitely,
okay, good.
yeah. So would you run
Okay.
up Tanton after Spanner was done and good
Yeah,
to go?
once
Okay.
he's yeah.
Okay.
Brilliant. Okay, cool. Well, then let's party.
Okay, so you're able to get up and then head out. And there was something I was going to mention, but I don't
You were
remember
going to
what it was.
ask
I figured
me something, and I don't know what.
out. Yeah, I don't remember what it was either. But it'll come to me if it was important. Okay.
Now I'm going to be curious.
So let's see. Do we still have the old token for you,
Mm-hmm.
Tanton? Okay.
Don't worry about it right now. Let's go.
Okay. So, right. So you're going to be heading off to the west. Okay. So you head to the west and then up, moving at sort of a quick pace, if you possibly can. And get up to the top of the hill. Once you're up at the top of the hill, you have a little bit of a better sort of view across the land in front of you. It is still foggy and dark, not pitch dark, but still foggy and dark, but you don't also have the elevation to contend with up here. And so you can see a few different moving shapes. However, there are different groups of moving shapes, all moving away from you, but sort of all moving away from you, but there are different groups. It's possible that some of these, again, may be the undead, which are racing away from you. Well, racing being a relative term. Whereas the other one will be the ones that have, theoretically, the oracle behind them. So I will ask all of you to make perception checks for me to determine which is which. There's at least 3 separate groups that you can see. One to the southwest, one directly to the west, and one to the northwest. And I'll give you, those of you on the top of the hill, which I think is all of you, perception checks to see if you can tell which is which. This is just a straight perception check, not disadvantage.
So it's just one roll?
That's right. For each of you. Yeah.
Got it.
Okay.
Boy, roll 20 is really chugging tonight. Goodness.
Not that it matters, but I get a +1 to that skill just because of my jack of all trades, which I'm not sure how to apply on roll 20.
Okay, so you have a 5 on that?
Yeah, basically.
Okay. No, that's all right. Just making sure.
All right, so I got an 8.
Yana's got an 8.
Nissiana seeing.
Okay, so
Can I get these terrible rolls out of the way tonight?
And Tantan with a 12. Well, it's a good thing Nissiana is the only one who...
very disappointed. She's going to be able to figure it out.
It's that disappointed look that does it. It looks like the group to the west seems to be the most likely because as you sort of squint, Nissiana, you think that one of them, as they're hustling along, has some large something, and it looks like another one has got another large something. If you had to guess, you think 2 of them might be carrying the oracle, if you had to guess. But again, it's a very long, not very long, but it's a decent distance from here, so you can't be sure in this light, but you think that's what's happening.
Okay, I point to the west. I'm like, it's them.
Let's go.
And Yana's like, I said that.
Okay, so you set off. Now, you're all trying to overtake, I assume?
Real quick.
Hell yeah.
How far away are they, Arv?
About 150 feet. They took a little time to climb up, too, so I would say probably 160 feet or so. Yes, Tantan, sorry.
Nissiana has a question.
Oh, sorry, Nissiana.
Oh, well, I didn't want to interrupt the role play, but when Spanner came out, she would look at Tantan and say, can I pat him? Tell him he's a good dog?
Oh, yes, actually, you can ride him. That way you can keep up with us easier.
Yana kind of smiles at that.
Okay.
Okay.
Pat him, tell him he's a good dog, and, well, if he's small enough, let's see how uncomfortable it is getting up on the back of a dog.
He's
metal
wide
dog.
enough that, I mean, I specifically designed him to be able for Nissiana to ride.
May I use one of my ribbons so that she can hold on more easily to him and it
Sure,
would decorate him?
Okay.
Wonderful. So I use one of my
move as
ribbons.
fast as everybody else.
Yes,
That's
you
exciting.
can. As long as you're riding him, yes.
Now, now, I will say that getting all of this set means that you lose a little bit of ground. You're about 190, 200 feet behind them when you start. But now you can start, making the speed you want to. Now, my question is, how do you want to do this? Do you want to do I'm not going to give us initiative orders here, but are you going to do something along the lines of double moving every turn type of stuff? Because is that generally what people are doing or not? I just want to make sure I know.
Yeah.
We got to
It's
catch
what
up with them.
Alarian's doing, so yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm in.
So what we're going to say is, as you are moving somewhat faster than them, but not very much. And the concern is that as you go along, you've got other groups that you can see of undead, which are still basically running away, but maybe not for much longer. So here's what I'm going to suggest to the party. If you wish, you can essentially redouble. I don't think you can double, but essentially increase your pace, but you will be risking, not a guarantee, but risking a level of exhaustion if you do so, to try to overtake them faster. Your guess is that if you keep up at this speed, you'll probably overtake them in somewhere around a minute or 2. If you speed up faster, you might be able to catch them even in like 30 to 45 seconds, but there is a risk of exhaustion when you do that.
I just need to get within 120 feet of them, so I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
No, sorry, I need to get within... No, I do 60 feet of them. So
Me too.
I'm just going to get within 60 feet and then do my ice knife attack on them.
Okay. Nissiana, Larry, and Tantan.
I'm not intending to attack them except with my voice. So I'm doubling. I'm going to be scolding people. I'm not actually, well, up until they, attack me. But
Okay.
All right, well, if she's gonna double, then I'm gonna hold my actions. I don't want to get. Yeah, right. Well, if you go up there and I see her up there, then I'm not gonna attack, but I'm gonna let her get there first because honestly, I'm not here to talk. Yana is here to.
I have to think about whether
clock heads together.
I have to think about whether Spanner is susceptible to exhaustion.
He's not. He's immune.
He's immune to it. All right. Well, then, okay. Then it makes sense that he may catch up before the rest of you do.
His speed is 40, so he's faster than me.
Yeah. Okay. Then all right. So that works then. Merame, or was there a prestidigitation thing you were going to do, or is that?
No, I wanted to just see the info, but I hit the.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm still cleaning myself. I assume as I go.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. What's up,
hold on a second. Aren't they encumbered? They're hauling a 200-pound box with them. How can they possibly be out?
They are. You're not. They're not outpacing you. The question
I thought
is whether
we should be catching up on them even faster than that because they're the ones slowed, not us.
But they have a good lead on you. The reason I'm bringing this up, the reason I mention it is not you would definitely catch them. The question is whether you catch them before they fall into a pit. They're running, from what you can tell, almost recklessly. So, or if they like fall over and the oracle hits the ground. That's what I was saying. Not that you're not going to catch them. You will.
Get Spanner up there as fast as possible. If the rest of us catch up later, Spanner can kick their butts.
Okay.
Yeah, but careful, Nissiana. I'm not super comfortable.
Nissiana can kick their butts.
I'm not stopping.
I was going to say Nissiana's out of earshot. I would say.
My mind.
So
Nissiana is a woman on a mission, and I wouldn't want to be her enemy right now.
So
she is so disappointed.
I will keep the same pace, the double pace, but only the double pace right now.
I will.
Yeah.
If Nissiana speeds up, I'm speeding up with her.
I'm gonna let them do whatever they want. Yana and Altus and I are gonna go at us, but we're already exhausted enough. We don't need to actually be exhausted. But she's at this point. She's kind of like, let them start. We'll finish it. It's
that's actually a really good plan.
So they're going to get such a disappointed mom glare. It's true, Ridnell. So Spanner speeds forward, and Nissiana, I'm going to ask you to make a dexterity check for me, not a saving throw. This is not a hard one because Spanner, as Tanton has pointed out, was designed to carry you. So this is not a hard one. However, this is the first time you've ridden on a metal dog. So I think this is a reasonable.
All right, let's see. Well,
not a save, check.
Check. Okay.
Yes. That's
still better.
All right.
Yeah.
It still works out better. Okay. So that's fine. You hold on. It is a thrilling ride, Nissiana, across the landscape of the
bumpy
gray.
Ride, but I am determined. Unless you tell me I fall off, I've got hold of that ribbon, and I am gonna catch them.
Are you pumping your fist in the air? Yeah!
Actually, most likely, she is
Falcor, this is amazing!
Exactly.
got hold of the ribbon, so she doesn't fall off. She's like, "Go Spanner, good dog. We're gonna get them. Go Spanner."
The distance is eaten up below the tireless metal paws of Spanner as you race forward. And as you get close to the three gray dogs, you can see that they are indeed laboring. They are running, and it is indeed the Oracle of War, and the Oracle of War is like shifting back and forth. Like a couple times they almost pitch over into the ground. The Oracle looks like it's about to fall over and crash, and then they manage to catch it, and they already look tired too. And as you're sort of making a distance, pretty soon if they turn around, they'll see you, and they might even hear you shortly, Nissiana. So do you want to try to silent running, stealthily sneak up on them, or are you going to be like, I am so disappointed in you type of thing?
Oh, what? Wait. Actually, she's going to be like, "Gray dogs, you stop right now! How dare you!"
Okay, so
Right, little halfling on the back of.
I'm so tempted to make an intimidate check, but I don't think I'm going to do that. I think that's not reasonable. Okay.
No, she is riding on a giant metal dog.
No. It looks awesome. I just don't necessarily think it's quite the intimidation point yet. Exactly like passion. Less animal handling, more animal handling.
Persuasive than intimidating, but
So you yell that out, and the one that's trailing behind is Sprocket. It's actually Dervo and Nella. Dervo's the dwarf, Nella's the halfling, who are trying to stumble forward with the oracle. And Sprocket sort of, hears something and turns around, and then and yells at his companions. And Dervo and Nella sort of like kind of grimly, it looks like, just sort of lower their heads and try to push forward.
Don't you dare!
And eventually, I would say probably within a few seconds, maybe 5 or so seconds or so, you are quite close to them, and they seem to be not stopping. So you have a decision to make here, Nissiana, because you're going to run up right on top of them. You could try to circle around them. You could, I don't know, have Spanner spring and knock one of them over. I mean, like, you have different options.
That is actually what I would like to do, is basically have Spanner knock one of the ones that's carrying the oracle over. Not to hurt, just to make, one person can't carry that thing. I'm trying to get them to stop.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to make an animal handling check, which I think is wisdom.
It is wisdom, and I am pretty good at wisdom, though. If anybody wants to inspire me.
Exactly, Light and Passion. Excuse me, I believe that's our box.
Our talking box.
It's our talking box. Yes, and by the way, while they're doing this, you continue to hear coming from it. You continue to hear
Third
protocol activated.
Yeah, okay. So animal handling. And no
That's
one
the
is
patch.
inspiring me.
Sorry.
So I guess I shall go ahead. Oh, do I have a point of inspiration? I have a, what is that called?
A hero point?
Hero point.
This seems like a good
Hero
time
point.
to use
Can
it.
use saving throw skill after the die is rolled. Okay. All right. Well, then I'm going to see if I can do this.
You got this? Oh, wow.
17.
Okay, you're going to use it?
You know what? I don't want to hurt them. I want to stop them. So I am going to use them. I am a hero, and they are going to listen to me. So I'm going to be really freaking impressive while I do this.
It's just as well, because if you order Spanner to attack, he won't do it.
Well, I don't want to attack. So
I know.
21.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
He can
I'm
bowl somebody
basically
over.
just kind of knocking.
Okay. So, and you were now, and Dervo would be the one in the back. So you'd basically be, actually yes, Dervo's in the back. So you're basically aiming for the dwarf. So, okay, so you leap there, and I have to make a roll. See how he does. He is... Okay, not so much. Yeah, so you leap forward. There's a moment where there's just the metal, the silent metal just sort of slides almost over the air, through the air, over the ground, and then and just wallops into Dervo, who and sort of falls over and pitches. The oracle hits the ground with a terrifying crack. And Nella also hits the ground, the halfling, and kind of rolls to a stop. And Dervo is just seems to be lying there unconscious. And Sprocket and Nella kind of look at you warily, and Nella scrambles to her feet, and she draws forth her crossbow, and you can see that her arm is trembling. Nissiana,
Don't do it. Don't do it. I understand you are scared. I would have been scared too, but we survived. And the only way we're going to get out of this is to do this together. Also, you probably shouldn't steal her stuff. I am very disappointed in you. All of you.
I would like you to make a persuasion check for me. I was really hoping you were going to say, anyone who watched Book of Boba Fett, think it through.
I actually haven't watched Book of Boba Fett. I am in the second season of Mandalorian. So...
It's good. It's not as good as The Mandalorian, but it is good.
Can I guidance myself? I don't remember if I can guidance myself.
I don't think you can.
I don't think you can. Sorry, Marie, you were going to ask something else?
As soon as I see that somebody pulls a bow on Nissiana, I have my bow at the ready, but I won't shoot until they shoot. I trust my sister can handle this.
Okay.
It's
Yeah, they
just
look very
one willing
nervous, kind of.
creature.
Yeah.
I'm willing.
No, I'm pretty sure you can't guidance yourself.
Okay. All right.
I will
Well, then
confirm it
persuade.
later, but
All righty. I will persuade. Come on, be persuasive. Be minorly persuasive?
let's find out.
I'm not attacking them, but I am like in their way. And I'm
So Nella kind of like has the crossbow and then sort of then drops it, and Nella just books it into the gray, like just runs away.
Noah, no!
And
Don't do that.
and Dervo is just lying there, and Sprocket kind of
Just
well, it's all right. We can all. It's all fine. We can we can talk through, and
we can talk. We can talk. Let me see what I can do for Dervo. Just get her back. Don't let her run out there by herself. She's going to get hurt.
And so Sprocket kind of looks back, and he's like, Nella, Nella, and like the voice echoing across the gray, Nella.
Shut
Like
up.
that.
Is Yana anywhere near them at this point?
Closing
Yeah,
in
where
now.
are
I would
we?
say certainly closing in on Dervo and Nissiana and
Can she
Spanner.
hear any of that? Can she hear him?
She can hear the yelling for sure. She can certainly hear the Nella.
She goes. She looks over at Altus, and in her eyes, it's just, go and tell them to shut up. And Altus knows it immediately and bolts out in front of her.
Okay, so
Oh, this'll be
Altus is going to head in that direction. I would say that Alarian probably shows up, and Marame show up on the scene next as Nissiana is you're leaning over Nissiana over Dervo. Now, what are you doing with Dervo? Because he is definitely unconscious. He has a nasty gash in his head, and he's not moving.
I would like to make a healing check.
Okay.
Because I am good at, or medicine check.
Mm-hmm.
Just patch him up. Okay,
All right.
yes.
That's pretty
That
good.
I'm good at.
Okay, so you do manage to stabilize him. He is still unconscious. Remember that Dervo had taken a bunch of hits already, so you feel like this guy is at the end of his tether. But he is not in any danger of death. So you
there you go.
stabilize him, and at this point, Marame, as I mentioned, shows up. So does Yana. Altus is running ahead. Tantin, you, I would say, arrived just thereafter, so you can come to see.
He wasn't double moving.
Okay, so all right, so he's just going at a regular pace. Okay,
He's just
Is
very dangerous over
Altus
short
there?
distances. Yeah, I'm sorry. Say again.
Is Altus there?
Yeah, Altus, I would say, is there by now.
When Altus, doesn't really have a gender. I keep forgetting that. Well, I don't know if he does or doesn't. I haven't really figured it out. But when Altus arrives, I'll just say he for now. He looks at both of them and says, "Please, would you refrain from shouting in the gray?"
And they can see his form, yes, now that he's
Oh
manifested.
yeah, he's visible.
So, but it's the first time I'm pretty sure that he's made himself visible. So Sprocket like just literally and trips backward and says, "Oh, what's going on? Why is there a fox? There's a blue fox, dangerous fox." Like
He would have been visible anytime she does. And so the way we've been playing it, he's visible whenever she does spells. Whenever we're out of combat, he goes back up onto Yana unless she determines him to show up.
Okay, I was imagining it as, obviously I knew all the stuff with the bracelet and with the necklace.
Yeah.
But I was not imagining that the fox was visible beyond those moments. Okay. Either way, he's still freaked out.
Yeah, I mean, it still would freak him out. I'm sure.
He's still
It's
freaked
like,
out regardless. So he kind of falls backwards, and Dervo is still unconscious, and Nella is just, bolting into the. Into the.
I would just say mechanically, or maybe we can clear this up later. I don't know if we ever did, but like at lower levels, he is more confined to what he can do. But he can, like by the time we get to level 20, I assume he'll basically be like, around all the time. Like he doesn't need to return to the jewelry form. It's just an easier way for him to get around between combats.
Gotcha.
But in this case, we're just trying to use him a little bit. And then so he further says, "Please remain calm." And then he looks around and sees the other one running off and goes, "Why is that one running?" And kind of looks at Nissiana.
I'm assuming they're away from us.
No, I'm talking about the one that you saw was like you talked to and yeah.
Rocket?
No,
Yeah.
Nella, the one.
Would you like me to retrieve that one?
Are you asking Nissiana?
Yes.
Yeah, she's in danger. Don't hurt her.
I was not planning to. The gray can do that by itself. And he sort of goes after him. Her,
Okay.
him, her. What?
Her.
Her.
Got it.
Okay.
Are we there now?
And
Now
at that
you've
point, I think
I'll
Yana
get
should
to you in a
probably
second,
be by Yana should be there by now, right?
Yes, Yana would have arrived, and Ilarion, you've arrived by now. Altus is on his way.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Merime
follow
is there as well.
Altus. I'm gonna follow Altus after that because that's not gonna go well. I can almost guarantee it.
Okay. So Ilarion goes after Altus. Merime, are you you've arrived on the scene. Anything in particular you want to do?
Well, I'm gonna high five my sister because she did awesome, and
Okay.
also be like, because I've been very terrified. But I'm gonna go check that the Oracle of War is okay.
Okay. When you sit down, when you sort of kneel down over the Oracle of War, you hear third protocol activated. So you
It's
continue
fine.
it's doing the same thing. However,
Yana hisses when she hears that.
however, there seems to be, and let me pull up the picture of it. Let me actually increase the size of that to a recognizable size. So the box itself looks to be in pretty good condition, but the trumpet, the speaking trumpet, is bent.
Oh.
It's bent to the side. Now you still, hear the sound, but the sound is not emanating from the speaking trumpet. The sound is emanating from somewhere inside the box.
Okay. Well, I'll point it out to Tanton when he catches up.
Okay.
Because I'm not, I know my limits.
Okay.
And he is the expert.
Okay.
May Yana do something, or is there more you need?
Yes,
wanted to do?
Yana can
I'll
do
make it quick.
something, and then I'm gonna have Tanton talk next, and then we'll get to Altus.
Sure. So who's the one that Nissiana healed?
Dervo, who is currently unconscious.
So she not looking angry. She doesn't need to be. Everyone else is. Kind of goes over to Dervo and gets down, like squats down
Okay.
to him.
He is
kind of-
unconscious, correct?
He is unconscious.
I thought he was awake.
He is unconscious.
No, I said
He's
unconscious.
Unconscious.
Yeah.
He's stabilized.
Oh.
not
He's
bleeding out.
stabilized.
So who's
Yeah,
the
not
so
awake.
who's the other person who's here then?
That would be Sprocket, who is very much freaked out. The sort of mini Warforged, essentially.
Are they close
Yeah.
to each other?
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty close.
She just kind of looks at Devo and then looks at Sprocket and looks back at Devo and goes, "Where exactly did you intend to take that?"
Well, we didn't. It wasn't. We weren't sure.
Was it a hard question?
Yeah. Nella said money somehow if we could get it. She said everyone was going to die with the undead and everything, and we had to take it. And I was just running with them. So
She interrupts him and looks right at him and goes, "You might yet die anyway. Wait until your boss gets here."
and just kind of falls silent.
Don't say another word unless you mean it.
And just
You'll have a lot to answer for soon.
kind of
Trust
clams
me.
up. Tanton, at this point, I would say you arrive, and then I'll come to Altus next, and Larian right behind Altus. So you arrive, Tanton, and you see an stabilized dwarf, a Merime looking, maybe a trifle concerned over the Oracle of War, which is listing to one side on the ground. And you see Ilarion and apparently what might be Altus running after something else. Also, there's a very freaked out Sprocket looking kind of, eyes wide at Yana.
It's going to take him a few seconds to catch his breath because he's definitely tubby. And he's still bleeding profusely.
Right.
So he's just
Wait, didn't I heal you?
no.
Nope.
Wait.
Wait. If you look up in the chat, one of the note that you left at the end of the last thing was heal Tanton. Do this.
Yeah.
I, in fact, have not. That is where my one healing spell is supposed to go. It's to fix you. Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry.
And I knew that, and I was like, I should tell her. Nah. He was working on Spanner, so
Trendane working overtime to make sure that new character that he has in the wings shows up this session. So
he's an awesome Minotaur. He's gonna be so fun when we get in teeny tiny little hallways and stuff. And he's
Is it fan service when it's service for Tren, the actual player?
So, yeah, he's just kind of like finally catches up, and it's just like leaning on something. And he looks over at the Oracle and sees that it's damaged, and looks over at Sprocket, who's really the only conscious one of the group.
Yeah, pretty
that's
much
here. And he's like, I'm generally a very jovial person. You have about 7 seconds to explain yourself to me before I pull my crossbow out and shoot you in the throat.
And when he says that, Yana just looks right over at him and says, "See, told you."
It was Nella said,
Stop. Take a breath, calm down, and explain yourself clearly.
The undead kept coming, and so we heard the Oracle of War was making these things, saying these things.
Yes,
about,
I heard it too.
Third protocol activated. You hear it again in the background.
Yes.
And so Nella said that they were all done for. We were going to die unless we escaped, and that we needed to make some money somehow, and we needed to get rid of this thing. So, and we could just run with it, and maybe we were taking it off your hands, she said. And so I didn't know what to do.
No. Tell me this now. This Nella, where is she?
He
and Yana just
points with one. Yeah. At the same time, Nella does
at Altus.
Sprocket also points at Altus, like in that direction.
And so she ran off and left you here, abandoned you.
Well, and Sprocket for roll an insight check for me, please, Tanton.
Where is the other guy?
Inside.
Which one, Durbo?
No, their boss. Oof.
No, there was only 3. Remember, one of them was
4.
dead before, so there are only 3. The 4th one is Halar, and that's your boss.
Yeah. Where is Halar?
Well, Halar is not. Halar is probably going to be coming. You don't know yet. Halar is not there yet.
Well, Halar is probably going to kill all of them. So
he was on the front porch. He may not get a chance. Tanton is very angry with these people.
Okay, so 4. All right, that doesn't. So
he also doesn't care. That's why the beauty of that 4 is new.
Greg,
so, yes.
Because I'm kind of paying attention to the conversation, would I be able to insight? I'm not talking, but I'm paying attention.
If you're paying attention, by which you mean you're looking at them, like
I am.
Okay, then yes,
I would be too, technically.
Okay, I'll let the two of you make insight checks then.
And I get advantage on insight, so that's why I was asking.
I don't get jack. 14.
20 on my.
Oh, sorry, 13.
Yeah, Yana, something seems to shift a bit in Sprocket, but Merime, you definitely pick it up. Sprocket's shoulders slump, and Sprocket looks sad, is the way you would describe it. And Sprocket just looks towards the ground and says, "Well, that's what happens in the gray. Everybody abandons everybody. That's how it works." And just sort of stares at the ground.
Us.
Because here we are with you.
Exactly.
And so Sprocket kind of slowly looks up and says, "Yeah, but then you're going to kill me because we didn't make the escape. And so now I'm dead. And it's all because of Nella.
Did
kinda
you
looks down.
steal the Oracle from us? Bearing in mind, it's right there.
Yes.
No, it's right there.
What? What do you
I
mean?
too.
And you looks over and you hear third protocol activated, and kind of looks up and, well,
Here's what I'm willing to do for the sake of your life. I am willing to believe that you, who are still here with that, were just helping us to move it a little faster than we were perhaps prepared for. However, if you wish to choose to stick to the initial plan that you were trying to steal it from us, then we go back to my original plan, which is to shoot you in the throat.
I would like, and so Sprocket, and you can see there's a moment of, on its strange face, there's sort of things pass across it that you don't really follow, sort of like kind of winces and then like kind of shakes its metallic head, and then I don't want to die, and I'm sorry we stole it. I guess it was a stupid thing to do.
Yes.
Yes.
The Grey
Yes.
Dogs are dead as a group anyway. We always knew this day would happen. It's too bad. We were a good group once, you know.
Right. What are you going to do now?
Well, what do you want me to do?
Grow a
That-
spine.
That doesn't help. What
I-
can you do now to help this situation?
I can help you carry it if you want me to.
We'll start there.
He kind of slowly gets to his feet. All right. You're sure you're not just going to shoot me when I turn around, right? I'd rather you
Just-
do it to my face if you're going to.
Well, if you will stop reminding me, perhaps I'll forget about it.
Kenton,
What?
do you mind if I heal you? You're probably in an awful lot of pain.
Yes.
Okay, let me do that. Well, Turvo gets himself together. Okay?
Mhm.
And when you're done that, Tent, and the Oracle seems to be a bit banged up on the trumpet area.
Don't think we have time to fix it here.
Third
That's fine.
protocol activated.
Just wanted you to know.
Maybe stuff something into that damn noisemaker. Cure wounds.
Yana just walks right over to, why can I not remember his name? I'm sorry.
Durvo?
Sprocket.
Sprocket.
Now is the
Yeah.
time in Sprocket's been done.
What he does.
Yes. Basically, she just looks at him and goes,
And
Kenton, you have 13 hit points back.
Yup.
And now I have no healing spells.
so 24. Okay.
One.
and
Three-
just walks away.
Okay, and so you can see Sprocket kind of like doesn't watch you go, but you see sort of Sprocket looking at you. As Nissiana
And she's
uses her
walking
last-
over to where Altus is.
Well, Altus is running ahead, so you're
Yeah,
just
I know,
gonna
I know.
walk
But
in
she's
that general-
following.
Okay,
She's
walk in that
following
general
towards
direction.
Altus. Yeah.
I was gonna say
They can't
Nissiana
get too
uses-
far away from each other.
No, that's fine. Nissiana
Or,
uses her last heal and 3 death trolls attack. I'm just kidding. That's not what happened.
What? Wait, what?
Just joking.
Quick bookkeeping. The 4 temporary hit points I had from whatever spell it was that
Right.
Mary May had, I still have them.
That lasts for, let me just check my spell. That lasts for it only lasts for 2 minutes, so they went away.
Yeah, so it would have been gone by now.
Okay, no problem.
So you're at 24 out of 25, Tanton, I think.
Correct.
Okay. So all
Yeah,
right.
and that extra 4 hit points is because I'm an excellent healer and I get a special plus to my healing that we haven't quite figured out how to put into the.
Right.
You are an excellent healer. That's true. Hi, Live Suing. Okay, so let's move forward to Altus then, and Alarian's right behind. And Altus catches, sort of is gaining steadily on Nella. And then as you're sort of moving forward, and Nella is just sort of, going and going, suddenly Nella gives a cry and vanishes from sight. like disappears in the ground. And as Altus comes up, because Altus was pretty close, you can see that Nella is on the bottom of what looks like a pit. It is clear that this pit was originally covered, so like it was clearly intended to be this sort of a trap. Probably fortunately for Nella, there's no spikes or anything at the bottom of it, but it is a 10-foot pit. She does look hurt, although not unconscious. But definitely something set up this thing to do what this did. And so
Altus
you're now
gets to the
looking
edge of the
down on
pit
it.
and
Yeah.
kind of looks down at her and says, "As you can see, it would be in your best interest to stick with us, don't you think?"
And Nella sort of looks up, and you're that strange fox that sometimes shows up with Yana, right?
Altus is what they call me.
Yeah. Well, you've caught me. You better come down here and just tear out my throat then.
I did not do anything. You ran. Fell in the pit on your own, you did. But we are willing to rescue you if you do exactly as we ask.
I mean, that's fine. You can rescue me if you're just going to kill me again anyway.
What sense would that make?
As much sense as the Grey does.
And as much sense as you trying to steal the Oracle.
You were going to get killed, all of you. And the Oracle was going to be lost to them, and we was all going to die too. That's how it goes.
Have you ever heard of the human saying, strength in numbers?
Have you ever heard the Grey saying that the only thing a back's good for is a knife in it? That's what it's like out here, you know.
Yes, we have been here much in the last few days, but we have gotten out together, and we will continue to do so, if you trust us.
And so she kind of lowers her head as Ilarion, you come up alongside, slow to a stop alongside Altus, who's looking down into this pit. And you can see that Nella is down there kind of looking down on the ground, looking clearly having been hurt, but not, not dead or in imminent danger of death.
Give us your word you won't try to do that again, and I will promise to get you out of the Grey. What becomes of you after that is entirely up to you and those who speak for you.
She kind of looks up and sees you, Ilarion, and and she says to you, Altus, well, will he go along with it? Sorry, will they go along with it? I beg your pardon.
That is up to them. But we are together. We make decisions together. They do not speak for all of us, just as I do not speak for the rest of them. But I speak for myself when I say, I will see you safely out of the Grey, as I would with Yana or anyone else I can trust. I am saying now, if I cannot trust you, I will not have to kill you. I will just leave you in this pit, alone, with what you did to us. Betrayal is a terrible bedfellow.
I need Altus, and this may have to, I don't know whether we have stats for Altus for this.
I think he shares the stats with Yana.
Okay, so I need him to make a persuasion check for me, please. Yana also will be arriving on the scene fairly soon.
Mm-hmm. You said persuasion?
Yeah.
Got it. That's a 21.
So Nella kind of looks and sighs heavily and is like, everything about this job has been a mess. And she says, I promise not to run, not to steal from you. If you just don't kill me and take me out of the gray. And Alarian, you're there, so you can do it. You can just continue to observe silently if you want. It's up to you. But
what say you, tall creature? And he looks over at Alarian. Or they, yeah, he looks over at Alarian. He looks at they. I'm confused. Yes. Alarian, what do you say to them? I said they, didn't I?
You said they, not
yeah, but
them.
he looks at they. He looks at they. No, he looks at them. Right.
They look at us. I look confused. Let's. What do you want to do, John?
You know my name is Eberron. As I know your name is Altus, I am not tall creature. Looks a little affronted at that.
Altus doesn't say anything. He just keeps looking at Alarian.
How deep is the pit, Arf?
10 feet.
10 feet.
And
Yana has rope. She's bringing rope with her. So.
And you can see Alarian clearly was designed for this, like set to do this.
And how big is the pit? Actually, that's the other thing. How big is the pit?
It's 10 by 10. It's about 10 feet
all right,
across.
that's fine. They jump down, which is not hard for them at all. I'm 7 feet by myself anyways.
Okay.
And then goes over to, what's her name again? I can't
Nella.
remember that either. Nella. All right. And she said she looks hurt, like what, leg, arm?
Yeah,
Something?
leg, although it looks like she can stand. She's wincing, but and looks, again, hurt but not dead or unconscious.
And she's a halfling, right?
Yes, correct.
They passed for halfling. All right. Alarian kneels down. He still looms over her, or they do, but not quite as much as it's standing. And glances back at Altus. The fox spirit is correct. No one is going to hurt. I will agree to the terms that were bartered before I arrived. So let's get you out of here and get you back with your people. They're still, as far as I know, in one piece. We can discuss what's going to happen once we're all together again. Come on.
And Nella kind of sighs and then takes a deep breath and clambers up, since I think that's what you're.
All I'm going to do is put her in my hands, and if I raise them over my head, she can step out of the pit.
Okay.
That'll be over 10 feet easily.
Yeah, she does that, and she's wincing as she kind of gets up into the, but is able to do that.
And then I will climb out next.
Okay.
Shouldn't be all that difficult. If you want me to make a check, I can. But
No,
I don't think it's going to be that.
Because I think you have time enough to do it.
And
By the time you
7
do
feet,
that,
10. Yeah, exactly.
Yana comes up and
Yana
just
arrives at this point.
sort of touches Altus, and they share a moment that doesn't, require words. And as she touches him, he returns back to her ear, left side.
Okay. And so at that point, you are up there, and are the two of you, Yana and Alarian, now going to take your newly recovered quarry back with you to the others, or what is the plan?
Yeah, I think so.
Is it a leg? Is her leg the one that's hurt?
It's her leg. Yeah, she's limping on it. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna pick her up and set her on my shoulder and just start going.
Okay.
We'll move and I'll just say, we'll move faster this way.
Okay.
And we head back.
Okay. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, as they say, Marame and Nissiana and Tantan have been working with. Well, Nissiana has been making sure that Dervo's okay, I guess. And Marame, Tantan, once you have sort of attended to what you needed to with the others, are you then going? Like, I guess I'm wondering if Marame is talking to Tantan about the Oracle or what.
I pointed it out, and Tantan said he wasn't sure we'd have time to do it now, so I think I would turn my attention to seeing if I can spot Hilar, noticing that he doesn't seem to be there.
Right. Make a perception check for me, please.
Hey, Hilar, how's it going? Are you dead?
You'll see
No?
him
Great.
way back on the porch, just kicking back with a beer, going,
Yeah.
dead.
There's some great beer here. Okay, well, let me just make sure normal. Okay,
Well,
perception.
just another shit day in the gray. He says, no, I'm just.
There's a +1 to that, so it's
Okay.
18.
Yeah, you do see a figure heading towards you, and after a moment, you can see that it is definitely Hilar's easy sort of rolling gait, but he seems to be carrying something with him over his shoulder. And as he gets closer, you can see that it is a rather large sack that he has over his shoulder that he's carrying with him.
I'm gonna go meet up with him.
And as he does, he looks up and he says, I see you managed to recover the Oracle. And what's left of the Grey Dogs, apparently?
Yeah, the others are working on getting the missing halfling back. I'm sure they will in one way or another. What are you carrying?
He says, everything that might make a difference, or at least from what I can tell. We've got in here, let's see, and he kind of puts the sack down, and the sack makes an unfortunate squishing sound when it hits the ground, and he kind of opens the sack, and he's like, well,
Zombie steak.
He's like, I have, not too far off, he's like, I have a couple of parts here, not to put too fine a point on it. We're going to need to analyze this when we get back to civilization. For one thing, we've got this thing, looks like a zombie arm. We got the head of this other creature, and basically we need to bring some of this along. If it's true that Karnath has gotten back into the business of necromancy, Braylon needs to know it, and so do we as far as that's concerned.
I think it's pretty clear that at least some of Karnath is getting back into the business of necromancy.
Well, I can't tell if this is old, though, but I can't tell if this is old or new. It might have been this was just frozen here in time. And I hope so, Maramé, because if that ain't true, and if this, and he kind of points to the sack from which an unfortunate stench is already rising from the inside of it, he says, if that ain't true, we got a lot of talking to do, because that means war is going to hit us first.
Hilar, just before we, as he gathers his dead pieces again.
Yeah.
I'm all for making sure, of course, that the king is aware of what's happening. But we're still in agreement that the Oracle of War is a powerful and dangerous tool, and none of us want to go back to the wars as they were.
Absolutely. I don't
Perfect.
deny it.
I just want to make sure I trust you.
He said, and he kind of smiles and puts a hand on your shoulder, and he says, let me tell you, Maramé, that I am not in the business of running off with things that ain't mine. This doesn't belong to anyone. If anything, it ought to belong to history. But we need to work for the people we work for. But yeah, I'm no fool. We're not going to do anything we shouldn't be with this. I don't suppose the rest are killing off what's left of the Grey Dogs, are they?
No, that's not the business that we're in. What do you know about the Grey Dogs? What business are you in when it comes to them?
Grey Dogs used to be one of the better-known companies in Salvation, salvage company like any other. They would go into the Grey, they would gather stuff, they'd bring it back. They were reliable and for the most part trustworthy, but this business does something to someone. You go and do it enough, and eventually, I don't know, something about that Fireweave Bazaar. I felt it even when I walked in. There was kind of an aura. It just does something to you after a while, I guess. I ain't making excuses. They're going to have to face justice for their crimes.
They are. Were you there for them, or were you there for the Oracle of War?
And he smiles. He said, originally, I was there for them. And part of the reason I was there was because I had been asked to find them, to do a favor for someone back in Salvation. Of course, once we found out it was the Oracle of War, that became my number one priority. Even though I thought it was a good thing we were saving him, mostly I wanted to make sure the Oracle didn't have anything happen to it. But I didn't know anything like this was there until we found it.
So who are you doing a favor for then in Salvation?
And he smiles and he says, well, Garunda. See, I got back and Garunda told me that she had sent someone out already, and I knew she had to be speaking about you. The problem was when she mentioned what this place was, I got worried. Fireweave Bazaar's got an evil name to it. There are all kinds of things that went wrong. You saw it yourself. And, well, I'd heard from back home that there had been Warforged activity. In fact, I heard something else from home, too. I got a little surprise for you when we get back, you and the others, when we get back to Salvation. I think travel's going to be getting a whole lot easier unless I miss my guess.
Oh, that's exciting. And I don't disagree with you about the Fireweave Bazaar. And I remember what it was like, in the war. And I remember how hard some days were. But remember that despite all the darkness there were some really good things too. We had a pseudo dragon who sacrificed himself to help us. We had someone who tried to dress us to the best of its abilities. Like there were a lot of good things there too. So just you know, keep that focus, not necessarily all on the darkness happening around us, because that will swallow you all.
And he smiles for a moment, and again broadly, and he says, "The funny thing about you, Maramé, is that you've somehow managed to go through hell and back, and the hells and back, and you still don't seem to have any of the taint to the hells on you. I don't totally understand how that works. Is it that loot you carry, or maybe your sword?"
Who knows, a little bit of hope and humanity, but also, you know what, there's so much good. I mean, look, I'm traveling with my sister. I've met up with you again. Look at all these great people. I mean, it doesn't matter. Just stay connected with the now, but don't just look at the negative. It's easy to get lost in that.
And he nods slowly, and he says, "Now you see, if the gray dogs had that attitude, we wouldn't have run into what we ran into just now. I appreciate the advice. I won't go in the darkness, at least more dark than this." And he kind of looks around at the looming, shadows and everything around you.
I'll keep reminding you, don't you worry.
And with that, they turn, I assume you turn and kind of return to the others. So yes, now Hilar arrives on the scene, and that probably everybody arrives at the same time, more or less, as Alarian and Yana, with Nella on Alarian's shoulder. And at this point, Dervo is gradually coming back to consciousness, Nissiana, but like it's very woozy. Like, sort of, you might be able to ask questions, but you don't know that you're going to get any coherent answers.
Oh, I'm not. I'm just
I figured. I'm just letting you know. Yeah.
And then I'm going to stuff something soft in that damn horn.
So you do that, and you still hear third protocol activated.
That's okay. If we can muffle the sound somewhat, that's what I'm trying to do.
Third protocol. No, I'm just kidding. It doesn't. just kidding. So Tantin, while this is happening, Spanner silently pads up to you and kind of, and you can see the metal head kind of tilts a little bit, and just sort of looks at you and then looks back at Nissiana and then does the circles several times and then just curls up with a sound of metal movement on the ground. And what are you doing, by the way, now, Tantin, that you've...
He is walking around the Oracle of War several times, and he is using his various tools, and he's drawing arcane symbols in the ground around it.
Okay.
In a circle.
Okay. All right. Anyone else want to say anything now that you're all connected together and the Oracle, such as it is here?
Nope.
I will tell Tantin, Spanner is awesome. So awesome. Did you see how fast I went?
He says that. No,
Spanner
he
says
say
that.
Yeah.
Somehow meows like a cat.
He's
voice box
working
can be
on
modified.
Yeah, he's working on different languages. Yeah.
Still got some kinks in the system we got to work out a little bit.
No,
I only had one sound vial available. It wasn't exactly the right one, unfortunately.
Tantin doesn't respond. He seems incredibly focused on what he's doing.
Okay. Well, then I will leave him alone.
Any of the rest of you?
Once everyone's settled down, okay, well, first of all, what the hell are we doing? Are we stopping here, or are we going to keep moving? And that's...
Yana says move.
Yes.
She wants to get out of here now, yesterday. As quickly as possible. Like, yes, she's ready to go.
Except we have, like, our spellcasters are very low, if not empty.
I'm out.
But we have no shelter here either.
It would be nice to take
going back to the Shutter house.
I was going to say, that's perfectly
I mean,
safe.
we just told everybody, hey, we're going to get you out of here. The best way to not do that is to go back into the thing they just ran from.
We never said when, first of all. Just to get them out of here.
My point still stands.
Yeah, no kidding. But we can't stay out here.
Aren't all the undead now fleeing that house? So they will not come back. So
For how long? And what happens when they stop fleeing? Then they start wandering around aimlessly. I hate the idea of random encounters. But we're in no shape to keep going is the problem.
Well, I think from what we heard or read that this would basically it stopped the attraction, so they should just keep leaving the house alone. The
Right.
undead.
Actually, the house is technically the safest place to be right now. Exactly.
It has a roof too. That's kind of nice. It's got a lot of blood and gore and puke. I mean, that's nice.
There were other rooms that were not covered in blood and gore, as I recall.
I just remember the blood and gore. I'll be real honest here.
Well, to be
Yana
fair,
just
We're
is.
not covered in anything.
I
Yana
can
just kind of looks
prestidigitation.
at Alarian and just says, "Be thankful you can't smell it."
I am.
She kind of goes,
prestidigitation on everything.
On
Yes.
everything.
Prestidigitation. Everything is prestidigitation. Okay.
Well, at some point, yeah, Nissiana would be like, Meremy, you're kind of gross right now.
I did clean myself as I was
Yeah.
running.
Oh,
did say
okay.
Because focus, clean.
Well, okay. From this point, what is the quickest way back to where we need to go?
Well, if you were to go straight east, you would end up back at the house in maybe, I don't know, 10 to 15 minutes walk.
No,
would
I
be my
mean
guess.
back to
back to Salvation.
Salvation.
If you're doing that quickest way would be just directly west and west slightly angling to the southwest. And your best guess is that it is nighttime. If you continue to walk through the night, this does have you might be able to get out of the gray if all goes well in a few hours because you had made some good progress before you reach this. The good news is that because this is like a moor, right? I mean, you can see for a long way in either direction except for the darkness and the sort of foggy weather, but it's not, there's no obstacles clear. There's just scrub brush and small rocks and things around here.
Are we at the same level of risk in the daytime as we would be at night in here? Like, I mean, do we know that for any, like, I mean, is there anything about walking at night that would put us at more danger than just like waiting till what we would assume would be daytime?
Is that a question for me or for...
Yeah, that's a question for you. Ara.
I mean, your knowledge of it, Yana, is that the gray is the gray, right? I mean, whether you're doing this night or day,
It really doesn't.
it doesn't matter.
It's dangerous no matter what.
Although it's always dangerous to make any assumptions about the gray in any direction. But yes, it seems like it doesn't make a big difference between night and day.
Well, no. I guess I didn't phrase that properly. My apologies. But what I'm saying is, from what we know of the gray, from how we've experienced it thus far, we haven't seen anything to make it like, it's like don't go into the woods at night. Do we have any reference of that is at all true with this?
Not to this point, no.
Then we should just go. Then we should just move as quick as we can and get the hell out of here because it doesn't matter whether we're in the daytime or nighttime.
Okay, whether it was daytime or nighttime, we have no healing and we have no magic. We have very little magic. It would be a smarter choice to go back to the house, even though it's gross, sleep, and then finish the day-long. It was a day-long walk.
Yeah, less than that. It probably is more like 3-4 hours to get out.
Because
If that's okay.
we will most likely run into something on the way back.
Yana disagrees, but if everybody else wants to do that, she'll follow along with the rest of the party. That's Yana's point
Well,
of view.
this is the point where I look at Alarian and make him make a decision.
It's not Alarian. I mean, it's not Alarian's decision. It's the party's decision. But it sounds like I'm going to be outvoted, so that's fine.
Well, what's Tanton doing right now?
You see Tanton doing a ritual while chewing a candy bar.
Okay, that was interesting. All right, so Alarian nods at Nissiana. Mary Hawksmore looks at you.
I have to agree with my sister. I understand both points of view, definitely, but if we encounter anything, we have no healing. I have no spells left either. Tanton could use a bit more sleep, I suppose, although no, now you look pretty healed. And I mean, the gray dogs could use a bit of healing as well, and they could be useful in a battle if they were actually not half dead as well.
Yana, just realizing that she's losing this argument, just looks at the three who betrayed them and just stares at all three of them and basically utters this. Don't run again. Am I clear?
So Sprocket is the, and Nella kind of sullenly doesn't respond, but doesn't doesn't obviously reject what you said, just as sort of, and Dervo, it looks like has just recently re-entered the room, if you know what I mean. Like Dervo's a little out of it, so you think Dervo may have understood that, but yeah. Sprocket very clearly got the message loud and clear.
And then she just looks back at the party and goes, fine. We stay.
Larry goes to Tanton and taps him on the shoulder. Taps him on the shoulder. You cast the carrying spell for this?
At almost that exact point, Tensor's floating disc comes up underneath the lifts up underneath the thing. It's like, let's go.
Back to the house, sir.
What?
Or you want to go back to
He didn't
I love
hear
the idea
any
he
of
just
the
figured it.
conversation.
He's like, what?
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. Whichever way we go, I don't care. Let's go.
Well, it's a choice of taking a long rest in the necromancer's house or going with what limited resources we have right now back to salvation.
And our resources are very limited.
Our healers cannot heal. While I do not agree, it leaves us vulnerable.
I also can't inspire right now. I can sing. Oh, I can sing, but I can't inspire you.
And
Well,
he looks at the
Eberron is always here.
So he looks at the what remains of the gray dogs, and especially at Sprocket. And as he's turning to start walking back towards the house, because it seems like that's where the majority of the party is thinking about going, he just kind of is spinning a crossbow bolt between his fingers and turns and walks towards the
When Yana sees that, she kind of under her breath, like it's almost invisible and inaudible, but it's just ever so slight that she's taking as much joy as she possibly can with that without it showing.
All right. So as you all return to the house, this is a good moment to pause for a second and welcome everybody who is here. Welcome to day 14 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond. This is the Infinity Beyond crew playing Eberron Oracle of War as we begin the third protocol, part 1. This is the first part of the final part of season 1 of Eberron Oracle of War. And I am joined
Not
as always
confusing at all.
yeah, everyone got that? And the mortar and the pestle is the brew that is true. But always pleasure to have with me Trendane Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, John Halfers, Jennifer Brozek, and Darkside Rob with me. And
Thanks, I hate it.
We'll be here for a while longer. But welcome, everyone, and I hope you folks are enjoying yourselves. And thank you, chat, for being here as always. When you get back to the house itself is there. There are no undead around it other than the dead ones, the really actually dead ones this time. And you were able to go in and, to a degree, sort of make things serviceable for the night. Hilar Brissal agreed, by the way, with the premise of the idea of going back to the house. And you've all had a chance now to see the sack. Hilar does not complain about having taken the sack with him, but the sack of body parts, basically, that he's got with him, and he ties it up and places it in one corner. And there's definitely enough room that you'll all be able to find places. I was trying to think of which is the least disturbing place in here to sleep. Like, is it the yellow couch in front of the displacer beast head that spewed blood, or is it down below on the slabs where all the coffins were?
The couch was destroyed.
That's right.
Yeah, Yana's going into the piano room because there was nothing that happened in there.
The kitchen and the piano room are the two best rooms.
The feet, that's right.
Aren't covered in
hang
gore.
out in the barrel of water with the knives.
And also the nice thing about the
one single spot. And I'm gonna just pass out there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm cleaning some stuff up so that there's nice, and then I gently sing whoever goes to sleep first. And we'll make sure that Nissiana has no nightmares by singing a nice lullaby about something happy and green.
Okay. Not zombie green.
Yana,
Other green.
That's
Yana
zombies.
likes that, there's just these, 2 ways to get in and out. So she's going to put herself here and, basically keep her eyes toward that exit. But also, there's no other way for anybody to get in. So at least, when somebody does come in, she'll have 2 ways to get out.
Okay.
But that's where she's going to try to get some rest.
I can ritualize purifying
whoops.
any food and drink we have so that whatever we eat and drink, it is safe. But it takes me, the 10 minutes to make our iron rations or whatever they are.
We got time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have rations also. So
Okay.
And I share mine with the gray dogs if they don't have any, because I may be disappointed, but I'm not cruel.
Yeah, they really don't. And they seem, especially Nella, seems a little surprised that you are sharing this food with them. And also, yes, Nella, wouldn't a zombie lung work in a pinch as a memory foam pillow? It's air-filled. that is, man, that's good stuff, Rudnell, and deeply troubling. So yes, you were able to do that. And this time, I'm curious about securing the Oracle, Tanton, if there's anything you're doing differently this time in terms of what, like I have this image of you sleeping on top of the Oracle, just on top of this thing, but.
Well, for one thing, he's sitting with it for a good long while because here he feels like he can work on it.
Okay. Third protocol activated. With the stuffed thing, right?
Actually, if
it's like a
Maria
stir or something.
can clean up the back room where I got
Yeah.
sprayed, shall we say, we can
Yeah.
put the Oracle and Tanton back there.
And keep them safe.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I will clean that up, and It doesn't
Prestidigitation is a wonderful thing.
it is. I will make
Okay.
sure that it's nice.
One note, Tintin, by the way, as you're doing this work, so it is a little muffled, but again, it's not as muffled as you might expect because it seems like the sort of vibrations of the sound are coming from somewhere within the body of this thing, not just through the horns. I'm just letting you know that.
Yep,
And the
I
trumpet
figured.
is bent, which I had mentioned to you already. So you said you were gonna. So when you say you're working on it, like what are you doing?
Well, that's part of it. He's trying to repair whatever might be damaged, but he's also really spending a lot of time focusing on it to try to figure out what the third protocol is. If there is anything in it, on it, anywhere,
Right.
that will explain what the third protocol is and how he can control this thing more effectively.
Okay. I am going to ask you. I'm going to ask you to make an investigation check for me, I think. And yeah, thanks for the boost, by the way. We got a stream boost just now, so thank you to everyone in chat who made that
Yay.
happen, and welcome new folks.
Sweet.
You are watching one of the best D&D campaigns on Twitch. That's not me being arrogant. It's just because we have great players. So I am talking them up, as I always do, because they're great.
Not just because ours is the DM either.
Oh, well, thank you.
That what?
What?
What now?
Yeah, let me bring my
Who shot who in the what now?
here. All right.
Well, it looks
so
like you
what
rolled
does
an
that,
Yeah.
What does that dice say?
It looks like it says
And-
18.
That's weird.
And what does that say?
That's what I see on my screen too. I
That's
see
been
18 on
that's
the
been
dice.
happening all night. When
I've-
Roll20 has issues, it's been way off from
Let me
what
try
it's been
something.
showing on the graphic.
Let me try something.
That's funny.
And that's supposed to be a 4, and it looks like an 18. Well,
Well,
that's
my
right.
7 rolled a 7.
Weird.
Yeah.
Well,
Good for
I mean,
you.
the one that counts is the roll in the column. So,
We're all doing it. Okay. Yeah. It's
we
the
have been
column
going
roll.
with the
That's-
column roll. Yeah.
Right. It's just weird.
just try to break it. Success.
Oh, my.
All right, we rolled 100 though, so we're all good. Okay. I don't know. Anyway,
take it.
So
Not a single one of those are right, by the way.
yeah, no, I know it was all wrong. Anyway,
Greg,
Sure.
just one quick thing with
Yep.
Bella. At some point, Nissiana just wants to say to her, "Better together. We'll survive better together." Just kind of.
mm-hmm. And Nella is actually chewing on the piece of jerky or whatever that you gave gave her, and kind of is like, doesn't say anything but looks thoughtful.
And it's just that's all I say, and then I look on Durbo, who is,
Dead.
Yeah.
No, he's not dead. He's just a little.
He's just
wounded.
resting.
We didn't actually attack him. We just knocked him over.
Right.
And then I pet Spanner because.
And fractured his skull.
There's a by the way, hi Rising Tides. There's a as you pet Spanner, there's a gentle warmth as of the outside of like a mug of tea when it's been
I was
warmed.
gonna say a black Saturn ion in June, but okay, mug of tea.
That'd be roasting hot, not
Yeah, I
warm.
know. That's
Note that I remained somewhere within the same universe as Eberron. Is like a black Tesla on the I-95.
Eberron is a dimensional hub.
Fair.
It's entirely
quite
possible.
fair, quite fair. And if we were playing Planescape, I'd just be like, hell yes, like bring it all on. It all works.
I'm very excited about Spanner. Y'all have no idea, except for maybe Stanton.
So, but the rest of the night passes.
Well, hold on, Arv, I'm
not quite uneventfully because
Yeah,
Larry's
not
going to
quite
tell me something.
Well, once the gray dogs have bedded down and gone to sleep,
Okay.
and Alarian will make sure they're asleep, he will signal Halar.
They murders all of them. No, I'm
I was
kidding.
gonna say he was
No, I was leaving that up to the rest of the party, you bloodthirsty bastards. Jesus. They signaled to Halar they'd like a word and
Okay.
join them out on the porch.
Yeah, and Halar walks out. In fact, you actually go out to find Halar because Halar is
He's
sort of
been there
looking
since
out.
the beginning.
Yeah, no. He's out and he has a
That's fine.
long-stemmed pipe that he's smoking something with as he kind of is out.
Oh, Toby. Finest weed in the South Valley.
Exactly. And he's out on the porch kind of looking up in the general direction of where you had all just gone to the west and then came back. And he sees you and, hello, Valerian.
I assume you'll be getting some rest soon. We still have a ways to go.
I got more than the ways of just getting out of the gray. I got no sleep in me tonight, but yeah, I'll try to bed down a little bit.
Before you do, I wish to speak with you about what the disposition of the Grey Dogs is going to be after all this is said and done.
And he sighs. He says, well, that's one of the things I'm thinking about. They've got to face justice. If it were up to me, they'd be... Well, there's two ways to deal with it. One, they get sent back to Braylon to face royal justice. Technically, what they did is something that was an act of war. But the more likely scenario would be to hand them over to Sheriff when we get back to town. Sheriff is the closest thing that we've got to the law in this place. And the Grey Dogs technically were under Salvation's jurisdiction when they went into the Grey. But I don't know, Valerian. It's not like I fully trusted them, but they've had a reputation of being reliable for a long time. If this is the kind of stress everyone's under, you go into the Grey enough and eventually you just snap. I don't like what that means for anyone else that has to live right next to this thing.
Indeed. There is a third option, though.
He looks up at you. What's that?
You are aware that sooner or later there is going to be a confrontation with Aurelian Carmine. Not Salvation. In Sanctuary.
Yeah.
We will need all of the bodies we can on our side when that confrontation arrives. I do agree with you that these three should probably be turned over to Sheriff, but not for jail, not for a trial. It seems that the Sheriff's going to need more bodies in town. A notable deputy force beyond what Whiskey's provided. Be a very big help providing some law and order in town. Show or really incarnate that things are changing in Salvation. Make them take notice that they don't have the run of town as they used to.
And he kind of looks up at you and kind of raises an eyebrow and he says, "You know, Alarian, either you ought to be sitting somewhere in a church listening to confessions and talking to people about the problems they have, or you're starting to go soft on me. Now, I do think you're going to have every single person that betrays you or you defeat in combat end up working for you one way or the other. You're going to put together a whole force of people that owe you something fierce. Is that part of the plan?"
If Valerian could smile, they would, but they can't because they don't really have a mouth.
Right.
But however, I have walked the length and breadth of your land for many, many years. Hilariously so. I have met many people, interacted with them in many ways, spoken with them, guarded them by their fires, and occasionally have had to take the lives of some of them. It has taught me that one mistake is not worth throwing an entire life away for, especially with the reputation as they had before them. If these three, much like Wisp, can be, if their path can be changed, if I can set them down a new road, one that will ultimately lead them to be productive members of society rather than drain zones, I think it behooves me and everyone else I can get to go along with it to do so. Don't you?
I wonder if Marimay's been rubbing off on you. And then he says,
I'm not sure if even she thinks that far ahead.
and he kind of smiles and he says, "It depends, I guess, on what you think the others might believe. Tanton looked pretty angry to me. He doesn't usually get like that. And Yana, well, that fox of hers is one thing, but I'm not sure how Yana felt about them. Nissiana, obviously, is heal first and hurt second. That's what makes her so good at her job. But are you sure Tanton and maybe Yana go along with it?"
For me, and Tanton took a show to Kenneth. I am sure some sleep and tinkering will set his mind right. Yana, it's hard to stay with her, which is why I'm talking to you first, as I feel that having you on my side of the decision will go a long way towards bringing him around. More than likely, Yana seeks to have her hands washed in one way or the other. I don't think, when they pause for a second, I don't think either of them are really, truly going to do anything unless one of the dogs struck them first.
I think that's fair enough. And he says, I think it makes sense. And you're right, the storm's coming. I heard tell when I came back into town before I headed out to deal with the fireweave that there's more than a few who's starting to make noise about some of the things that they've noticed around there. You've all started something positive in Salvation, and that attracts attention. You get some of the shifters, say, the one on your side that everyone distrusts. All of a sudden, you're setting up a nice little turf war. And Arulin's not going to like that if I know anything about them. I've been thinking a little bit about it, too. When you get back to Salvation, you're going to get a chance to see what's come special. I talked to them in Brayland about it, and they agreed. They're starting up the lightning rail again, Alarian. There's going to be lightning rail running into and out of that town. And that means two things. One, it means we might be able to get reinforcements there faster. Not overnight, but at least faster than it was before. It also means the trade might be possible for Salvation now. But it also means that Sharn just got a whole lot closer to Salvation than it was. And that has its own problems, if you follow what I mean.
Outside of gameplay, remind me, Sharn again is.
Sharn is the city of towers. It is the capital of Brayland, and it is the
Way down
place
south.
that. Say again.
It's way
Yeah,
down,
it's way down
basically,
south.
if this was like the thing and this was the gray, Salvation's here, Sharn is here.
Yeah, in fact, let me see if I can.
Oh, I thought Brayland was to the north of us.
Let me copy.
Brayland
Oh,
is
southwest.
up here. And
Okay.
it's a fairly large place too, and Karnath is like up here.
Oh, City of Towers, you said.
City of
Oh,
Towers.
Thank you. There we go. Okay.
Let me pull that up.
Yeah.
It's to the Brayland there and right there. Sharn is here. So here's. Oh wait, it'd be
Right.
nice if I brought you over to it. No, I did bring you over to it.
Yeah, you're all
So
good. Yeah.
it's right there. So basically, you are all up in Salvation, which is here,
Right.
and it is down there. And what they're talking about is this yellow line that you see. That is the
Mhm.
lightning rail. No, sorry, I take that back. The red line is the lightning rail line that goes up that direction.
What
No,
is
it's
what
the
is
yellow. It's
well,
the,
it's orange-
the red
it's
line is the
orange.
road.
Oh, the red line is the road, so
Orange
it's the
on
yellow.
mine,
Yeah, it's the
yeah.
yellow. My bad. Sorry.
Okay.
Yellow's always lightning in
All right.
these kinds of things.
And Sharn is the capital city of Brayland. Is that what you
Yes.
said? Okay.
And the biggest city in Corvair.
Okay. And who are the antagonists of the last war again?
There are many of them. Brayland fought against Karnath, and we've talked about them quite a bit. Valinor was involved. Seer, which is no longer exists because it is where the Mournland is, where Seer used to be. Ondair and Thrain were also part of them. So they were all battling basically with and against each other. And are now locked in this kind of uneasy peace. This stuff over here to the northwest, like the Shadow Marches, the Demon Waste, Drome, this is all kind of like the land that no one knows too much about yet, except that please don't let them ever get organized because it'll be bad if that ever happens. This was the nations to the east that were basically
I mean, a land like the Demon Waste, surely that's a vacation paradise.
Oh yeah, no, it's a really
Come on.
lovely, great
Delightful.
great hotels there, great Airbnbs.
Right. And the food.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Going back to what we're doing.
And Raka, just quickly, yes, the lightning rail is a train, but it's not just any train. It is an elemental train that is powered by an elemental spirit trapped within it.
They have a
There
series
might be problems later on.
series of pyramid-shaped conductor stones that
Yep.
just lightning is just shooting up off them and all over the locomotive as it travels along a trail of these things.
Freaking awesome. I mean, it's also
very cool.
really problematic and bad in terms of like what's going on as to how it's doing it. But by the way, quick note for the party, at least for you, I'll say for you, Alarian, because Maramé knew there was a surprise but didn't know what, and Alarian now has heard this. One quick note for you, Alarian, which is that you do know from your travels that there is controversy, that you knew that there is controversy about the lightning rails, partly because it's not clear whether the creatures, whether it is sentient or not. Is it a force that is trapped? Or, and you wouldn't feel bad about trapping a hurricane, right? Or is it a sentient creature? And there is controversy about this subject.
And
Can help you find out.
Valerian has already given that matter a good deal of thought, regardless.
I thought so.
All right, turning to the conversation.
Mind link.
And they cock their head when he actually says what he says about the lightning rail.
Right.
Does Aurelian Karnak know this is happening? Surely she must.
I don't know. I'd have to assume so. No one has spoken about it or told her directly, but you're right. Arulin knows most of the things that go down. And she's been awfully quiet as well over the last few weeks, and that ain't like her. Normally she stays in the background, but at least you know that she's doing things. She doesn't go dead silent unless she's setting up for something. And she's not happy with any of you.
Because with the lightning rail returning to Sanctuary. Already?
Sorry.
That brings opportunity.
He's just there smoking his pipe
that?
as a massive Tantin appears. Like, I never knew Tantin was that.
I didn't know he came with his own effect box.
It's impressive. Okay.
Rail brings opportunity, and with opportunity brings power.
I can do that. I can make myself big. Oh wait, I'm small again.
Once the news gets out, Eberron Incarnate will move to secure her hold on the town. I better to control what comes in and out. I fear that announcement will precipitate our confrontation sooner rather than later.
I agree. And we're going to need to be ready for it. Especially when this thing inside, the thing about this, whatever, third protocol, the Oracle could destabilize the whole business. And Erulin presumably doesn't know about that yet. But let's hope she doesn't find out. Because that's something else that could be used to her advantage.
Right. All right. When I talk to the Grey Dogs tomorrow morning, just follow my lead. Why don't you go inside and get some sleep? I'll stand guard.
And he takes out his pipe and kind of dumps out the tobacco on the ground, stamps it out. And then as he's, tapping out the rest of the bowl of the pipe, he says, all right, I'll go in and get some rest, I suppose. Say, Alarian, supposing we go back there and the sheriff don't want any more people working for him that are your reclamation projects. What exactly are you going to do then?
Why, you and I are going to be as convincing as we possibly can be. Aren't we?
And he kind of tilts his head and he says, perhaps you haven't gone all soft on me. You'll have a good night then. And he turns and walks in.
Hello, Brazil.
And I like the image as they go into the cabin of, he goes in and the door closes and you just see the kind of unearthly blue eyes glowing as the camera fades on Alarian's face outside. And I think that's a good place for us to take our break. We are going to do that. And when we wake up tomorrow morning, by which I mean when we come back from our break in a little less than 10 minutes, chat, we will return with part 2, where they will head back to Salvation. And then what? You are watching the incredible Infinity and Beyond crew playing Eberron, Oracle of War, the third protocol. If you like it, please follow the channel, support the Patreon, do all those things, and support all of these wonderful people, Tren, Marie, John, Jen, and Rob. And we will be back at you, folks, in a few minutes. Hold tight. Okay. So, welcome back, everybody. I am really, really enjoying this session tonight. These folks are doing a great job, and you, chat, have been just as great in chat. So, good work from everybody so far. And I know that because the first number I see is my previously rolled 100 on the dice. So, clearly, we're all batting 100. Batting 100 wouldn't be very good. You get what I'm saying. Anyway, it's good to see everyone here with us this evening. So the rest of the evening, I should say, passes uneventfully, which means that you all get the benefit of a long rest in. So that means that you're able to, I think the only one who would really have an issue would be if Tantan wanted to use a hit die to get back a single hit point. I don't know if Tantan wants to do that.
A long rest, I heal up anyway.
Yeah, I guess that's true. So you'd be getting the 1 point back, so it doesn't really matter. And that should set us up.
Those who spent hit dice get half of them back.
Right.
And Arv, as you know, I get my strength back after a long rest.
Right.
Because it was diminished in the fights with the...
Yes.
Oh,
that's
right. It was down to 12.
Yep.
He and Alarian and I were the same strength for a short time.
It was a glorious moment, that glorious period of time.
No. Alarian is the tank. He should never be.
It wasn't that glorious? Okay.
Well, it's a good thing that his, it only went down to 12, or otherwise he would have gotten down into the pit and not have been able to lift the gnome up out.
I'll just do the this never happens. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
So so when the next morning, in quotes, dawns, it doesn't really ever dawn here, you are, if you wish, able to set out. Now, the Grey Dogs did not attempt to do anything, escape or do anything else. Dervo is definitely more together this morning, and does not say a whole lot. In fact, has been even more quiet than Nella as this whole thing has been going on. And so you can take that for what you will, but it seems like has been.
Well, before we leave, Alarian has a couple of things they need to take care of.
Okay, so you may proceed to do that then before departing.
Okay.
First, already casting, so yeah.
Yeah, when everyone's like making preparations to leave, the first thing they'll do is gather the party together, like in the back room. Have Halar watch the dogs just in case, and gather them all together in the back. Can we go to the Necromantic House of Death, please, map, if you don't mind?
The cabin in the woods?
Necromantic House of Death. And you want the cellar?
Huge.
You want the cellar or you want the ground floor?
No, it doesn't. It's somewhere where the dogs aren't going to hear us talk, basically. So maybe the cellar is the best place. I don't know.
Okay.
Wherever. I was going to go to the back room where the machine is before we start moving it out. That'd work too. So.
Well, I'm on the cellar, so we'll just keep it down.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We're all here. It's all good. So they bring everybody over. Yeah. Well, Lars up watching the dogs, make sure they don't try something stupid. So
I'll be up watching the dogs, make sure they don't try anything stupid.
Exactly. Okay. All right. I spoke with Halar last night. I think we are all in agreement that at some point in the town there's going to be a conflict with Erulin Karnak, the salvage yard. When that happens, we're going to need as many people on our side as possible, given the forces arrayed against us. I have already started making some arrangements to gather those people. I know that some of you are still quite upset with the actions the Grey Dogs took yesterday, and I understand your anger. However, rather than packing them off to a jail somewhere in Charm or some prison at the ends of the continent, I feel we can use them more effectively in Sanctuary. I've spoken to Halar Brazil, and he has agreed that we will make the pitch to Sheriff to bring these into the fold as deputies for the town. And they glance at Merriman when they say this. A very big change is coming to Salvation. Salvation, that's Sanctuary, the wrong thing. Is coming to the town. That's going to upend many things. And I think Erulin Karnak will be forced to make their move to consolidate their hold over the town. If we are going to prevent that, we will need to be ready. I want to make sure none of you are going to do anything untoward to the Grey Dogs until we reach the town, assuming they don't do anything foolish.
I mean, I think that's a good plan. I don't mind talking to Sheriff when we get back in town. I'll have to give them my report, her my report regardless, as I have been preparing it, and I will keep out the more salient bits out. Don't worry, and will not say anything about the Oracle of War or anything like that. It will be a very streamlined report. But that if Sheriff understands what will be happening at Salvation, then I believe that she will be more willing to take on more help. We have to make the case for that too.
Keep in mind, I still don't entirely trust Sheriff to have the town's best interest at heart. Until she proves herself. For me, she is under just as much suspicion as anyone involved with early incarnate.
What will you do if Sheriff declines? What is plan B?
I believe that between Hilar, Roselle, and myself, we can convince her, especially with the evidence we have, that early incarnate is attempting to rule the town. And I mean rule in every sense of the word.
It's a good plan to have a plan B. A doctor knows if solve 1 doesn't work, you try solve 2. I have a suggestion.
Go on.
And Jen can't remember the woman's name, but the one who actually sent us out, the goblin woman.
Garunda.
What was her name?
Garunda.
Perhaps the Grey Dogs could work with Garunda.
Were they already working for her anyways?
We were asked to save them, but if they were to pay off a debt to us by working for Garunda, whom they have a good relationship with already, perhaps that will also help. One of the things that Yana keeps saying is better together, and I think that's a really good thing to remember.
And to support my sister's point too, it might not be a bad idea to have some allies who are in the shadows and less in the spotlight of deputies, because if they do decide to make an attack and take out all of law enforcement before they take over, then if we have allies in the shadows, they could act differently and still be of great use.
Those points make a lot of sense. Besides Garunda, there's another that we may be able to attach the Grey Dogs to if she is for some reason willing to do so. Yana, me attaching to Kasha to Kenneth, your thoughts?
Yana just looks at Tenton.
Tanton is in the middle of ritual casting something, so he's busy.
Yana has nothing to add to this, so she just.
All right, then in that case, then I think we're good. So, then they say, well, then it's time to go break the news to them, and then we could go. And they're going to head upstairs.
Perfect.
Okay. So you head upstairs. When you get up there, Hilar's been knocked out. No, I'm just kidding. Just totally joking. When you get upstairs, you do not find that. They are there with Hilar Brasal. And Hilar, when he sees you, smiles and says, "All right, time to get heading back to civilization then."
I just need a word with the Grey Dogs, and then we can get going.
After you. And you can see that Sprocket is there with them. Dervo is, again, still has said very little since regaining consciousness overall. And Nella, kind of glances sort of half up, half like, kind of side eye type of thing.
And Ilarion does go over to all three of them, and they do loom over this time.
Okay.
I suggest you all look at me very carefully because I'm only going to say this once, and you better pay attention. And they'll wait until
They
all eyes
do.
come up to him.
They do. Dervo's the last one too, but he kind of looks up eventually.
Oh, here I thought Nella would be actually.
No, Nella does a little faster. Unclear to you what's going on with Dervo at the moment. It doesn't look like defiance exactly, but there's something still bothering him.
Might still be health related.
Well, no.
I don't know. You're right.
You know what? Make an insight check for me. This is
Sure.
this is gonna be a hard one, but.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Roll a natural 20.
Only at 13.
Yeah, just something is off, but it's not clear what. Not necessarily health, but so.
And I'm not really paying attention, to be quite honest,
Right,
either.
right.
So, all right. By now, I hope you've had the chance to think about what you've all done and realize exactly how much trouble you're in. Laura Brazil there wanted to clap you in irons and take you back to Charm to face justice of the capital courts. I believe you mentioned something about grand larceny and high treason against the crown, if I'm not mistaken.
And Hilar is sort of leaning back with his arms folded against the side wall of the room, and he says, "Well, yeah, that was for starters."
Fortunately, I was able to intercede on your behalf and persuade him that perhaps such a final fate was not necessary. I do need you all to swear that you are going to not rise against us, not try to escape, come back with us to salvation, and there undergo whatever punishment or duty we see fit to place you there. Do I have your word?
And so Sprocket and Dervo and Nella kind of look at each other, and Dervo is kind of stone-faced, actually. And Nella waits, and then Sprocket shrugs and says, "Yeah, I agree," and kind of like seems half looking over at Nella. And Nella sighs heavily and says, "We don't have much choice. Yes, we won't try it again." And Dervo just looks up again finally and just nods.
Very well. Let us be off.
And so the Tensor's disc thing, I think. Have you finished your ritual that you're doing, Tanton?
I can't control my token, but yes, I've been.
What? I assigned it to... That's... okay, there. I don't know what the hell that was about. Anyway, there you go. Sorry about that.
That's
okay. Oh, and also, I gotta give you that. Okay.
Puppy!
No, I said raw.
I swear, I seriously am thinking a level of wizard or sorcery just to get find familiar. Once we're out of the
Actually,
fray.
couldn't you just cast the scroll?
No,
if you
no.
got a scroll of it, no? Does it
Oh,
work that way?
I don't
Yeah.
know if it works with the scroll.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you can just scroll and find familiar.
Really?
There you go.
Once.
I mean, it's really up to the dungeon master's
You can do so.
adjudication,
I
but
mean,
yeah.
you know, whether they have one in Salvation is another question.
Well,
Eh.
to find one.
Right,
yes,
and the
that's true.
and as Trent was just saying, it's a one-time thing as opposed to something which you could recast.
That's
Mm.
true.
I found
And
my
Trent
familiar,
has
but
has
now
a
like Baby
thought.
Yoda, it's
I
gone.
saw it.
Yeah.
he raised a warning finger. I'm like, uh-oh.
While Ilarion is talking with the Grey Dogs, I would make a sign to Nissiana that I want to just chat with her quick.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was really cool with Spanner yesterday.
Yeah, I was amazing, wasn't I?
You were, and you always are. but just be careful, because you going first into battle means that you're going to take a lot of damage.
Well, I wasn't going into battle. I was just going in to scold them.
That's true, and they took it well, but in other occasions it might be bad. I trust your judgment. I don't want you to think that I don't trust your judgment. We came here together so we can support each other. And
Trust
just
me, I'm not gonna run. I'm not gonna put Spanner in danger. That would be irresponsible of me. I will make sure that we stay near the center of the pack. I will put Valerian in danger.
Perfect.
Gee,
I just
gee,
wanted
thanks.
to I just wanted to make sure, because my heart stopped a little bit watching you race ahead where I couldn't follow quite as quickly.
I'm not as fragile as you think I am.
I know. I trust you. I can't help but worry. You know that. And I'm sorry. I'm trying to be very respect your independence.
I always want you to speak your mind. Thank you.
Yes,
But I
ma'am.
won't put Spanner in danger.
I know you won't, and
As
I
much
just
as
don't want.
possibly can.
Yes, and I just
Not.
don't want you to be in danger. That's all.
I
But
don't
we
like
are in
getting
the
hurt.
gray.
That whole arrow to the chest thing was not a lot of fun. I don't really want to do that again.
No, I don't want you to do that either. Again, Alarian is great to stand behind.
And I can always make sure he is stronger behind.
That's why I got
No.
heroism, you know?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
But I think we're going to have other types of danger when we get back to town.
I agree, but we've got each other's backs. And we've
Wait,
got everyone
what
else here.
tangent's going to be the danger? when we get back?
Oh.
I'm the danger.
I have a cat. I'm going to get a familiar who's a shape-shifting cat.
Yay. And
That
we've
makes
got
sense.
each other's back, and I'm proud of you. You are amazing, as always.
Thank you. I think we all are doing pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
As you're all having this discussion, by the way, Hilar, this last part, I mean, the first part you were all there for.
Yana is so bored. No,
Yeah, well,
okay,
Hilar goes over to Yana, in fact, and says,
Oh no.
hey, Yana, can I speak to you for a second?
Wondering if you wanted to come into the kitchen with me and knock stuff off a shelf.
Is
Thank
there,
you for
is
the
there a
gift.
glass you just want me to knock off something?
Thank you for the tier 1 sub, Live Suing, Configuration Queen, for the gift sub to Live Suing. Thank you so much. Very kind of you, Configuration Queen. And welcome back, Live Suing, to the channel.
So what does Hollerback Boy say?
So, Holler Back Boy. So Hilar asked you to
That's his name, sorry.
just go out on the porch, basically, if you're okay to do that.
She kind of, gestures that direction.
Okay. So he goes out, and if you follow, then he
No, I slammed the door.
he's like,
backwards. He
ha
goes,
ha, got him.
You all run out the back door and leave.
Cat. Anyway,
So
asshole. All right.
Hilar waits until you're out.
Why do we always go out on this balcony? I thought only I
door's
did that.
closed.
Anyway,
It's the talking porch thing.
it's the talking porch.
And Hilar
to us.
says, as you get out there, he says,
Mhm.
Yana, I had a question for you. I know that this has been a lot for you. I know you're not a fan of the gray, not that any of us really are. But I was curious about how you were feeling about the gray dogs and what they did. And there's a reason I'm asking, but I'll hear what you say first.
I guess I don't know. If they were of my kind, I can only imagine what would befall them for what they did. It wouldn't be this.
What would it be if it was your kind?
And she just looks at him like,
And he kind of,
we don't hand over betrayers. We don't keep people around we can't trust. It's as simple as that.
He nods and he says, I know if it were up to you, you'd never come back into the gray. But when you're here, I wonder how you've been feeling with it. I mean, what has it been like trying to deal with this place?
And she thinks long and hard about it. This place... If danger were wrapped up in a feeling, it would embody every single part of this place, every minute. Like being a cat without your claws. Danger everywhere. Dread. Awful, awful things. No shifter in their right mind would ever come here. But these are my friends. So I'm here.
And he kind of nods slowly and he says, you know, there was a time when the Grey Dogs had a reputation of being as reliable as a well-tuned clock. You could send them to do a job and they'd do it. And if they couldn't do it, they'd pay you back for what they hadn't been able to do. All of a sudden, they go into the gray once too often, and they do what they did yesterday. And I guess that's why I'm asking. I think you're right about the way that normally this would get handled. It was up to me, I would have brought them. I mean, I suppose it is technically up to me, but if I'd just been making the decision on my own, I would have brought them back to Sharn where they could face justice. But Ilarion convinced me, and I think he's right, that there's more to it than that. But what I'm really interested in is how you're feeling about it all, because... And he kind of stops. He says, it's been a lot.
No. I don't think so. I think you and Ilarion want me to be okay with this. And I'm not sure why. But I will say this. If it were up to me, they'd either have been thrown into that pit and left to die, or I would have killed them myself. Because that is what you do to those who betray you. And I'm not okay with being here. And I won't be okay until we leave. Are you okay with that?
And he kind of looks you up, he looks at you and then just nods slowly. Yes? I just wanted to get your feelings on it.
Well, now you know.
And he nods and he walks over to the door and opens it, and he says, I appreciate the honesty about it.
Then you'll appreciate this too. I would not do it if the party said otherwise. Because it's not up to me. That's what being part of a party means. I may not know much, but I know my pack. And we stick together, no matter what.
That's the wisdom I always like from you, Yana.
And she kind of gives a smirk. Wisdom. I don't know. But a feeling.
And he kind of walks past you, just kind of puts his hand on his shoulder just before he goes back into the room. And he says, for some people, a feeling is the beginning of wisdom. That's my sense for you. That's why I wanted you in this group to begin with. And he walks past into the room, and where the gray dogs are all sort of now have assembled themselves, so to speak. And the rest of you at this point, Yana, you can have any other reaction you want before you go in, but then
I have one thing I want to say between.
Sure.
I have one thing I want to say between her and Altus.
Sure, that's fine. Also, hi, Prince Justin. What's up?
That was very big of you, Yana. Why did you let them off the hook, Altus? I don't know. I thought they were afraid. They were not thinking straight. I did not think they were dangerous. Just scared. You wouldn't happen to know anything of that, right, Yana? Damn you for that. But maybe, just maybe you're right. I hope you're right. Me too.
Okay. So, with that in everyone's mind, you set out to the west. The first few hours pass relatively uneventfully, at least as uneventfully as anything ever does in the gray. There are, again, weird structures that you see in the distance as you pass that seem to shimmer and then disappear. At first, sometimes as you walk along, you think you see an enormous colossus striding along for just a second and out of your peripheral vision, then you look and there's nothing there, and so on. This is just part and parcel of the gray experience, the joy of Mornland. But about an hour or so outside of Salvation, as you were coming close to exiting the gray, I would like everybody to make perception checks for me, please.
Oh.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Merime.
That's a 23 too, because I get a +1.
Mm-hmm. Merime sees.
That was a natural 20.
Nissiana sees. Hilarion and Tantan are staring at each other, so obviously. And Yana can definitely see this as well. In fact, I would argue, so Merime and Nissiana see this at the same time that Yana smells it. And Spanner has no idea. But I would say that definitely Nissiana and Merime see this at the same time that Yana smells it. Actually, let me put it this way. Merime sees it, Nissiana hears, and Yana smells. Nissiana, there is a growling sound. And as you are passing over, you see four-legged creatures coming together over the hill, this sort of small little hill, as you're walking towards the edge of the gray. Still about, as I said, maybe half a mile from Salvation, so you're probably still half an hour out, 15 to 20 minutes out anyway. And in fact, I have a picture for all of you that I will show you in just a minute as to what they look like. They are large creatures, and they do not look overly friendly.
So I'm not going to go puppy.
Oh, you could.
Well,
Oh, I might.
it's funny you mention that.
Let's see what it looks like.
Because puppy, so to speak.
Oh!
Different kind of puppy.
No, not good puppy, bad
So
puppy.
basically she goes, puppy? Oh, and that's basically what she says. It's like, oh my gosh.
It is definitely not Spanner 2.
Why the hell are we never able to get out of here?
One of them's a
what the
good boy, one of them's a bad boy.
Exactly.
Obviously, you never tell which is which.
There are 4 of these, and the 4 of them basically parallel your track. So they come over the hill, but they don't come any closer to you. They just walk alongside, about maybe 40 to 50 feet away, without coming any closer or getting farther away.
What is that? I will just, that is a generic question to the group. What is that?
8 heads original, only 4 creatures.
You're
Not
welcome
friendly
to
looking.
make a nature check for me, Nissiana, if you want to see if you can figure out what the
let's
heck
see.
this
Am
thing
I any
is.
good at nature? Nature, oh, yeah. Oh, apparently.
Wow.
Nice.
How
Yes,
about
you
that?
are.
You want to know.
See?
Like,
You were
wait,
so
what's
interested
What's
that you wanted to
I
know.
read a lot of books.
You do. You remember, actually, Nissiana, this from when you were younger and you were told stories of creatures like this from a nightmare. And, of course, welcome to the Gray. These have been called various things throughout time. They have been called doom wolves. They've been called creatures of despair. But the most popular name for these creatures are death dogs. These 2-headed dogs that are made of some bizarre mutation and are oftentimes disturbingly intelligent. And so there are 4 of these creatures that basically pad alongside the group as you keep walking towards salvation.
I'm proficient in nature. May I also make that roll, even though
Absolutely.
you've described it to me?
Absolutely, you may.
Thank you.
I will be actually explaining this to Marimay as we
Okay.
go in, so that be like, what I know, she knows, but I'm speaking aloud, so everybody knows. And I'm half interested if Marimay wants to talk to one of them.
I do want to talk to them if they're intelligent.
Yeah.
And just very quickly, Yana, you pick up the same stuff. Your people actually called these things something different, but you have heard of these before, though probably have not seen them before.
What's the name that I call them? Yes, because we all speak like cats. Yes, that's how that works.
The rough translation would be foul hound.
Foul hound. Are they quick to attack, or do they?
No, they are not quick to attack. They are more likely to plan.
Does it look like they're planning something, or just
That's-
watching us?
That's impossible to tell. It looks like they're just watching you as they walk.
As soon as the Larians notify that they're out there, they'll actually call for a stop. We're not going to keep walking because
Right.
they're on. You said they're on either side of us, or they're all.
No,
on
just
one-
all on one side, on the left side,
Yeah.
and they
But
immediately
they're
stop
paralleling
when
us.
you stop. Yes.
Yep.
That's,
Okay,
yeah.
when Alarian tries to stop the party, I look toward everybody and go, "Foul hounds. They will plan before they attack.
Are there more?
But us standing still is not a good idea."
I can try talking to them.
How far away are they?
Now about 40 feet. They stopped just at the same spot where you did. And
I'm gonna.
You just hear the faintest of.
If we were fighting, it's better to prepare for it now than keep walking and have them charge up on us, splitting us up. We can take a defensive position here much better than keeping moving, unless you think we can actually make the town before they attack, which is doubtful.
How intelligent are these creatures?
They're pretty intelligent. They can scavenge, but they usually scavenge as like sort of organized packs rather than just, individual creatures coming along. They're not genius level by any measure, but they are more intelligent than just random, coyotes or wolves in the wild would be.
I look at Marimay. Yana looks at Marimay and says, "If you are able to communicate with them..." No, she doesn't say that. Let me try that. Try speaking to them.
Okay,
You
I
have
will.
no other option but fighting them.
I will. I know you've all got my back, so I will walk 10 feet towards them so that I'm within 30 feet.
She's gonna prepare in case this
Valerian
goes
has-
wrong.
Their crossbow ready for that
Yeah.
eventuality as well.
Can
Yes,
I
Nissiana.
specifically say that I'm looking in the opposite direction of them to make sure we're not going to get jumped from the other side?
Okay. Yep.
And I will get to 10 feet and I'll try to identify who might look like, if there's a leader to this pack, if someone looks more likely that I should be addressing them.
Doesn't look like it. They all look roughly the same size. I mean, they're mangy fur, and some of them have cut paws, but none of them look particularly, organized over the others.
Okay, well, I will then ping whichever one is the closest, and they can understand me and speak back to me. So, hello, we are crossing through this territory that may be yours in peace.
And in your mind, you hear.
Is there anything that you wanted to make sure that this peaceful journey continues?
Very intelligent.
And he can speak back to me too.
Apparently doesn't want to.
Oh.
Also, let me reiterate too, not brilliant, right? Just
That's fair.
That's all. But no. Apparently, I mean,
It's a very small scale. 1 to
Well, yeah.
17.
I was gonna say, well, thank you for this conversation. No, but no,
So it's like, well,
Apparently
you've
gonna-
got trouble, my friends. Right
Trouble
here,
right here.
trouble right here in the grave.
Salvation City. But no, he appears that he does not. They don't want to talk to you, I guess. At least they're not doing so. Just the growl.
If you don't attack us, we won't attack you. If you attack us, we will defend ourselves.
And one of the heads, as you look at it, the rightmost head, goes. Kind of bares its teeth and doesn't do anything else.
Why are you so close to town? You should be somewhere where you're more free to fight. Oh, I get it. Jeremy's gonna make good choices right now. I get it. You're not in a chatty mood. If you'd like, if you're hungry or have need for anything, just let me know. I'll stay within range of you. But don't attack. Feel free to follow us as long as you want, but I wouldn't go near Salvation if I were you.
And the creature just sort of dips its leftmost head and kind of snarls slightly.
Yana's watching all of this happen, and she just again says to Alarian, I think we should leave.
I'll call back and I'll be like, they're not in a chatty mood, but I made it clear that we'll defend ourselves. So let's maybe just keep going and hope for the best. I'll stay within range of them in case they want to talk.
She curses under her breath and just says, make it clear we're leaving.
Okay, I'll let them know. And I'll just say, like, we're going to continue walking now. Don't attack. We will defend ourselves.
Alarian positions himself between the body of the group and these creatures, and also near enough where they can get a hold of Merime if they need to.
I'll stay within 30 feet of them so that they can, if they do want to talk. I'll just reiterate that I am staying within range. So if you want to talk, this line of communication is open, my friend. You just need to reach out.
Wait
Yana
time
passes
is less
it.
than 1 minute.
Operators are
Yana-
waiting for your call.
Yana
I was the Pollyanna of the group.
Yana passes a thought to Altus to just keep an eye on our flank, and he pops down off her ear and keeps an eye towards them while we keep walking towards Salvation.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna start up again then.
Mhm.
And as you do so, as soon as you get right to the range they were before, they again start walking, again paralleling you basically.
This is interesting.
And they do this all the way until you are passing basically right out of the gray. and they follow you out of the gray. And as you're getting to the outpost itself, they slowly pad to a stop. And one of the dogs, the one actually that you had been talking to, Marame, kind of sits down on its haunches and tilts its head, just staring at you. All four of the two-headed dogs stare at you as you make your way into Salvation.
I'm gonna stop just before I'm out of range and just go like, is there anything we can do to help you? Do you like puppies? My sister loves puppies. Is there anything we can do to help you before we leave in peace? Use your words.
Rah, rah. No, that's apparently as much as
Those are still not words.
All right, well, good luck, and maybe go back into the gray before you're spotted, because you will be destroyed.
They just sit there.
I'll just shrug and go, well, unless you guys have any ideas. I mean, they're just, I don't know how to help them. I'm not sure we need to. Maybe we smell great. Probably a little bit of necromancy left on us.
Not after the places we've been the last couple of days.
Chocolate is bad for dogs.
That's the secret. That's the secret sauce. That's Prince Justin's point, right? Like, haha. It's part of the deadly.
No, I keep all the chocolate.
See, yeah, exactly.
Takes that hit for herself. Exactly.
Okay. Otherwise, though, you then pass in to Salvation, and you'll be happy to know that in the time that we have been away from Salvation, I have found us a better map.
Ooh.
And I am very excited
Do
to
tell.
bring you all to High Resolution Salvation.
Oh, fancy.
And I will show
That's
chat that
fancy.
High Resolution
Oh
Salvation.
my, oh my.
I feel like we're peeking into everyone's homes rudely, though. Like,
Yeah, well, some of it because you've been to enough places now that I think that there are spots there. The other thing is too that as you come into town, you can also see on the other side of town what looks like kind of a glowing white and blue sparking coming from the western side of town, because you all come in on this side, the eastern side, and coming from over in this area, you see this kind of almost like electrical sort of effects.
Lightningy
What was
discharge.
What was over in that area?
To the west, the only thing that was over there is what used to be the remnants of the lightning rail over in that direction.
Since I wasn't privy to that one conversation, I have no idea.
Right.
I want to know who the rug merchant is who has this town sewn up.
right?
I want to stay away from every rug.
Jeez, yeah. Oh, yeah, you
Yana
would.
doesn't like any of the rugs.
Right,
She doesn't want
exactly.
As long as they're on the floor, she's much happier.
Yeah, it's serious trauma over rugs.
Yes.
Should we secure the Oracle of War before we do anything, or
Probably, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
before too many
Tanton's-
people spot it?
Tanton's already covered it before we even came out of the wall.
Smart Tanton.
He covered it.
Brilliant. I will be singing to hide the third protocol activated. I will be singing a jaunty song in which I will perfectly time the strumming of my harp
3,
to
2, 1.
hide it.
Third protocol activated.
Da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
her many harp solos.
Yeah, so many. I'm good.
Love
Valerian
you
looks at-
can't be calibrated. Third protocol activated.
Damn it.
They look at Halar Bristol and say, "We assume you are going to be holding this for the time being."
I think it makes the most sense. I wish we could have come around the other side of town, but as long as we got it covered, I think we've got something. As you can hear, they're already onto us, so we're in.
God damn it, I'm sorry. I usually have my mic muted, and that was the one moment that's like an ambulance decided to
It
go.
worked beautifully. It's fine.
Yeah, we'll move to Halar's place. You know, amble quickly, but don't look like you're ambling quickly. They will
We do.
casually.
walk casually.
Fly
yeah,
casual.
Yeah.
yeah.
It doesn't matter how quickly I amble, the disc follows me at the same speed.
True.
Okay. So, the all of you head over to Hilar Brasal's house, which, if I'm not mistaken, was down here, I think, is where I positioned
Yeah,
it.
on that block. somewhere. I
Yeah.
know that.
I believe
right.
it was in that general area.
Yeah, and then
Or,
yeah.
this one of those two right next, whatever's right next to it. Must have been that one.
I think I'm going to
I think
actually
so.
type that in. Nope, that one.
Now,
Both.
Tanton was not privy to the conversation about the lightning rail either, but
Right.
he knows that actinic blue flash.
Yep.
My God, they did it. Those damn sons of bitches did it.
What?
Blew it all up.
I don't know where we're getting the background music from. I think it's.
Can I-
Rob
I think
has
there's feedback
this
from
one.
a speaker from somewhere.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's me. I keep trying to. Sorry.
Rum
I will
practice.
keep track of the gray dogs and see how they are doing. What's their kind of demeanor? Maybe even make an insight check into. Okay.
You know, if
I'm a
such
people
thing-
person. I
Yeah.
would like to know if they're like really upset, not upset, resigned, something.
Let me have you make an insight check
See?
into that, please.
Oh wow, and that's one of the things I do well. Damn it.
They look,
Apparently not very well right now.
yeah, they look kind of, sullen / thoughtful. Probably sullen is more in Dervo and Nella's direction, and thoughtful is more in Sprocket's direction. I think you would say, but it's not certain. They certainly don't look as if they're excited about the prospect of seeing whatever happens. It's going to happen.
No, that's true.
Yeah. But that's pretty much all. The one thing to note here is that as you are kind of proceeding into the town, there's a little bit of tension from what you can tell around some of the other areas, actually, as you sort of move towards the western side of the city. In fact, I think I actually have, I don't know if I can show it. Maybe I'll be able to. Here, let me see if I can get a picture of this, because I think I have a picture of another picture that is of the Edge of Salvation that I did not have before.
Whatever it is, Tanton is getting more and more antsy by the second.
Okay. Is Tanton ever going to articulate this directly, or
It's pretty damn clear. I mean, because he keeps kind of leaning around Alarian to looking over at that blue flash and kind of nudges and like pointing back at the desk that's like it almost looks like a Pac-Man ghost following along behind and everything. He's just like, but it's clear he wants to go where that blue flash is.
Need to secure
Once we drop off the Oracle, you'll be free to pursue whatever has caught your attention.
and as it turns out, you're heading in that direction anyway. By the way, Tanton, for what that's worth.
Did you have that image, Arv?
Yes, got it right now. I was
Oh.
literally just finishing up on it. You will see it popping up on stream now. This was what one side of Salvation looks like. And I bring it up because it, in a way, is sort of indicative of the feel of it. You can notice that there's a lot of kind of angularity about the picture, a lot of spikes and pokey things and stuff like that. And this is the way the town feels. Now, the town has often felt different ways to use. Sometimes it's felt a little bit just kind of seedy, or kind of like middle of nowhere podunk, whatever, or potentially a little dangerous, but not in a feeling of anticipation, of waiting. And that's kind of what it feels like as you walk through the town.
All right. Clearly something has happened.
What, Tren? Is it the anticipation?
That's
Is that what
part of it. But
Okay.
earlier you said that there was a tension, and I was like, dynamic? Is it dynamic tension? But
Dynamic tension. Yes, let me make that smaller, Rob. There you go.
Thank you, friend. But okay, you don't have to make it that much smaller. Jesus.
Not a halfling, man. Jeez.
You can just leave me that big Aja.
Okay, that's fine.
Large.
You have a very large personality.
I have to be bigger than Marime. I mean, come on.
Wait,
Marime, how tall are you?
I'm 5'8", maybe. I'm not super
Okay, I'm not
short.
I'm not taller than Marime.
Maybe.
Actually.
I
She's
never actually
she's
decided
5'4".
how tall I was.
Yeah, Yana's 5'4", so okay.
Sorry, I
You're
just
so
had this
tall
image
and
of as
vain.
you were talking, like it just gets smaller and smaller. Okay.
I'm not tiny. I'm that little.
not that
It's
tiny.
fine. No, it's fine.
Okay.
You can see her shiny
Lily
hair from
Tomlin.
far.
Lily Tomlin, you just keep shrinking.
What is
away.
it? What is that
Yes.
from? I can't remember. What is that from? Trent?
Which? What? Oh, the
The
Incredible
Lily
Shrinking
Tomlin
Woman?
guy.
Incredible Shrinking Woman.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Just bringing Halar in here. Okay. So Halar makes his way over to the west, basically, and all of you are moving relatively quickly. As you go by, you can, you pass the usual people. It is during the day. So, I mean, you pass the usual people that you see around, kind of passing by left and right.
So the town is not like deserted with everyone going inside.
No,
kind of high
but
noon-
just
not-
more.
Okay.
Yeah, no, not like that. But this sort of like
Right.
attention about that. And at one point, as you're sort of doing this, make let's see. Let me have Ilarion. I think Ilarion and Nissiana, who are in the back there. I would like both of you to make perception checks for me, please.
Ooh.
I see nothing.
You see Ilarion's back. I think that's what happens.
Oh, I see. I got a 15.
Ilarion,
Walking to his back.
you think that yeah, exactly. You see as you're walking along this rather unfamiliar looking group of 3 creatures that watch you as you pass by on the road, not sort of like staring at you obviously like this, but it is a dwarf and 2 humans, and they look at you with sort of this kind of nasty expression. They do not move, draw weapons, run after you, or anything like that. But it just is one of those things where you don't recognize them from before, and as you're behind, Halar's in front, so you can't ask him. Nissiana almost ran into you just now as you were walking along. So, but it's just you. Something seems, again, unusual or odd about them. And as they notice that you notice them... Sorry?
How long have we been gone?
You probably...
6 years.
Yeah, exactly. No, you were gone for a few days, I would say. Probably, because it was the Fireweave Bazaar, too. Probably 4 or 5 days.
At least.
Yeah.
Time passes differently
Almost
in the
a week.
gray.
Yes, it does. But I know it says just like couldn't have been more than a week.
Several years have passed. No, a couple of... Yeah.
40 years.
As-
We've gone 40 years.
5 days.
Sheriff is the only one left.
As we're walking, do I get? They're like, where are they in relationship to me, and how close do I get to them?
They're basically like you. As you walk past them, you don't notice this until you're past them. They're probably standing around here, and they just watch you as you go by, and then they start moving slowly in the other direction. So again, not following you or throwing arrows at your way or anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
I
Yeah,
guess a lot.
but newcomers basically.
Exactly.
Were they armed?
Yes, clearly armed, but not drawing anything. But yes. they
Yeah,
were.
yeah. But they had them. Let's put it that way.
Yep.
Yeah, but a lot of
Almost
people
everyone
in
does, yeah.
this place that I keep wanting to call sanctuary. Is it sanctuary?
Salvation.
It's salvation. Yeah.
Salvation.
Oh shit.
Sanctuary is Logan's Run.
Sanctuary.
One more thing. Was there anything anything that all 3 of them had? Some sort of marking, a bandana, or something, a hat, anything that marked them as they might have been the same group?
Carnath.
The feather in his cap.
All right,
Exactly,
Yeah.
Big
Emblazoned
skull,
t-shirts,
Carnath
maybe?
for life.
A
No.
badge.
Bad guys.
CBGB's t-shirt. No.
Right. Right.
Bad guy glow.
Bad guy glow. No, but no, Ilarion, but from the way that they walk away, you feel like they know how to wear their armor and use their weapons. These don't look like just,
Run of the mill punks.
they're not cosplay soldiers, right?
Okay. All right. They'll file that away go and where do they turn off, or do they keep going?
They go up they go up this way towards the market.
Up that way toward the market. Da, 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 da.
Which is,
Okay.
Yeah.
And isn't that also where Erling Karnak's place is? That's to the north of town?
Well, yes, that's true, to the north of town. It's also where Garunda and the salvage brokers are in general, but yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. All right. Well, that's place to visit. Okay.
And Tanton, just so you know, as you are now headed down to Hilar's house, probably by the time you all get down here, you can see that there is a platform, and now you see that the sparking is coming from these triangular things, the same things, of course, that you saw in the gray, but these are clearly active, and every so often they kind of glow and spark a little bit, and there's the very faintest smell of sulfur in the air.
Didn't we have a ghost train happen?
Yeah,
On
we
these
did.
Yeah, the ghost train. Well, yes, but these were not active when the ghost train appeared, though. These are actually the things that a lightning rail uses.
And for those of us who are from Sharn, we've seen them many times.
Yes.
Outside of Sharn, but okay.
Yes, you would have seen something like this, Nissiana, although certainly not near Salvation. These were not active before.
That somebody was busy in like the last 4 or 5 days. Like,
well, they finally flipped the switch over at Sharn.
I was just going to say, because these things were
you know.
here, they just weren't active.
Right.
So Sharn's turned it back on then. This one leads back to Sharn?
You
Among
believe
other
that's
places.
where it would lead. Yes, among other places, right?
Oh. Why would they do that?
That's a good question.
now?
Indeed.
Hmm.
Why indeed?
Because the row of conductor stones probably continues straight through the wall, right to where we initially ran into the thing. They just didn't work. You know, when we got to the station where we found Runda and her dog.
Yeah. Huh.
All right. So eventually we're going to all end up at Hilar's house. I take it.
Yes,
Yeah.
I believe so. And when you first enter, or when you're about to enter, Hilar kind of holds up a hand and just says, hold on a minute. And he waits and then carefully unlocks, but you can't see exactly what he's doing. He's doing something to unlock his door, but it's not just put a key in a lock and open it. And then he opens it and almost immediately disappears, like he just zips in, and there's a brief pause, and then you see his head pop out, and he says, all right, we're good to go.
Somebody booby-trapped his own home.
Lover.
Never can tell.
So it's now available for you to come in, and
Get the thing in, yeah.
and as you walk in,
Tanton moves
Tanton.
around the back of the house.
Yep.
So that he can move 20 feet away from the disc and have it float into Hilar's house. And once it's in there, because he can get closer than 20 feet, but he has to move more than 20 feet to get it to move. So, because it stays 20 feet from him.
Okay.
Whenever he moves. So he has to go around behind the house and then draw it into the house. And once he knows it's in there, he stops concentrating on the spell and it drops.
Right, because I think we're talking
Nice.
about, if I'm not mistaken, this house is 20 by 20. So I think you're right. That's pretty much what we'd need to do. So
it's got just enough room for Alarian's ego. Cool. Good.
So you got that. And then, so one thing I wanted to mention was that when you come in, Hilar is holding something, and Merime, when you come in, he hands something over to you, and he says, well, I thought there would be some interesting things to come. And he hands you what looks like the front page of a newspaper. It is the Salvation Times, to be more exact. That was to you, Mermaid. Do you like?
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. I missed my own name there.
That's okay. I just thought you were being like very dramatic. And you're like, I stare at him.
I figured she was reading it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am reading it. Well, what do I see?
Okay. So let me show you.
He doesn't know.
It is like this.
And also, yes, I was being dramatic.
Of course, that was
Hello?
part of my.
Now that you mention it, yes, I was acting.
I don't even have to try. It just comes naturally.
So
Yeah.
here is what you see. Sorry, my fault. Here's what you see, everybody. It is the Salvation Times, issue 14. And, of course, the Salvation Times works out of Salvation, as you might expect. I know. And it says... There's a few stories there. The first one is the secret faiths inside salvation. To whom do you pray when the dead winds roll over the gray and the hills bare their teeth and the only way home is onward? Us salvage folk live with one foot in the grave and the other on a keg of fire oil, so it's no wonder we pray often to whomever will hear us. But troubling rumors have reached the ear of this correspondent that suggests some folk have turned to gods outside of the sanctuary of the sovereign host or the light of the silver flame. Indeed, some say that a shrine to the trickster god, the traveler, exists within this very outpost, hidden from sight, yet known to many who ply their trade here, and even marked on some maps. Do the dark six call to you? If so, maybe it's time to saddle that steed and get out of town. Chaos has no place in salvation. Folks get enough of that out there in the gray. Mother Johanna leaves a goodly service from the Chapel of the Silver Flame, and we advise that you head there forthwith and cleanse yourselves of your corrupt yearnings for the good of the outpost, if not yourself.
Wow.
So there's that.
The editorializing, I see.
There is this concern about fire threats. There's an article you can read there, a very short one, about the danger of carrying around alchemist fire that are going to do this. And she, the blacksmith basically says, it's okay for me to carry this. It's fine. It's just mild when you catch it. No, I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. It's terrible. And then
You didn't.
I know. It's terrible. Sightseers drawn to the frontier. This is something that you've encountered before. But the things in particular that you note, I would say, Maramé, besides the advertisement about a long night's journey into the gray, a month-only performance at the Salvation Playhouse in town, is the smuggler tunnel under Salvation. Salvation's brokers, it says, and the salvage brokers include Rulin Karnak and others, have expressed concern at rumors that an unknown resident or residents are exploiting a secret tunnel to smuggle goods out of the outpost, bypassing the sacrosanct brokerage deals on which this settlement was founded. If you don't want to pay in salvage, you're going to pay in blood and guts, warned broker Drave Shaldor. We say if you know of any such tunnel, do your duty and fess up.
Oh. This sounds like it might go south. I'll point it out to everyone. This sounds like it might go bad, really fast. If the brokers here kind of don't want to lose on their salvage. And we know where that tunnel is. But we should probably catch a long night's journey into the gray, though. More importantly, I heard great things about the performance. I mean, you've got some top-level performers in that.
It's classic work from the penny high players, a play about death and the relentless bitterness of life on the frontier, and they accept payment in food.
Yana just looks at Maramé like she's nuts.
You like music, Yana.
Interesting.
I like
The
music.
question
But
is that
theater?
smuggler's tunnel under Salvation designed to hide the fact that there is this infiltration into the city?
I mean, isn't that what we thought Karnak had used for their necromancy?
Right. I mean, okay. Think of it this way: if your smuggling tunnel from Karnak was already discovered, and it's very much discovered, wouldn't you want to cover that up by saying, oh, it's a smuggler's tunnel? Give a very plausible explanation. I mean, that makes sense to me.
But if you're using the tunnel yourself, why draw attention to it?
Because attention's already been drawn to it.
Yeah.
And that means anybody who uses it now is, oh, you're a smuggler. You're not from Karnak doing necromancy.
Karnath, I think you mean.
Sorry, Karnath.
That's okay. I just want to make sure we're clear.
I mean, that's my thought.
Well, they don't know where, so somebody might have tipped. The question is, who would have tipped them off?
Well, there was a giant arrow fight in the chest that happened, and Sheriff was there. It's not like it was secret, and nothing travels faster than the speed of gossip.
That's true. That's a good point.
So we could go find out who wrote this and ask questions if you really want to.
I mean, I guess it depends what we need to do in Salvation. I mean, do we want to stay? Do we need to get involved into this? What is the King's Citadel to do with this? Like, what is our duty right now that we have the Oracle of War, that the lightning track has been reanimated? That
It's the Oracle that we have to deal with, isn't it? I look at Halar.
And Hilar nods and he says, well, that's obviously the long-term problem. Right now, we're going to try to keep the Oracle here, and then, we got to put some feelers out and figure what to do with this thing. In the meantime, you also got these three to deal with too. And he points over to the gray dogs you have with you, and he says, "I don't know. Obviously, it's a problem, and the fact that it's still going, and it's been the entire time, although very muffled. Third protocol activated.
Yeah.
That whole thing the whole time.
Who else here would know anything about the Oracle?"
And he thinks of her a bit, and he says, "That's a good question. I'm not sure how much other people in
that we can
Salvation-"
trust.
Well, right. That's the problem. Trying to figure out what exactly would be the case is the real issue. He says, "I think the ones that might have the best chance of figuring it out might actually be the salvage brokers, the ones you can trust, I mean, not the other ones. The salvage brokers at least are used to finding things in the gray all the time. They might know something about the way the thing works. You could try to go to some place like the Silver Flame Chapel, but you've been there. You think Mother Johanna's the type who's going to say, oh, I think it's fine that you've got this obviously haunted artifact or whatever it is working the way it does? Even if she could figure it out, I don't know that she'd help us very much. And then beyond that, it's about seeing if you can track down people. I think the best chance is going to be getting back to Sharn with this. There, you got any number of things. The university, for one thing. They might have places that could tell people.
The fewer people that know this is here, the better.
I agree.
But we need somebody who knows what third protocol is, and also who can figure out how to shut it up.
Yes, that's the big thing. Shut the thing up.
Third protocol activated.
And she just hisses at it again.
Because there's nothing stealthy about that. I mean, I'm not versed in stealth. I don't know if you've noticed that, but that thing is announcing itself anywhere we go, anytime we go anywhere. Even if I don't know how fast we could move, it's just going to keep announcing itself everywhere we go.
Right. So again, who do we turn to?
Nissiana, I mean, I don't know if this is of any use or not, but the first article talks about rising of the trickster god, the traveler, and some hidden cults or sects, or at least some, do you know anything about, does that god ring a bell?
Something historical? Or maybe...
If you're asking about that would be more religion. If you're asking about that, Nissiana.
Religion. Why do I not actually have religion as one of my precepts?
I do not know.
I mean, I can try. Do I know anything about it? I mean, if Nissiana and I combine our knowledge, do we know anything about it?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can each independently make checks if you want, but they would be religion checks.
Okay, well, religion check it will be. Okay. And you know what? I believe in my sister. She thought of this idea, and Eberron will guide her.
And specifically, you're in this religion check. You're trying to figure out what about this?
What the trickster god is of the first article, and if it's anything of concern or of interest to us.
It's like first article, second article.
Yeah, it was the big headline.
Yep. The secret fates. Yeah.
Why is it?
Okay.
So I'm going to guide my sister, and then I'm going to think about it.
Perfect. So I've got a +1 to that. Hopefully not okay. So I've got 17. I'm going to use the guidance anyways because I have it. So
So might as well
I'm
use
relying
it.
on my sister because apparently I don't know anything about this.
So I've got
It's
18.
not. I mean, it's outside my purview. It doesn't
Maybe-
deal with Eberron that I can tell.
Maybe I heard a story or a song.
So the reference that you definitely know is you definitely know about the Dark Six. So the Dark Six are essentially, so you know about the Sovereign Host, which are basically the group of gods that are the most popular here. They embodied all that is good in the world, and they have been around for thousands of years, basically, and everyone knows the name of these sovereigns. The shadows of the Sovereign Host are the Dark Six. They are dark gods which it is believed shape the world and are present at all times, speaking to those who are willing to hear them. They are basically opposite sides of the same coin. So people who, believe in the Sovereign Host believe in the Dark Six as kind of the reverse ones. And of the Dark Six, one of them, the last one, is known as the Traveler, a trickster and kind of the giver of dangerous gifts. Now, I should point out that Tanton knows something about this too, because there are some artificers who worship the Traveler because they see, the Traveler as kind of the lord of innovation. But Tanton also knows all too well that artificers often have been led astray because very seldom are the gifts of the Traveler free and clear and without unintended consequences, let us say. So, yeah. That's basically the idea. And the temples and shrines of the Dark Six are never out in the open, right? They're never just out there. They're always hidden behind places. A shrine to the Shadow, which is another one of the Dark Six, might be behind the bookshelves of a library, things like that. So they're always concealed.
And is it like in my storied experience or experience with story, is it almost like a precedent to something when the Dark Six begins to take a foothold in a community like this?
Absolutely. Fear. Because when fear and doubt take over a community, then the community turns to, hopefully, the Church of the Silver Flame or the Sovereign Host. But some of them also turn to dark gods out of a desire to avoid the worst when the worst comes.
Okay.
And by the way, very few people would be like, well, yes, I'm a huge adherent of the Dark Six.
Of
they wouldn't
course.
talk about it, but yeah.
It's like Justin Bieber fans. They're not going to talk about it.
You're responsible for that, Marie. You and your nation, all right? Like, listen.
And there's Nickelback, who I will admit to actually enjoying some of their songs.
Nickelback,
I don't actually understand the
Also-
anger towards Nickelback.
Hey, gonna be a rock star. Listen, you can have bare naked ladies and that works, but man.
All right, cool. Thank you. I'll just kind of pocket that away into my head just in case it's, it feels like something is shifting in salvation regardless. That's what this paper reads at. And where are we best to put our efforts to kind of maintain the balance?
Well, is that our job?
I don't know.
Our job right now is the Oracle of War. That appears to be our focus. And we should not be distracted by other things. At least that's my understanding.
Yana nods in agreement.
Yeah, because if we need to get this to Sharn, that should be our focus. Until, and I look at Halar, until someone says otherwise, we need to get this thing out of this particular area because it's very vulnerable here.
And we can't move it until we find out why it's still
Making that noise.
doing that.
Yes,
Third protocol activated.
I agree with you, Yana. I tried stuffing stuff down the tube, but the target is.
There's
Well,
only
we've got
one.
the target, we've got the thing stuffing, so we have some quiet, but
Yeah,
Lord.
and I should say, by the way, you can hear it, but it's not blaring or anything because of just
There is only one being in town I would trust with showing this.
Garunda.
No,
No?
Sheriff
Really?
And Tantan just,
Really, Sheriff?
And the reason why is because Sheriff also comes from the war. Garunda does not. You don't need a tinkerer. You need someone who might have possibly seen this thing in action in the first place. Only one being in town has that resume. I don't like the idea,
Didn't
but it
Sheriff
makes the
give
most
your
sense to me. We don't know until she actually sees it. I don't know how to react. Like I said, he glances at Tantan when he says that. They say that. I'm not fond of the idea, but a tinkerer is not probably going to do anything to this. Tantan can't do it. Nothing against Garunda, but I feel to see what she's going to be able to uncover with it. We need someone who might have actually been there when it was actually used, who might have actually overheard something about the third protocol actually being discussed. Garunda's not going to know that. No one else in town is going to know that. Sheriff might.
no.
Nisi, why did you think Garunda would know?
Garunda is a salvager who knows a lot of stuff, but I hadn't considered the part of the war because my part in the war was in a healing house. So, and Greg, didn't Sheriff lose their memory?
Yes.
Okay.
Or it's garbled. It would be a better way
Okay.
to put it.
All right, let me. I am a little concerned about Sheriff because Sheriff doesn't remember themselves. However, if they do and this third protocol affects them, it could be bad. The reason I am more interested in Garunda is because she is a known ally. But I will defer.
I don't want to show Sheriff this, but she might know what third protocol is.
Yes, I hadn't considered the war, and that's correct. So
Hilar looks over at Tantan and says, I don't blame Tantan for being concerned, though, about it. You got anything to say?
Oh, yes. I would not say that I am concerned about Sheriff. I don't trust her at all. In my opinion, she is severely damaged. And the fact that she so vehemently refused to even allow me to look in on it, given my history building Warforged during the war, it's entirely possible that I might be able to help, but she refused. If her memory is scrambled, then I think, yes, Nissiana might be correct. We have no idea how she might respond. If this does trigger something, I would at least like to know what is our contingency should she go batshit crazy.
Which is why this shouldn't be anywhere near Sheriff. I also agree with Tantan.
And Hilar says, the problem, what you got before you, is figuring out how to deal with it. Either you take it down to Sharn right away, or at least you try to see if you can ask around. It might at least be worth talking to a couple people, maybe in the salvage market. You could go over and at least find out where Sheriff is. You ought to be clever enough to do that without putting Sheriff Wise to it. That might be another thing.
I want to ask the gray dogs, like, what were you sent to find in the gray?
And Nella says, actually no, Sprocket says, well, they hired us, Garunda and the rest of them, to try to find some stuff at the Fireweave Bazaar. We had found it, and there was still some good stuff there, they thought. So they sent us back out there, and then everything happened after that.
Did any of them ever mention that?
No, we had no idea about it until you found it. We kind of fell on top of it, right?
And then she kind of looks at the rest, Yana looks at the rest of the group and is like, somebody knew it was there.
I feel like the coincidences are mounting up, and it almost feels like salvation is on the tipping point of something. And I'm afraid that by bringing the Oracle of War back here, we're going to expedite.
Wait,
Well, that's
you said Garunda and the others? Was it one salvager or all of them?
No, Garunda and the other one that works with her.
Oh,
her daughter.
Yeah.
Hmm.
The one that they said that someone rescued. Was that you that rescued them?
Yes. So nobody else knows about the Oracle.
And the Sprocket shrugs. Well, it's not always the easiest thing to keep secrets in salvation, but we didn't tell anybody, and I don't know. I can't imagine Garunda doing it, but others might have sent spies, I guess.
But you knew you were going to get an oracle or something like that, though.
No. We thought we were just going to Fireweave Bazaar to get everything we could there. We had no idea it was actually there until we fell on top of it.
But why go into the gray if you didn't know it?
Because we found the bazaar.
That's what they do.
Yeah, that's what we
what they
do. We're
do,
salvage
yeah.
group. We found the bazaar before, and we didn't have time to take all that much out of it. But there was more stuff there. We knew where it was. We figured it'd be easy score. You just go straight there, grab stuff, and come back.
So
Yana,
either you're incredibly lucky, and by lucky I mean incredibly stupid,
Yana.
or somebody knows that was there.
No, Yana, you don't understand. Things are found in the gray all the time. There are people who go out there in specific. Do not say they're stupid for doing their job.
And things also go missing in the gray. But missing things want to be found.
Yes, but that is true. But what you're saying to the gray dogs is wrong. Don't disparage their possession. That's not right. Because you don't choose. What?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Like, just because you don't choose to go into the gray doesn't mean other people don't choose to do it, because there is something to be found.
Desperate
I
people
only
do
meant
desperate
it in terms
things.
of what they stumbled across.
it is entirely possible to go looking for one thing and yet find something completely different. I believe that is what has happened here.
Yes, I just would like people to understand that the gray jobs also have an important job that they have been doing, and others like them. It is something that has happened for a long time. And while others don't necessarily understand it or like it or choose to do it, those who do are not necessarily stupid for doing it.
Yes, Nisi. They're very good at running away.
No, they're also very good at finding things. Don't be angry at someone for being afraid.
I'll believe that when I see some who do. Until then, my opinion remains.
Why did the wolves not attack?
I don't know. I've heard of the doom dogs.
As we remain, it's like,
The doom dogs, I've heard of them, I've read about them. They're the dogs of despair. They're intelligent. I don't know why they escorted us.
We didn't attack them, and we didn't run.
But they followed us to town. What if we tried to leave town? Something doesn't feel right to me. The lightning rail is reactivated. We found the Oracle of War. There's
Those
something.
creatures won't attack without reason. They're
Can we
plotters.
use the lightning
Not
rail
s-
to get to Sharn? With the Oracle?
I think
Lar
it might
says,
not be a bad idea.
yeah, well, there should be one coming, I think, in the next couple of days. Even with the line activated, they're only going to send the train up here every so often. But, yeah, if we can get a ticket back down, I can talk to my contacts about it. Should be easy enough. Then it would be the easiest thing to do, although we'd still have to keep it secure on the train, and we got to keep it safe until the train gets back. That won't be for a couple of days.
Well, yeah, but if that is our main focus, then that is our thing that we should focus on, right?
And Hilar nods.
Correct.
Sure. What are you
Then
going
we
to do
should
until
take the
then,
train.
though?
Find
never
out what
been on a
third
train.
protocol is.
Super
Yeah,
fun.
Right, third protocol. Somebody in Sharn would frickin' know what third protocol is.
I can continue working on it.
Because you were you could figure it out, Tantin. You of all of us can figure it out. And then she pets the puppy because she's a puppy.
I concur with those who have said the less people in Salvation that know about this, the better. I am torn about Garunda. I believe I can plant or at least have the information. I can have Sheriff ask about the third protocol without it coming back to us using Whist.
What? I want to turn to the halfling Nella.
Yep.
And just ask her, why did you take the oracle from us? Like, we haven't actually asked for that, have we? Or did I?
We
You
haven't-
didn't, but others have.
Others have, yeah. I mean, Nella basically tells you the same sort of thing, which was they thought you were going to die from the undead, and that the thing was going to be. They were afraid about what would happen if they got caught, with that. But also, they thought they could sell it for some serious coin and not ever have to go back in the gray again.
Yana looks at Merime and goes, "No profit if you're dead."
Oh, okay. No, I don't think she'd heard it. Let's go with that.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
Well, I mean, they're not us, so I can understand that. They're not together like we are, so
Yeah. I don't blame them doing desperate things in desperate moments. I mean, that happens to all of us.
however, they're not going to do it again. I look at them.
And again, Sprocket sort of like nods, and the other two are like, just kind of like, again, sullen, not defiant.
Oh, I think we made that point clear. And she looks at all of them.
And they kind of, don't respond, but.
Well, okay. So if I understand everything correctly, we need to get the Oracle back to Sharn, but we have a couple of days before we can take the train to do it. In that couple of days, Alarian is going to figure out how to ask about the third protocol. What are the rest of us doing?
Well, I presume either I'm working on this or I'm working on that.
I'm going to say you're probably working on both.
Well, I can't work on the conductor stones and work on this at the same time.
Okay, we know what our main priority is.
Wait, I'm sorry. Trent, why are you working on the conductor stones?
To get them finished faster.
I didn't know that was your job.
No, our interference in that would draw attention to us. Don't.
Yeah, no, do not be messing around with that stuff. Concentrate. Sorry, hold on. Yes, you're better. Your skills are better utilized concentrating the Oracle now.
But they're very neat.
No, well, yes, but
Once the Oracle is gone, then you can play around with conductor stones to your heart's content.
Really?
Yes.
How would you do that?
Fine.
All right.
In the meantime, figure out what the third protocol is, please.
All right. And he dives into it.
Third protocol activated.
Yes, darling, I know.
And Yana just goes, "Rapidly."
Alarian turns to Nissiana.
yes,
Do you wish to go have a conversation with Garunda? I
With
think
who?
we're overdue for our next lesson with Goblin anyways.
that's true. We are due for our next lesson in Goblin. In the meantime, I guess we're going to start taking shifts on guarding this thing while Tantin works. But I will state a standing mystery is the Doom dogs. That is something we should.
Excuse me,
I think
Nissiana,
you're
you're
aware.
also did you not also say we should not be distracted from the oracle?
I understand that we shouldn't be distracted, but who of the things that could probably stop or attack a train?
A train enveloped in lightning. Keep in mind, we did outnumber those Dune dogs 2-1. It may be very possible that they did not see us as wholly attacking because we were too dangerous or healthy. Most animals will not attack a healthy target. They attack the sick, the injured, the weak. We were none of those things.
And remember, they're hunters.
We're not.
They don't
prey.
need to attack us. We are not their food. They merely were looking to see if we were a threat.
Well, we are that.
The only thing I want us to keep, something's bugging me, but I can't quite. I'm missing pieces. But they followed us outside of the gray to salvation, and then they stopped. I worry that we might have been herded, or they've seen the oracle, or
Mary.
they know.
Erame, listen. My people always protect their territory, protect themselves. When forces reach the end of our home, we no longer feel under threat. But anything nearby poses a great danger. Even creatures, even beasts, have a right to defend their home, even in the gray.
True. We hadn't seen them before now. That
doesn't mean they
there's-
weren't there.
No, there's a lot of coincidences, but perhaps they are just coincidences, and you're right, we should focus on the Oracle of War. I think we should all be on high alert.
Song of being escorted by the Doom Dogs back to salvation. Come on.
Yes,
You
you
saw
know
them.
what?
We saw them because they wanted us to see them.
That
They
was-
wanted us
that
to
was
know they
obvious.
were there.
Even I.
And I
can
am not
figure
sure
that
there
out.
is much more to it than that. But should we return that way again, they might be even less friendly than they were this time. Caution, as always.
Yeah. But I still think that the train is going to be our best bet, and they might be the greatest danger. Well, no, humans are the greatest, sentients are the greatest danger. But
The train is definitely the way to take the oracle back over to Shaw.
No, I trust all of your judgment. Definitely that works. I think we should just be careful. Very careful. And no one should go alone anywhere. Definitely teams of 2 at the minimal.
agreed.
So Tentin is working currently on the Oracle, if I'm not mistaken. When Hilar is here, how are the teams splitting or dividing, or how are you setting this up? Who's going?
Yana staying here with Tentin.
Okay.
Yeah. The
So
question
then-
is, what do we need to do?
Right.
Other than me and actually me, my sister, and Valerian all 3 of us are doing goblin training or language, I should say. So we would be together.
You want us to go to see Garunda? Say hey?
Let's
We are not splitting the party 5 different ways, Arendelle. That doesn't happen.
Only
Okay,
2
it
different
does
ways.
happen, but we try not to have it happen.
It won't happen. And if it does happen, it's not our
Necromancer's House
fault.
of Death.
And
Only
if it
the
is our
Necromancer's
fault,
House of
we're
Death,
sorry.
Yeah. As I said, we are late for our next goblin lesson.
All right, we can do that.
I'm just gonna ask Yana quickly. Yana, if I find out that the theater tonight, that there is a lot of singing, I can check the posters. Would you be interested in coming with me? I can get us tickets.
Yana,
Come on, Yana, it'll be fun.
with a slight smile, just goes,
Yana, it'll be fun.
Perfect. I'll get us tickets and I'll see if they're singing. I'll be back soon.
It'll be a girls'
this,
night, Yana.
as Merime leaves, this is just Yana.
You signed up for this, Yana. Girls' night.
You got
Yana,
the full
want or
package.
not?
She goes and sits down in a corner to sleep.
So Merime and Nissiana and Alarian, the 3 of
Uh-huh.
you, are heading to the salvage brokers area. Okay.
Arv, I have a question.
Oh, all right. I have an answer, possibly.
What's the name of the shifter character that we talked to earlier on in the campaign?
The name of the shifter character, and I'm glad you asked because I have it, is Zodor Tarev. That was the sort of the smuggler broker that misunderstood, perhaps, maybe that.
Oh, I know. I know.
Yep.
When they're gone, I'm going to see him.
Ah, okay. So interesting. Well, let's follow the salvage broker one, and then we'll come back to him.
But I have to wait for them to be gone enough, and I have to tell Tenton,
right?
To cover for me.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Just go.
Well, that's not how Yana rolls.
Okay. Tenton, I'm going to be going to this thing. Tenton's like.
Tenton's not even paying attention. I know, right? It's like.
Okay. Good catch, Rudnell. When you head out, and I'm going to switch back over to the map here. That means that we have, if the 3 in question can head up in this direction, here, by which I mean here.
I think Merime, for some reason, something's not sitting right with her, so I think she's been keeping a close eye around.
Okay. Is there something specific Merime is looking for?
Any high tensions, like anybody feeling paying too much attention to us, or
okay.
Like kind of what the vibe of the town is,
Okay.
Like the vibe in Ottawa is shit right now. You can feel it. So I want to feel what that feels like in Salvation.
Oh man.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh man, I
It
can't
was
even.
so
I can't even
adorable
make
the
a
way you
joke.
said that too, because I
just am
wasn't
so-
expecting you to. I wasn't expecting you to be so profane about it, but then it was just so lovely the way you said it. It was
I know.
just.
I'm just so sorry about that I can't even make a joke about it. Like I just,
Yeah, me neither.
If you want, I will actually put a group of carts outside this place, and you can go over and destroy them. If you would like to do that, I am happy to provide you that moment of clarity, Merime. Just saying. Oh man, straight up. You say Astro, I say Turf. Astro, Turf. And anyway, so when you folks head over to the salvage market, and I was just mentioning, Jen, that Nissiana, I assume, was going over there also with.
Yes.
So you can move your token over there if you like.
When Nissiana has moved over there, Marie's the one who she hasn't moved.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon.
I noticed where Alarian went, and I just moved myself there.
Gotcha. Okay. So as you come into the salvage market, slants of gray light are falling from the windows of the salvage market, and there are brokers, as always, doing business behind armored counters. The thing that you notice when you come in is that there is a disheveled and malnourished crew, presumably of salvagers, not the gray dogs at this point. By the way, speaking of that, where are you leaving? Where are you bringing the gray dogs to? Because they're still
right now. They're staying with Hilar.
Okay, I just want to check.
Mm-hmm.
So when you go in there, they are arguing with the brokers over the value of a damaged conductor stone, one of those big gray triangle things that, this salvage crew is not anyone that you recognize. That's not surprising. Salvage crews do this all the time. But the thing that you do notice is, so you see 3 people that are doing brokerage work. One of them is Bellalore, who is the mother of Garunda, has the one ear missing and all that stuff. So Bellalore is behind one of them talking, and is one of the people, in fact, talking back and forth with the salvage crew. A second one who is standing nearby and occasionally adds some things in from his table is someone that I don't know if you've encountered before. This is a human who always has a magic filter on his face. You know him as Dreev Shaldor. He's one of the brokers here, but you've never actually seen him. And you can see that he has basically a mask over his face, which seems odd because the others normally don't have that unless they're out in the desert or out in the sand, for some reason. And every so often he prings in with a nasally sounding voice. Every so often he throws in some, comment from the sidelines. But the other one, who is interesting, is someone you haven't seen before. And you can notice that there are a couple of people, presumably guards, standing behind her. A rosy-cheeked, plump woman in her maybe early 40s, something like that, who has a purple scarf that is draped over one shoulder. and
Mrs.
she
Cratchit?
is just. I'm saying again.
No, Mrs. Cratchit.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, no, Eberron.
Well, she is looking with some keen interest in their direction, and as you all come in, her eyes swivel to you. Not you specifically, Nissiana, but all three of you.
Mm-hmm. Where are they in the bazaar?
They are towards the back. So basically, Garunda is here. The guy making the comments, Dreyev, is here, and she, this third person, is back here.
Okay.
And Bellalure is the one haggling with the people over the
Correct.
stone?
That's right.
And he's watching, and then farther back, what we assume is Arulin Karnak is observing the whole thing.
You got it.
As soon as I come in and see that, I kind of stop, and because I'm in front of these two, they kind of stop with me.
Mm-hmm.
And then I mutter, act like we're sorry. Let's browse for a bit.
Browse.
Ooh, I do need more makeup kit.
Okay.
He walks to the first one, studiously, acknowledging that what's going on, but not really paying attention to it, and starts looking at the wares of the other vendors.
And you can hear as you're doing that, the person who's Bellalure, is just saying, I'm telling you, I got a bunch of ones out there that I can use the same thing for. Those ones out there actually work. This thing's just a hunk of rock. One was like, well, it's a hunk of rock now, but it doesn't have to be. This thing came from the gray. It could have been infused with magic. And she says, infused with magic. If your head was infused with brains, you know that I wouldn't be spending money on a rock. And so they kind of go back and forth this way. You get the impression that Bellalure is clearly, I mean, you've seen Bellalure do her work before, and is very good at being able to do this. And you know her, of course, to be honest, although, stern. Like she does not give people, mercy coins, right? It's
shrewd.
all about figuring
She's very
out
shrewd.
Very shrewd.
Yeah.
He does not suffer fools gladly.
That's right. And Garunda is behind her, and as she sees you, her eyes kind of light up, and Garunda comes forward and she says, Hi, you made it back. Mom's gonna be really happy. And she says, well, we gotta get rid of these people. Ma, and Bellalure's, yes, and then she sees you. Oh, you've got news for me? Get out of here, she says to the salvage crew. They're like, well, but this is really important. She's like, it'll be just as important, unless that thing's made out of foam. Now get that rock out of here. We'll talk later. And the salvage crew kind of like mutters under their breath and picks up the
hold that thing out of here.
And walks out. And as they walk out, one of them's just like, I told you it was stupid to bring that. Shut up, and like that kind of thing. They look pretty young too, in addition to everything else. And as they depart, you are now there, and Bellalure comes over and says, well, you're a sight for sore eyes. So, you're back. What word you get? Did you find the gray dogs?
Are either of the other two taking interest in this conversation?
Dreyev is sort of faintly doing so, and Arulin has been pretty much staring right at you the whole time. Like, since you entered.
We should speak in private.
She says, oh, why? You got some problem with them? They're harmless. Even Arulin, isn't that right? And Garunda says, Ma. And Arulin sort of looks at her and smiles and says, well, it's fine if you want to do what you want to do. I'm just going to be here selling and buying like I always do, Bellalure dear. I wouldn't dream of listening in on your conversations.
Oh, for once, I kind of wish Yana was here.
And Bellalure kind of, turns to you and says, see, it's fine.
What impression do I get from the person completely at the back, the lady completely at the back, keeping an eye on us?
Make an insight check for me, please, Mary.
I love making those because I get advantage on those.
Same, since I'm watching this.
Okay. Yes, I'll allow it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm okay if you say no, but it just...
No, I I think it's reasonable given what you were doing, but
Nice.
yeah.
You're feeling it.
I'm just gonna watch. I spend a lot of time talking recently and scolding, so now I'm just gonna watch.
So now I'm in watch mode. So what you get the impression of is that this is someone who is deeply interested in what you're doing, and if it is Arulin, you know very much her reputation based upon what people have been telling you about it for the last couple of weeks. I would say both Nissiana and Merime can see that she has taken a very keen interest, but it's impossible to tell for what reason. I mean, even with a good insight check.
Okay. I will give Mary May the kind of the signal of, hey, connect, do you mind?
Hey.
Hey, she really wants to know who we are, what we're doing, just in case she missed it.
I know. Do you want to stick with Alarian and try to get him out, and I can just go kind of shopping and chat?
I don't know. Alarian is very good at what he does. Who do you, yes? And you can connect with me or connect with him. Connect with him.
Okay, I'll ask.
You do.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay.
And I'll connect with Alarian. Hey, Alarian.
Literal telephone.
Hey.
By the way, while they're having their conversation, literally, Alarian has placed themselves so that they are completely blocking Irulian Karnak's view as they talk to Bellalore.
Okay.
And since they're fairly large, that's not hard to do.
Okay.
And I kind of motion to Nissiana to keep an eye on Irulian. Arulin?
Okay.
Arulin. Okay, go
I
ahead,
watch.
Marie.
Should Nissiana and I go talk to Arulian Karnak and just kind of keep her distracted while you address this with Bellalore? With Orinda?
No, you should not. Just watch her watching us while Bellalore and I talk.
Okay.
Keep me informed as to her reactions. It's
Certainly.
loud. If she starts to approach, let me know.
Certainly, we will do that, and I will play a little song to give you a little bit of cover to your voice. This place could use some livening up.
Delightful.
And I will laugh out loud like a crazy person because nobody.
And
then
everyone looks at me like,
So basically, for about 30 seconds, the three of us have been completely silent. Where she says, "Oh, it's fine," and then it's like nothing happens.
But like the camera zoomed in with everyone's eyes, like, what?
Right.
Like,
And then the overview of the talking without any, and then finally, like they just woke up again. Alarian starts talking to her again.
And I will just let Nissiana know to keep an eye on her, and I will just take up my lute and I'll just buy you some cover, and then I will just launch into this jaunty to just liven up the whole place, and also provide some cover for voices.
Okay, so you start doing that, and Drave says, "This isn't a concert hall, you know." He has a strange, nasally, almost raspy voice coming from below the mask. "We're trying to do some real business in here. Hey, Bellalore, why don't you take your musicians out of here if you'd rather be doing concerts than business?"
What does she say to that?
And Bellalore looks back and is just like, "Blow it out your ear, Drave, or your mask. First of all, we're going to do what we want. I get to be here as much as I want. She's not being too loud. And besides, if anyone could hear over your rasping over there, it wouldn't be much of a deal anyway." And he says, "You always think you're funny and get the last laugh, Bellalore. We'll see what happens. It'd be a shame to see something happen to the other ear." And Bellalore, of course, who's missing one half of one ear. And Bellalore sort of rolls her eyes and says, "That's a great one. You've had that chambered and ready to go for a long time, haven't you?"
And actually, when he says that, Alarian turns around and just stares at him. Doesn't say a word, but just really gives him a really long stare.
Okay.
I dropped the notes of the song.
I keep my
You switch it to
attention on
minor
you,
key.
woman.
It's like ding 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 dun, 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 dun.
After 10 seconds of that, they turn back to Bellalore.
Okay. All right. So and so Nissiana is focusing more of her attention on Irulan, right? If
Yes, I
understand this
am
correctly.
keeping more of attention on Erlin and vaguely kind of looking at what's in front of me. So like I'm shopping,
Right.
but I'm about as stealthy as a stub toe.
Right. So you keep picking up the same bolt of cloth, probably, and this type of thing. Yeah.
Like I don't really know what I'm doing. Actually, let me make sure I'm not stealthy. I'm probably not stealthy. I'm very dexterous. Yeah, I can be stealthy-ish, but you know what? It's my first time out of town. I'm very curious about Erlin. It's kind of obvious.
Okay. And the feeling's mutual. As you do that, Alarian and Miramay are talking to Bellalore, and Bellalore says, "All right, so what can I do for you then? How did things go? First, tell me what happened with the Grey Dogs."
We've recovered 3 of them.
It's a shame one of them didn't make it.
Correct. They ran into some trouble at the Fiery Czar with and they actually lowered their voice for this, and I can't remember the Lord of Blades.
The
Is that
Lord
what
of
it's called?
Blades, that's right.
Yes. I'm going to say forward unit of the Lord of Blades, actually.
And she kind of, her eyes widen a little bit. The Lord of Blades. I heard he lived in the Grey, but there's always just been legends about him. He's a fanatic, they say. Was that what you saw?
Well, yes. Actually, we think it was a scouting unit of some kind. They appear to be looking for something. We're not quite sure what.
Oh, there's a lot of stuff to be found in Fireweave, for sure.
And Alarian will glance at Miramay for a second. We overheard them talking about something of an oracle. And watching Bellalore's reaction very carefully for this when he mentions that word.
And so when you say the oracle, make an insight check for me, Alarian. Also, thank you for the host, Josiah. Welcome.
And I would be looking at at her as well at that time because Alarian made it clear that I should be paying attention.
Okay, so you can make that. Nissiana, you don't get this one. Sorry, you're focused.
Yeah, that'd be
on
good
Irulan.
because my rolls have been crap tonight, so the more help the merrier.
Let's
Okay,
see how it goes.
16, that's not terrible.
That's
Not
good.
perception, though, Alarian. Insight.
Doggone it. Well,
Oh wow!
technically the same roll, but all
I'm
right.
not
I'll try
feeling
that.
I
it.
gotta be.
Yeah,
don't
that's
be
okay.
hard
That's okay.
about
Yep.
I'm very into my song.
it. Yeah.
This dice is a 17, and the other one says a 9. Yep. So.
Yep.
Mm.
Sorry. It's
Right.
you definitely just, she seems just generally interested, but you don't get any like type of
Okay,
thing.
so it doesn't seem to be any real reaction.
Right.
Okay. All right.
She says, well, all right, is that something, is it some artifact? That's what I was looking for when I sent him out there. I mean, artifacts in
An
general.
artifact
I mean,
or- okay.
no, artifacts in general, anything. I mean,
Well, once they made their appearance known, we were lucky to get out alive. It was touch and go, to say the least.
ugh, I'm glad that you made it out safe. Well, where are they? Where are the rest of them?
Being held for the time being, there was a difference of opinion on the way back. And sorry to say that we need to decide what to do with them if we're going to turn them over to the sheriff. There was an attempted theft.
They tried to steal something from you. Really? That doesn't sound like the Grey Dogs I know.
I understand there were exigent circumstances, however, which is why we're still deciding what we're going to do with them. It's very possible we may return them to your command. We haven't quite decided yet.
All right, well, I'll make sure to keep that in mind. If they did something bad, then I won't work with them again. It'd be a shame. I always thought they were a good crew, but well,
The Lord of Blades unit really, I think, unnerved them quite a bit. It was very hazardous, and then losing a member, and then all nearly dying at the Fiery Bazaar.
that'll do
I'm
it
not
all
sure they're going to
right.
be able to keep doing the work they've been doing. Let's put it that way. It might be time for them to consider another life.
Well, that'll be something to keep in mind. I'm glad that you gave me the information, then. I'm sorry if it put you at risk. Did you find anything else out there?
Alas, no. Once the Lord of Blades soldiers arrived, we had to leave in a hurry.
All right. Well, at least you made it back all right, and I appreciate the assistance. I'll have to make sure that I get you what I can as soon as I am able to, especially once you figure out what you're going to do with the gray dogs.
Of course.
So, in the meantime, if there's any information I can give you, I'm happy to do it. Me or my daughter, of course.
Well, I'm glad you asked. We've only been gone for a few days, but in that time, the town seems different. I mean, besides what is it called, the electric train?
The lightning rail.
Besides the lightning rail being reactivated, which I'm sure has caused some interest, but
You got that right.
can you tell us why people seem on edge?
It actually happened after the fight went down near Big Mo. Afterwards, there was this, I don't know, tension that built up in the crowd, built up in the town. And she kind of jerks the head over her shoulder. Some people don't much like the way that things have been. Brokers are getting antsy, and even sheriff's been on edge more than usual. I get the feeling that it's like, how do I put it? Someone's been set in motion. You know, like there's something, you're waiting for the storm to arrive or for the other shoe to drop, I guess. It's hard to explain unless you lived here for a while, but there's a lot of tension coming from some of them, and I think, and she drops her voice, Irulan's got to have something to do with it. You can't trust her as far as you throw her, and everybody knows that she had something to do with what was going on over there at Big Mo.
Big Mo's the salvage yard, right?
Yeah, with the
Okay.
Colossus head and all that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Indeed. How well do you know her?
Well enough to know that you don't want to try to mess with her. She seeks out weakness, though. If you show it, she pounces. The problem is she can turn most strengths into a weakness, too. And she's got lots of people on the payroll. Also, if you become an enemy of hers, she holds grudges a long, long time. Only reason I haven't fallen for it is because she knows she can't actually move against all of us. And if she started trying to take on the whole town, she'd get in trouble. But pick people off one by one, well, that's just her style. Never loses her cool, that one. And she looks over and you can see that the woman is just sort of calmly still regarding, in particular, Nissiana, who's looking at her right now. But so at the same time folding several bolts of cloth without looking down at the bolts, and just putting them in place. And Bellalore says, she's tricky, that one. Always calm, cold as the snow. She's quite a piece of work. There's something about the eyes, too. I don't know. Like they'd pierce you as soon as look at you.
Does she show up in the bazaar often?
No, and that's the other thing that worries me. Once in a while, yeah. But since you left 5 days ago, she's been in here at least 4 times. That's a lot for her.
Okay. Thank you.
Nissiana, as this conversation is going on, you notice for the first time, and there are other people milling about, so at first you can't really tell exactly who's coming. And then you gradually see, as things sort of thin out, there are 3 people walking in your general direction.
Mm-hmm.
And they are a dwarf and 2 humans. And you've seen them before, Nissiana. In fact, you've seen them pretty recently.
I elbow my sister. I'm like, incoming.
I forgot to mention that right before they moved over, you saw Irulan whisper in their ear. And then they came over this way.
I incoming, and then when she clinks in, I'm like, Aurelian just talked to these 3 who are headed towards our way. let Alarian know.
And I hop into Alarian, just even if he's talking, it doesn't. If they're talking, and I'm like.
I also put on a kind of my normal kind of friendly smile, and I'm looking at fabric, and I'm kind of looking at people, and I am not looking away from them. I am curious and naive.
I'll be like, Alarian company incoming. They talk to her. Yep.
And
Alarian turns around.
Just in time to see these, the dwarf and two humans come to a stop in front of you. The dwarf has a scar down the right side of his face and a kind of dirty gray beard and has a notched axe at his belt. He is wearing leather armor, which has seen quite a bit of use, along with the two humans behind him are very similar, although they have swords, not axes. Still leather armor, still not particularly, not attractive fellows in any respect. And the dwarf in front says, evening, friend. The name's Kellark. I thought I might talk to you about something, if that's all right with you.
Me?
And,
what do you mean?
And he kind of looks, he says, well, you're part of the group too, ain't you? Sure, I'll be happy to talk to you too. I've reason to believe that all of you have something we want. And I thought I'd come over and talk to you about it. This here's a market. It's time to do a little bit of sales chatter.
We do have a song in our hearts. Which one would you like to hear?
I actually stepped back so that I am no longer in the front, so that my sister and Alarian are now in front of me.
Yeah.
And I put my hand on Alarian, and I say very quietly to him, you have always been my shield. And I guidance him.
Okay. And so you do that while Merime says that line about there's a song in your heart thing.
Just buying time.
So
I love it so much. I love it so much.
He lowers his voice and he says, how about the one that plays Somewhere I'll Find My Oracle?
Don't know that
And
one.
Alarian stares at him for a long time, then turns to her. And I'm afraid
know
my
that.
bardic friend doesn't know that one. Perhaps
I know.
care to suggest another.
Go ahead, Merime.
Yeah. Would you like to hear another?
Well, now, that seems to be the only song that I'm much interested in right now. And I have a feeling you do know it. I'm sure you just got temporary amnesia. See, me and the boys here, we're interested in unusual things. And word is that you came into town not long ago carrying something that might be pretty important. So we thought that we'd make a good offer to you. Something that would make it worth your while rather than fiddling with this thing that probably you don't want to be messing with. I'm willing to offer you a decent price for it, in fact.
Well,
Pardon my directness, but you look like you don't have two copper pieces to rub together among the three of you. Perhaps if we were to talk to someone with, I don't know, deeper pockets, she
And-
might be persuaded to remember that song you're looking for.
Okay, and he smiles, revealing like this line of broken yellow teeth, and he says, well, now I think that's interesting. I don't have deep pockets. I do, however, friend, have something else. I'm willing to offer you the most valuable thing any of us can have. Your lives in exchange for what I asked for. Now, my friend, I'm sure you would prefer that this end peaceably. And you can see that his hand just slightly drifts back to the handle of his axe. The other two behind him, their hands move to their swords. And immediately, Drave is like, well, the hell's with all of it, and kind of gets back and like goes into the back, basically backs up against the wall. And Balula says, hey, wait a minute, there's no need for this. And he says, shut up, Goblin. I wanted to talk to you, what I'd asked you special. You back off or I'll take off your other ear. And so she's like looks ready, and her daughter kind of comes up, Garunda, and's like, Mom, not now. kind of like.
Nissiana's kind of like low down, going, no, go back. Don't get involved. We got this. I hope we got this, but don't get involved.
So not only are you penniless, you're also cowards. I am unarmed, as you can plainly see. Yet you would draw steel on me. Please, bandit scout, go back the way you came from, or suffer the consequences.
Well,
What I believe my friend tries to say is that we can't tell you what we don't have. Right? That's what they're trying to say.
And so there's this moment where the whole market falls silent, and it's just Ilarion staring back at the dwarf Kellark and the two humans behind them, and Nissiana kind of like, looking back and forth. And at first, Kellark seems like he hasn't heard you at all, Marame, and then he says, well, it's interesting to me to hear that you don't have it. I suppose, then, that whatever we're going to get next, we're going to find out what it is you do have. Now I'm going to give you precisely 3 seconds, and if you don't tell me where the Oracle is, we'll just have to take it off of your bodies, or the directions to find it anyway.
I'm going to take a step back behind Ilarion.
1, 2, and then on the 2 count. Whoops, sorry. On the 2 count, Ilarion armors up, sword out, and he's ready to go.
I pull out my blade.
And Nissiana, you get one glimpse of Irulin Karnak with a big smile on her face. And that's where we're going to bring our session to a close for tonight.
Wench!
Tanton comes running in and says, I got the Oracle of War to shut up!
Here it is!
It works! Oh, crap! We will start, by the way, next time with Yana's conversation. I want to start there.
With Zodor, yeah, because I definitely want to...
Yeah, we'll start with that. Then we'll jump back to Tanton and see what's going on there and with the Grey Dogs there. And then we will actually run this little combat.
And then the 3 of them will die. So
and then we'll run the combat for the 3.
I can do a lot of things, including that spiritual weapon, which can flank.
I know you got your armory back, so that's good.
It's true.
I did, which is I also stepped behind my tank.
I love you all. You all didn't notice too, while that whole Western showdown is happening in chat, Lone Wolf's like, ready's inspiration. Like everyone is like, everyone's getting themselves ready, and then Prince Justin's like, oh man, it's like
I love you so much.
Yes, if only we had another 3 hours to play through that tonight. But
Sadly, no.
I'm basically dying in my chair right now.
Sadly, no. Yeah, the
Luckily,
time is
it's
come.
only have to wait a week.
We only have to wait a week.
That's
It'll be next
That's true.
Saturday
It
is
is
the
a
plan.
week.
So
That's
we'll-
true.
Stay well, please.
we will be. That's
Find
right.
out
That's
if
right.
we live or die.
We will be back with this. What a really fun session today. I will start with Rob. And also one thing that I should mention, which is between now and next week, the party did indeed level up to level 4. I should have mentioned that coming into
wow.
this.
Yes.
That's the first thing I wanted
It's good
to
to
say.
get all that taken care of before the
Before
fight
the
starts.
fight, please. Yes. The second thing is I
Ugh.
wanted to mention, remember that you have all gained back 1 hero point if you had used it up. No, they don't stack,
Right.
remember.
They
So
don't stack.
They don't
Yes,
stack.
I used my hero point correctly today.
So
Well done.
Yeah. So I wanted to make sure that both of those things were the case. So I think
Okay.
I'm just locking in everybody. I think 3 of you would use them, so I just want to make sure that you have 1 and only 1 back. Okay. Now, with that said, so Rob, there was every one of you actually had really nice moments today in different at different times.
Yep.
One of the things that I really liked, actually, Yana, was the conversation out on the porch with Hilar, because one of the things that Hilar, I think it's been interesting to see everyone's relationship that develops in different ways with Hilar, either because of long-term knowledge of them in the case of Marame, or because Ilarion is sort of having tactical conversations with them, or different things, even, referring to Nissiana at one point, Hilar talking to Nissiana about, like, that's why you're the best healer there is, or like Hilar asking Tanton stuff, like Hilar does that, right? So in Yana's case, trying to get a sense of whether the gray was something that was going to upset. What happened? Did you just roll hit points?
Yes, I did.
All right.
I was going to ask.
All right. So 29 out of 29, if I'm reading that. Oh, no.
No, it's 30.
30 out of 30. Nice. Okay.
30 out of 30.
Oh.
All right. Good stuff.
Sorry. Sorry.
That's all right. That's all right. So anyway, but watching as Yana he was trying to figure out a little bit about whether the gray, which has had this profound effect on Yana, was something that would also have an effect on them, because it's not that the gray dogs shook him up because they were his charges. Like, you're his people. The gray dogs weren't his people.
Right.
But they did have a reputation, and it does bother him a little bit that the gray had this effect. So,
Oh, no.
sort
I
of
mean,
in the
I
figuring
was.
of this out was
yeah.
interesting to me to watch that kind of play out and to watch your reactions to it. So I thought there were some nice moments there with you and him that I appreciated, and I'll talk about that with the others when I get there. How did you feel about today's session, Where Will the Fine People Find Next?
It was really good. It was really good. I think one of the interesting things about playing this character is, she started off very quiet in a lot of instances, and because people just keep talking to her, she's had to talk more. And, it's sort of like, don't ask me questions if you don't want answers you don't like, because I'm going to give them to you. And that's just who she is. And, I think the thing that makes Yana crazy is that all these people are like the talk of talking of all talk all the time. And it's just like, stop talking. You know the answer. You don't have to ask me these questions because you already know what you're at. You're either leading me on with your question, or you're expecting me to give you an answer you know I can't give you. So stop asking me dumb questions. And the reality is that there is a part of her that we haven't dealt with yet, that we haven't encountered, and there's more to her than people realize. She's been very quiet for a while for many reasons. She dealt with a very her backstory is, actually we don't know much about her backstory, so I'm going to shut the fuck up right now. But, there's a lot going on with her that has yet to be revealed. And it has, it plays into a lot of what she says and what she doesn't say. And the more she speaks, the more she realizes that she does have something to say. No one's really going to like it very much when she says it. Because she just, while she respects them and she, is traveling with them and they, have an allegiance to each other, it's her pack she's running with right now. She doesn't think like them. And that doesn't make her wrong. In fact, when Nissiana called her out on calling them stupid, she does think they were stupid. And that's not something that Nissiana scolding her for is going to change her opinion on, because what they did was stupid. Even if they were going to steal the box, why steal it while you're still in the gray? You could always steal it when you got back to town. So they're not just stupid, they're cowards too. And she knows it. Also, I don't think she really cares for any of this politicking that everybody is doing all the time with every decision that they make. And she's trying her best to put up with it because, she considers them friends. But at the same time, she can't deny who she is, even though that will probably be something we'll have to deal with later on down the road. Like next episode when I go talk to, Zadok the Grey or whatever the hell his name is.
Sodor Tarif.
Yeah. Which there's a lot to talk about between him and Yana. And I also liked Altus having a moment today, because I really want him to be, he's not just a water spirit. They're connected. They've bound their essences to each other. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the thing is also, it's not that one is controlling the other. It's, it's like the good Goa'uld or whatever the hell they're called. It's like they have a symbiotic relationship. Sometimes when she's talking, there's what?
The Tok'ra.
The Tok'ra. That's right. You're right. I couldn't remember the name of them, but yeah, I love the Tok'ra. They're so cool. There's a symbiotic relationship there where sometimes you'll even hear bits of Altus's, what would sound more like something Altus would say come through Yana, and it's just because it's, you know, it's not just a saying. It's not just we will learn together, we will relearn together. He means it. They mean it together. They're both learning something about each other with this connection. And over the course of the levels, they will grow stronger and relearn together.
Mm-hmm.
Hint, hint. Anyway, don't want to give so much. Don't want to give anything away. But ultimately, this was a really fun episode. I like that the party dynamic allows for struggles and frustrations. It's not always, you know, all's well, love and war between these guys. All's well, you know, love and no war. There's definitely points of contention between people in this group, and it makes it fun because even, you know, when there's a little bit of you know, tug of war in the party, it can make for interesting episodes. And she's not, you know, she's, like I said, you know, naive, not dumb, alert, not, you know, like aware, acutely aware, and, you know, learning. She's paying attention by being around these people. She's picking up on what they believe. And that doesn't mean she subscribes to it. In fact, in a lot of cases, she doesn't agree with it at all. But yeah, I look forward to seeing them if they survive next session. And, so, you know, nothing is guaranteed. And, yeah, this was fun. Catch me, you know, catch me on Twitch TV.
Good stuff.
And everybody, and actually, just to close it out, like I always say, thank you all for watching. You guys are incredible. Yeah. Thank you to everybody in the party. This party is so much fun, and every session we get a little bit better at playing off each other's nonsense, which I love. The party dynamic. I think this party is so many different levels of chaotic. It's great. I love that there's just this you know, this unsure element between all of us because we're all so much our own people and we're not really designed to work together, but we have to figure it out. And that makes it so much fun to play. And Arv is always brilliant stuff, especially because you're making it up as you go along too, to some degree, based on what we do. I mean, you have the big picture of where we're going to end up, but you know, your moments of improv too are fun to watch.
Thank you.
And for us to adapt to and go, well, shit, that's not going to work now. Damn it. All right.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that. And yeah, good stuff tonight. And I'm looking forward to seeing how things proceed next week. Jen, Nissiana also had a lot of really excellent moments. Obviously, the big set piece moment of riding in on Spanner and then just being like super mom disappointed look type of thing, and you know, just declaring things to them about that. I also want to say that I think Nissiana set the tone in a very nice way today. I was a little surprised that the party went in the direction it did. I thought after all of the sort of, you know, you'd been through the ringer with all the undead waves and you were just like, geez, this thing is ridiculous. And then you get through it and then you're like, God damn it. And I had this impression that the party was just going to be like, we're taking these people out. Like we're, you know, or something like that. But I think you set the tone for, and you had said all along, you know, I'm just disappointed. But when the moment came to it, you really gave them this moment, which I think Ilarion then also, you know, followed along with in terms of giving them a moment of clarity, like a chance to kind of work through things. And that was fascinating to me. And I think it set the tone for this really is a group of people who are trying to do the right thing rather than just a party that's just like, you know, yes, there's chaos, but not chaos engine of cut off your head, laugh about it, kick a baby, like, you know, do terrible things like that. That's just not what the party does. And I think that's something which provides, I find myself, good parties with chaos energy and nuance to be much personally more interesting than everybody's dark and libertarian. Like I don't find that to be nearly as fascinating. So I was really enjoying watching all of you engage in that, and I think you set the tone for that a little bit, Jen. So it was good stuff today. How did you feel about the session? Where will the folks find you next?
Well, thank you. Nissiana is a healer and not just at the body. And they acted out of fear.
Yeah.
And that was a reaction rather than an action. So she is someone who she was not in the war, but she healed people from the war.
Mm-hmm.
So she's the type who will try and make people stop and think. And yes, she was very disappointed, and she was not holding back in the fact that she was disappointed. But at the same time, like when Tantan was so angry, in her mind, part of that was because he was reacting to his pain. I went back and looked. Yes, I had not yet healed him yet. So he was hurt physically and mentally. So by stopping, he was so angry, she healed his body. So he stopped feeding off of that particular pain.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm going with Nissiana. I'm really going with the full-on healer. But at the same time, man, writing Spanner into not battle. She does have her naive points. She was pretty sure they weren't, well, okay. She was very sure they weren't going to shoot her. That was, if I'd played any other character, she would have gone in there thinking that they were going to shoot her. She went in there going, no, these people are scared. I'm going to stop them from being scared. Okay, I'm going to stop them from reacting. They're still going to be scared, but I'm going to react. So I really, really enjoyed that. And I really enjoyed actually the different conflicts, having the conflict with Ilarion saying, I don't agree with you. And here's why. And I don't agree with Yana, and here's why.
Yeah.
And then being agreed with or not agreed with. So I usually play the character who's like, is it evil? I smite it. So this is one of those things where I'm like, I'm really trying to play a healer of the body, healer of the mind. I think first, I don't react. But that doesn't always work because, you know, she is sometimes really dumb. She really is dumb. She has her naive moments. And I'm going to be very sad when that finally goes away. And maybe she'll make it through. Her sister's very bright and shiny. So I had a lot of fun. This is the kind of role play I really get into. I really like, where we come from different points. We come and we agree, we disagree, but we still move forward in a point.
Yep.
So, and like, she's not actually been in the war. So yeah, okay. She realized, okay, I have a real blind spot here. So
yep.
I enjoyed that a lot. And where will you find me? You will find me on Twitter, Jennifer Brozek. You'll find my cats on Instagram, Jennifer_Brozek. And if you are a creative who does writing, I am teaching a class called Project Management for Writers on March 15th for the Cat Rambo Academy for Wayward Writers. Mm-hmm. And if, as an editor, I've just read a whole lot of slush, like hundreds of slush, I put a blog post out on editorial tips on the submission process. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, you can find those two either at the Wayward Academy for Writers, where I will teach you how to do project management for writers, or I will teach you what an editor thinks about when they're reading slush for a particular venue. Otherwise, just find me on Twitter. I usually just have cat pictures.
That's always good stuff. Always a pleasure.
I love Spanner so much.
Are you rolling your hit points tonight, Jen?
You know what? I will do that. It's a
sure,
what? It's a
not?
D8.
Just click the word hit dice.
All right. Let me.
And also, Rudnell said, "I've never seen anyone ride a war machine into debate." That was just.
Nice.
Wow. How about
Nice.
Hot diggity dog.
10 hit points.
Excited. I never get that.
32 out of 32 hit points. All right.
32 hit points.
Good stuff.
I am tiny and I am mighty.
That's good. Just in time for a massive fight. Yeah.
Well, you know, I also have all my spells back now.
It's true.
So I have spiritual weapon, and I can make my tank, my shield, my king.
But
yeah.
Yes.
And you'll be happy to know, Arv, now my DC is 14. So you're welcome.
Oh, good. That's good.
So it's my DC and my AC are the same now.
The hell did you just do, Ilarion?
Did you roll 73 hits?
I just,
I have
I just
73
Did you
rolled
roll your
20
hit points?
20
That's
I just rolled
impressive.
20 d8 to try to clear the damn 8-sided dice because
Oh,
I know what
okay.
I'm going to roll. It's going to be crap.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Speaking of Valerian, I should say. So, John, again, I also really like the conversation tonight with Hilar. I really love visual images like that in role play, where I feel like I just imagine, two sort of people who respect each other standing outside on the porch, kind of looking and being like, well, this world's shit that we're in, isn't it? Yep, type of thing. And, Hilar, who really respects all the members of the party, trying to figure out what to do. And you, again, as was the case with Nissiana, Ilarion, really trying to play up this idea of we need muscle, like we need people, and like immediately grabbing into this idea that a ruling Karnak is this threat who's going to be a problem. And I think everyone instinctively realized, like, the hammer is going to fall on Salvation next. Like, this is not, there's problems afoot. And so I really was enjoying that back and forth conversation there that gave you an opportunity to sort of show the tactical side of things, but then there is a philosophical core below the tactical side that I think we've spoken about regarding Ilarion before. So I thought that was good stuff. How'd you feel about today? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I do want to make it clear before I answer your question. Although the player, was angry at the Grey Dogs at the end of last session, by the time we started this one, I'm like, well, Ilarion wouldn't be, unless they were actually going to try to attack us and fend us off as they were leaving. They would not go and just like, I'm going to cut them down and the other. And I was a little surprised, not surprised by some, but other surprised by others' reactions to the what had gone down. But no, Ilarion had no. Again, they would defend themselves, but they had no indication. It wasn't a seek and destroy mission.
Okay.
So, but they would very much follow Nissiana's lead per se, as true. But regardless, it wasn't. They didn't change their mind. Let's put it that way.
Right.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun. The RP with Hilar is great. If I can recruit as many as possible, because we're gonna, like you said, we're gonna need them, and they recognize that already. It's very funny, like, oh, we come back and hey, they're out and running around. Well, that's just great. So we get a first chance to look at what is, to quote in certain movie cliches, the big bad, theoretically, of Salvation. And it's very clear, especially when Solar told them that the the lightning train is going to be running again. That was like, oh, we're on red alert now. So yeah. And of course, I agree with what people have said about this group and the differences of opinions, and we're never always going to agree on everything. It just doesn't work that way. We're all very different characters and very different players. I'm never gonna, the consensus is the best we can get. So, but I'm here for it. Absolutely. Now let's see if I can get something other than the score I've been rolling on my hit dice. Let's put it that way. So I'll try what Trent said. If I hit the hit die, maybe that'll be the change. That'll make it different. So,
okay.
And here we go.
Oh,
there we go.
See?
All right.
Yes.
Now, if everyone else gets max, I'm going to be
actually-
like, wait a
Our
minute.
tank is back.
It actually matched because hers, she rolled like a 2 and it's at a 10. Mine actually rolled the 8. So I will take 30 points. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. Because I have a feeling I'm going to need them. I'm going to need every single one of them before we're done.
And you're at
Yes,
9
you
out of
are,
9
but
on the
you are
Aegis.
guided in this fight.
Yeah, don't
for
forget
your
the guidance.
first.
You're at 9 out of 9 on the Aegis.
My armor goes up to 14 because it goes up to 15. It's always half of what my hit points are. So there.
Okay.
That was nice.
Nice. Very good. Our tank really is back now.
I have to take
Let's
another
get
look at that
there.
AC, by the way. I
I will walk you through it.
am a little
I know,
uncertain
it
about
seems
the
cra- it
26
seems-
billion AC.
It's a measly 22.
22 is way higher than normal for level 4, so I'm gonna have to think about that. Anyway, where will the folks find you next?
Here next week, so hopefully not getting killed. I don't do.
You're going to think about his AC before he's about to go into a fight with half the party. Come on, Arv. Come on, Arv.
I don't do any streaming per se, except for the fine folks here that stream on here. Otherwise, I'm busy going to the grindstone, making sure pushing out Shadowrun and BattleTech books and audio and print, and working with most of these fine people.
What are those, John?
I know. I'll let other people tell more specifics about it. I'm the editor. I'm the umbrella. I oversee all. I couldn't possibly think of all the titles I currently have my fingers in right now.
Neither could we.
Well, it's
I'm
good stuff,
looking
John.
forward to beating people up next week. So,
Should be fun times.
I blew my 2 points, 1 in strength, so now I have an 18 strength, and surprisingly 1 in charisma, so I have a 13 charisma, which is depending on how it goes, which is a minimum, to do something else I'm thinking about doing down the road. So there you go.
Yeah, I
Very
took
cool.
one in charisma and one in intelligence. So now I'm a +1 and a +4. No, sorry, the other way around. +4, +1.
Nice.
Good stuff. And good stuff. And yeah, thank you, John. Looking forward to that. John, of course, is also going to be part of our Gray Shade team, which has been announced. Those of you who have seen the Gray Shade Kickstarter, published on May 31st. And then the Kickstarter launches 2 weeks after that and launches my Gray Shade IP into the world with, which, of course, Marie knows all about the first edition of that. And this is a later edition, which has been actually reasonably fairly modified, substantially modified based upon other editorial comments and changes that I made since then. So John is a big part of that. So very excited to have John as part of that team. Moving right on up on the line, Marie, also great stuff again from Merime. First of all, naturally the playing the music at the right time and so forth. I also liked the sort of initiative taken with Hilar, where you were sort of coming to him and talking about, these are things I'm thinking about. And something which surprised me was the idea, and certainly surprised Hilar, was the idea that you would talk to him about, hey, don't get down, you know, which is sort of, you know, it's one of those things that in their case, they are very easy with each other. They've known each other for a long time, but it's one of the reasons that, you know, Hilar has respect for you as a character, for Merime as a character, because there is this sort of general pushing towards hope, which Hilar recognizes is critically important if you're going to actually survive what everyone's been through with the war and afterwards. So that was really interesting to me. And you as a part of the ensemble trying to decide what to do with the Oracle of War, where we go next and all that. There was just a lot of stuff going on that I thought Merime was associated with. And it didn't hurt to have the, hey, just so you know, we got, you know, problems at 12 o'clock coming that you were doing internally telepathically. How did you feel about today's session, Marie? Where will the fine folks find you next?
It was fun. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed watching everyone's role play and having fun with my own, with Mirime's feeling paranoid. And then I was like, I feel like I'm projecting, like, just back off. Back the fuck off, Pilado. So, but no, it was
What just happened? That was amazing. That was fantastic.
But I honestly, I had a lot of fun. It was really good, and I enjoyed talking with Hilar and talking with each character. Like, it felt like everyone got a chance to shine in the game, which was really fun to see. I always enjoy watching the role play. So, and yeah, getting to Mirimi always has that, like, I'm watching, but I'm also like, she believes in distractions.
Yeah.
She, half the stuff that looks chaotic, it's to distract, to you know, pay
Absolutely.
attention over
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Sleight of hand type of
And
stuff.
fits aspects of her character, more of which will come out presumably over time too. So yeah.
Exactly. So that's what she was supporting her friends, who are amazing. Yeah. And also watching her sister run into battle on top of a dog.
On top of Spanner.
That was
a
amazing.
scolding. It was a scolding.
It was a
Remember, not
scolding.
battle.
It wasn't battle. She doesn't
It's
ride into
true.
battle.
And by the way,
That's true.
let's not forget the sister combo act of both giving guidance to Yana is just enough, and that was literally just enough to be able to see where the track disappeared, because otherwise that could have gone south in a different that could have gone in a very different direction
Literally.
on multiple levels, literally south, if you hadn't made that decision. So also good mechanical work there too.
Nice.
So-
that was a last inspiration. Good use.
Yeah, no, it was exactly the right way to do it. So are you rolling hit points tonight, Maria? Are you gonna give it a
Sure.
shot?
Why not? Let's see
see
if
what
I
we
need
get.
to use my hero point on this. So I hit the hit dice thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Just to hit dice, just to click it. Yeah. And so far,
Hit dice?
you continue
Yeah.
continue the tradition. We're doing really well so far. So.
You just
Okay.
click the word hit dice, it automatically rolls
Yep.
a die and adds your
Oh,
constitution.
wow.
Womp
Oh.
womp.
I'm using
That's
my
what I was
hero
planning to do.
point.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
That was-
Okay.
Womp womp.
Oh.
All right.
Wow.
Well, your run had to
Wow.
come to an end sometime.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
wish I
They
could
had
have
to
not
do it.
always going to be.
for that.
Let me
Yeah.
just note that
Before.
Yeah, like let me note that means you're up to 32, right? You were at 28,
Yeah.
you're 32. So
Still
let me
technically
just
more points than I have.
I was just going to say
And,
that.
yeah,
like,
and I have too. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
still, I mean, because you had all these great rolls before, you know.
This is true.
But
This is true.
I put my 2 points. I put one into dexterity, which gives me +1. So it brings me my dexterity to 4, and it also brings my armor class to 18.
Nice.
And
Nice.
my charisma is now at 5, which will be amazing for casting spells and for you trying to make wisdom saving throws. And I am excited by that.
And I'm here for it. It's good because this next part is called the third wisdom, so it's gonna be great. Where will the fine folks find you next week?
No.
Come find me here. Come find me here next weekend on Saturday. Otherwise, I'm on social media. I'm a bit quiet lately. There's a lot going on, but
Yeah.
I'm still a little bit around. And yeah, otherwise I'll be here next Saturday.
That's good, and stay safe, Marie. Seriously, and
Will
thoughts
do.
are with you up there.
Ready on.
Yeah. Last but certainly not least, of course, Tren. Tantin also was, I thought, really fun on several levels. First of all, I just had this image of you running up and being like, and the whole thing about being like, I'm rather jovial most of the time, but this actually irritates me and blah, 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 blah. But what I thought was interesting, and I wasn't sure at first where Tantin was going with this, was the fact that you then started to bring forward this idea to Sprocket that, like, well, did you steal something? And Sprocket being like, well, yeah. And he's like, well, why is it still there? And basically making a similar decision along a different axis that most of the rest of the group, not all, because Yana was not on board with this treatment, but most of the rest of the group was basically like, you know what? This is, that you all sort of, most of you instinctively got the idea that this came out of fear. And that was, again, which was Nissiana's line. And that was this big thing. And even Tantin, who I would have expected not to do that based upon the reaction that Tantin had last time, Tantin came around the other side of it and was kind of like, basically being like, look, we can let bygones be bygones with you anyway, at least with Sprocket, which might have been a tactical thing, but it seemed like something which was interesting to me and reflect a kind of nuance for Tantin. Then, of course, the particular excitement about the lightning rail and about the other stuff and working with the Oracle, and there's just multiple things there. I think that we'll get a chance to see going forward from Tantin, especially when the lightning rail actually shows up, when the train actually shows up. But how did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I thought today was a lot of fun. It always is. And I like the fact that we got to see a part of a facet of Tantin that we don't normally get to witness.
Right.
The fact that somebody in a group that he was supposed to supposedly be able to, watch his back, suddenly they abandoned us and took the thing, and that does not sit well with him.
Yep.
At all out
Yep.
here. And so he's like, no. And the fact that he kept telling Sprocket, I'm going to put a crossbow bolt through your throat, is tactical in a way, because he knows enough about Warforged. He could fucking disassemble her.
Right.
Like he did with Errol,
Yeah.
with Garunda's dog.
Yeah.
Just reaching, pull the fucking power cord. I was like, I know where all the access panels are.
Yeah.
I can absolutely take you apart. But the idea of almost treating her like a human, like I will shoot you in the throat,
Yeah.
kind of thing. And he's still kind of in that thing. Basically, it's Halar and him and Spanner sitting in the house in Halar's place with the dogs, and Spanner is sitting leaning against the door, so it can't be opened, and he's watching these three, and so Tantin's focused on working on the Oracle, but if he gets even a hint that something's going on with the thing, his crossbow is loaded and sitting beside him.
Yeah.
And every now and again, he's like doing something, and he just kind of glances down and looks up at Sprocket and looks back to what he's doing. Just to constantly remind you are being watched.
Yeah.
And it's just like, you got this close to fucking up. Now, who's the other one? The one that was it?
Nella or
Nella. Nella's the
halfling?
one because he's willing to give Sprocket the benefit of the doubt because Neller was the one that was kind of driving that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
So he's really kind of watching her.
Yeah.
He just keeps reinforcing the with Sprocket.
Yep.
But he's mostly keeping an eye on the back. Anyway, yeah. Where will people see me next? Here, I believe, on Tuesday.
Yes, as we return to Adventures of Middle-earth. Yes, indeed. So yes.
And then again here on Saturday.
It's good stuff. I am excited to have both of those things coming in quick succession. Last roll of the night, Tren. Let's see how those hit dice go.
Watch this. This is fantastic.
Oh my God.
Oh, shit, that's
Seriously, everybody except Maramé this time.
Oh, you should just give it to
Unreal.
me as like a
Well, Rob
consolation.
got
I did.
close.
I got.
He got
I was
very
one.
close.
I was one
Yeah.
shy
One
of the
shy,
promised
but
land.
like,
wow.
But
I also
I
didn't.
was-
I
I
also
was
didn't use
due.
the hit dice. But here's the thing: you know for a fact, if I had pressed hit dice, it wouldn't have gotten me that 1 point. It would have ended up being a completely other way around.
2
and just to
points or
prove it,
whatever.
see,
That's exactly what would have happened, I suppose. Is Spanner
Yes.
a component of your hit points? Yes. So or
Yes.
no?
So he is now up to 27.
He went from what was he at before?
He was at 15 because I misread
Oh,
the thing. If it's an NPC Steel Defender that you meet up with, it's 15 on average.
Okay.
It's 3d8.
okay.
But if it's me, if it's my Steel Defender, then let me find it. Then it's 2 plus my intelligence modifier, which is 5,
Right. 7.
and then 5 times my level, which is 20.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's the answer.
So given that, he probably wouldn't have gone down in that other fight, but whatever. I'll just let that go.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe.
Well, he probably would have, but not that fast. It would have gone. It would have taken another round or two.
Right.
Okay, cool. All right, so that's good. So we've got Nissiana with 32 out of 32, Tanta with 35 out of 35, Spanner with 27 out of 27, Yana with 30 out of 30, Alarian with 30 out of 30, and 15 out of 15 on the armor, and Maramé with 32 out of 32, and everyone has a hero point but Maramé. That's basically...
And since we're level 4, we either get to increase an ability score or
Right.
take a feat.
So what have you decided on that on your
I
own or
haven't-
not yet?
I haven't given it
yeah,
any
take a
thought.
look.
We can
Because
cover that
a lot of
later.
them already took some of the took the points that we talked about, but
I think
we will see.
yeah.
We will see what happens with the group. Everybody, this was great fun. I enjoyed it. I cannot wait for next Saturday. Chat, can we get some love for, as always, the amazing Infinity and Beyond crew of Trending Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, Jennifer Brozek, and Darkside Rob. Great to have all of you here. Good work, everybody. And party, King Citadel, we will have you back here to see in the fight for salvation, at least against these 3 guys, starting next
Good
week.
night, everyone.
Bye for now.
And everybody, thanks.
Good night.
All right. Lovely stuff. I always have fun, obviously, with this, but I really enjoyed that. The entire bit of it. First half was just I liked all of it, but the first half was, in particular, I was just like, man, there's some really good stuff going down with this, and I really enjoyed all of that. So I am very excited for more Eberron. We even got a chance to get in a little bit of lore with the Dark Six and with the Traveler and all that. We got a chance to get more in there too, so there's going to be a lot happening down the line. With all that said, we also had good turnout tonight, chat, so I want to thank you for that and hope that we can continue to build that up and keep spreading the word and letting people know. I know. I wanted to eliminate those ominous bells. If you liked what you saw and heard, I hope you will follow the channel. I hope you will check out the YouTube with !ArvTube, the Discord with !ArvCord, Twitter with !ArvTweets, website arvanellarun.com, financially !Arv shop for the merchandise area, !Arv for the Patreon. I'm glad you did too, Lone Wolf. And of course, the subbing to the channel, which allows you to get those custom sub badges and emotes and stuff like that. Thank you to Configuration Queen for the gift sub tonight. I think we had someone else who resubbed. So thank you for the resubs and gift subs and all that stuff and the Patreon support. It really does make a difference. So thank you. Of course, on the publishing side, ! Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, ! Library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library 5e Adventure and Sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. Entertainment, and both Alligator Alley and Athos Arts and Trendane, for that matter, will be part of my Gray Shade Kickstarter, the first book of which will launch on May 31st, separate from the Kickstarter. It will be published by Athos Arts, and then 2 weeks later, the Kickstarter itself launches, so very exciting time when we get to that moment. I cannot wait. It's going to be great. And as always, exclamation point BLM. Oh, and that's also exclamation point Gray Shade Chaos for that. Exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. And exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. Now, I am going to do a raid today because we have a good turnout tonight, and I think I'm going to find us something very good to do. And so the raids are very simple. If you are not a sub, you are going to do this, which is the Argonauts Have Landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this, which is the Argonauts Have Landed. That's right. That is what happened. I think you're right. And I think you were responsible for that, right, CQ? Arvany Hype, and then Twitch raid, Arvany Roar, Arvany Woe, Arvany Witch, Arvany What, etc., etc. All of those things. Let's see, who are we going to raid today? You know what? I'm going to go raid this person, even though this person right now, this is a big, let me actually confirm before I say this. Hang on one second. Okay. Yes, we are going to raid this person. There's a lot of people right now on the channel, but I still want to raid them because they are playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, and you all know how much I love that game. So I think that is good to do that. So yeah, you gave a different one. Oh, okay. I didn't see that was so. Be well, live suing. Thank you as always for stopping by. Quick schedule note, by the way, we will be off on Sunday and Monday, but I will be back on Tuesday with Adventures of Middle-earth, as previously mentioned. And then I will be over at GOG.com's Twitch channel for some D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh. So you will want to make sure that you are there for that. I want to thank everyone who made this an awesome stream tonight. Thank you to my wonderful mods. Thank you to Rudenel, Dragonspear, Rock God for the amazing mod work as always. Triffity Mats was here earlier as well. Thank you. Thank you for my wonderful Patreon supporters and subscribers. Thank you to Arudinel, Dragonspear, Rock God, Darkside Rob, Configuration Queen, Live Suing, Lone Wolf, Marie Bilodeau, Mrs. Dunsel, Prince Justin, Radio Johnny Panda, Thordax Mommy, and Trendane. So many subs. Thank you so much for everybody of that. Thank you to my viewers. Thank you to Black Fury, Crit Twitch, Dark Sinner. Thank you to Delta Hat. Thank you to Adelna. Thank you to Elion. Thank you to It's the Fritz. Thank you to Itzama. Thank you to Josiah Firesnake. Thanks, Josiah, for the host today. Thank you to Kookie Canuck. Good to see you, Kookie. Thank you to Light and Passion, as always. Thank you to Mountain Man Gamer. Okay, Ron. Thank you so much to everybody for being awesome. Otherwise, please make sure you stick around for the raid, and I will see you folks in a couple of days for some more awesome tabletop play with Adventures of Middle-earth. Until then, everyone stick around for the raid. More Eberron to come next week, and everyone be good to each other. Bye for now.
Eberron. Kyber betrayed the others, tried to take control of the material plane for herself, tore Cyberus apart. Eberron bound the traitor, locked her in place, and our world was born. The overlords rose and fell. Giants built mighty kingdoms, then fell to the Arganessan dragons. Dakan's goblin empire ruled the continent of Corvair until it, too, burned into the ashes of history. Galifar rose with its 5 nations of Ondair, Brayland, Karnath, Thrain, and Seer. And then, civil war. The last war. For 100 years the war raged, until one day all of Seer was consumed in a magical cataclysm. They called it the Morning. When the dust settled, all that was left was an uneasy peace, shattered lives, and what was left of Seer. They called that the Mournland. We call it the Gray. So much for history. What we got now is the present, and a group of people trying to survive. Here, in a salvage outpost called Salvation. You can see the Gray from here, swirling, flowing, billowing, never getting any closer or further away. There's treasure there for sure, riches and weapons and power. Salvagers go into the Gray to get what they can and get out while they can. Some of them make it. Most, eventually, don't. But not everyone's a scavenger, because the last war ain't over. Not really. Oh, it's quiet on the surface. But below, the nations are planning and scheming and getting ready for when things get loud again. The nation of Braylon's no different. If we're to survive when the peace ends, we need to be ready. That's what you're here for. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. In the end, all we got is each other. And if things go different this time, it'll be because we didn't forget that we all need each other. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to Salvation.